All right, good morning, everybody. It's just after 7 o'clock, and it is on day 3 here. It's going to be same format, 20-minute heats, starting at 7:30 with the men's round of 32, heat 1, obviously. So first heat, get yourselves prepared, checked in. Heat 2, do the same. Waves have definitely ticked up from yesterday, and we're looking forward to a really fun day here. Men's round of 32 into the women's round of 16, and then back in and finishing today with the 4 heats of the round of 16 on men's.
Com check.
Check, check.
Enjoy both at Best Western Hotels in California and Hawaii. Our coastal locations make every getaway unforgettable. So go ahead, binge the beach. After all, life is just better when there's another wave and another vacay on the horizon.
words unfold, a chasing.
Good morning, surfers, and everyone else that's here for the event today here at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. We have a 7:30 start. I'm sure everyone's aware of that. This round of 32 men's will be 20 minutes, and then into the round of 16, we'll be going into 25-minute heats, so a little extra time for the round of 16 men's and women's. First heat get checked in. Second heat of the men's is Parker Cohn, Max Asher, Kai Gale Grani, and Teo Grani. The brothers match up in heat 2. This first heat, Lucas Cassidy, Grayson Grant, John Mell, and Giorgio Gomez will be hitting the lineup, or they're already out there. Nice to see the sun overtaking the shadows. It seems like every day the wind kind of mellows out a little bit as the sun comes up. So yeah, get yourselves ready, free surfers. Make your way in if you're out there. It's hard to tell. It's hard to see you because this thing's going to start at 7:30.
All right, free surfers, we're getting started in about 9 minutes, so please go ahead and ride your final waves and clear out the lineup because we're starting at 7:30 and it's already past 7:21, so we're getting underway soon. So please start to make your way in. Thank you. All right, non-competitors, we're just over 5 minutes from getting going, so if you could please head northward, we'd appreciate it.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the day 3 here at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. We are live and kicking off here at 7:30 a.m. Pacific Coast time. Jeff Baldwin with Bud Aquino calling the action all day. We have the men's round of 32 just about to start, and then we will be going into the women's round of 16 and then finishing the day with 4 heats of the men's round of 16. This first round today is 20-minute heats. Then we'll be going into 25. Bud, great to have you back. The waves have picked up quite a bit from yesterday.
Yes, sir. I am glad to be back here. As mentioned, the waves have picked up, and there's a little different wind on it today, so I'm seeing more impactful maneuvers already in the free surf, so I think the surfer is going to be cutting loose a little more today. We're looking forward to it, and yeah, by the end of the day, we will have quarterfinalists decided in both the women and the men, so it's getting pretty exciting.
Yeah, and it seems like obviously the swell is 2 to 3 times bigger than yesterday. Yesterday was very small, and even though it was so small, the surfers somehow found 8s and 7.5s and 8s out there. Today, obviously, the judges are going to have to adjust that scale again because we've seen in the free surf so much potential to rip and looking forward to a big day of action. We got that tide, that big king tide again, pushing up high till around 10 something and then draining out all day. But since the event ends a little sooner today, we won't be into the deadly low tide.
Certainly, and like you said, there's a little more swell. There's a little different wind direction. So I think these waves are going to provide a little more, again, more impactful maneuvers, more speed than, yesterday at high tide, it was really flat faces. So some of these wind bumps are going to come together, and I think we're going to see some real progression.
Oh, guaranteed. And yeah, yesterday with the high tide, they were literally sitting 20 yards from the shore. We were talking about as they're sitting on their boards, their feet might have been in the sand. They were so close to the beach. But today, they're a little bit, there's waves way more outside.
Yeah, yesterday a few guys went at it without leashes because the waves were so small and on the inside bar. But today, with a little bigger swell, there's also going to be some sets breaking a little farther out, which might be a high risk, high reward move to go chase them down. But there's going to be a lot more room to move in the lineup than yesterday, where it was compacted on the very inside sandbar. So should be exciting, and we're going to get started here in just a few minutes.
Well, thanks to Rudy's Rock Espresso Bar for supplying beautiful coffee and our breakfast sandwiches and things. We love it. Great little cafe up in Old Town Morro Bay right off Main Street. Love this camera view that we're getting to see on the webcast there, the Morro Rock, looking out over to Ragged Point.
Yeah, the sun just crested over the hill onto the lineup, so just in time for the webcast to fire up, and we're going to fire up some hot surfing shortly.
And yes, that is a moon up there in the top of the screen. The full moon has been gracing us, setting over the bay here every morning.
Yeah, pretty cool. We got the moon on one end and the sun rising behind us, so a lot of...
We're set for a Cosmic Saturday.
Cosmic Saturday at Morro Bay in the QS 2000 SLO CAL Open 2025. So, yeah, we'll get going soon here. So stay tuned.
So, surfers, I guess just hold your spot, or if you're going to ride a wave, it's 7:28 and trying to start right at 7:30. Same thing, 20-minute heats, top two waves. You guys know the drill. Good luck to everybody. Heat 2, Parker Cohn, Max Asher, and the Grani brothers. Get yourselves checked in. Free surfers down the beach, try to stay 50 to 100 yards north of the light blue barricade that's on the sand below the sand dune. And off we go.
Yeah.
Surfers, 30 seconds till we count you in. 30 seconds until it starts. Under 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, Jeff Baldwin, Bud Aquino calling the action. We are off and to the races. Blue already up and riding. Grayson Grant. We didn't even get to introduce everybody. Bud, who's in this heat?
In red, we've got Lucas Cassidy. In blue that you just saw on the screen, that is Grayson Grant. In white, John Mell. And in green, Giorgio Gomez. And we're back here, day 3 of 4. We're going to decide quarterfinalists in both the men and the women's division. But it all starts right here in round of 32, heat 1. So we are off and running.
Well, obviously, all 4 of these surfers getting, through those heats yet the day before, either winning or getting second. Lucas Cassidy from Mexico. Grayson Grant showing Sweden, but he's from down my way in San Diego in the Encinitas area. John Mel from up in Santa Cruz. And Giorgio Gomez, our Colombian surfer. John Mel, straight away goes to his deep bag of tricks above the lip.
It was only a matter of time until we saw him do one of those, and he started early, so not even 2.5 minutes in, we've already got our first air reverse done of the day, so that bodes well for the action that we're looking forward to all afternoon and morning. We got to get through the morning first, but it's looking good so far. And here's the replay. Gets a little speed, realizes one opportunity, and gets it done on that black surfboard. So easy peasy. He's right back out there, and we'll get a score for him shortly.
That was cool. He was flying, and the seagull was flying with him right above him.
Synchronized flight.
Yes. So is it just me, or in the last 10 minutes or 20 minutes, the free surfers were all 40, 50 yards further out? As soon as the heat begins, they're tucked in now.
Well, like we spoke about, some of the waves are capping further outside, but if you go sit out there with the rising tide, you could get stuck out there, and you got to catch waves to make it through the heat. So if you sit out there too long, you might just starve yourself. Yesterday, the theme was get busy and get going, and there's going to be wave-starved heats today, so better to protect against that than get greedy right off the bat.
Yeah, they don't want to get greedy, and they want to safeguard. So sitting further in for those mushy reforms, definitely the play with the short heat. John Mel, first wave, a 5.5. White, 5.5. I think this morning they have no problem hearing us. Yesterday in the afternoon got a little challenging for a bunch of the heats because the wind was whipping so strong. They were sort of surfing blind. So surfers, we do have the priority light box up on top of the midship container, or mid-state container, excuse me. So you know where you are in the priority rotation. Always feel free to raise your hands and ask questions. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, yesterday we had that negative low tide all afternoon, so by the time we were done in the afternoon, they were 500 yards out there. Here we go, red, Lucas Cassidy of Mexico on the backhand. Starts it off with a setup snap, and he's looking for the inside to get some steepness. Working his way through, and the double up down there scored a lot of points yesterday, so I've got to believe that's what he's eyeballing, but that one wasn't quite it. But he's got his feet in the wax, and the priority rotation is starting to take shape, so we are now truly in this heat.
So first priority with green, second priority with blue. Grayson, your first wave was a 1. Lucas, your score comes in at a 3. So John Mel has a 5.5. Lucas has a 3, and Grayson has that opening 1. Our Colombian surfer, Giorgio Gomez, set to perform in the green.
Yeah, he's got priority right now, so he's got his pick, but I'm sure he wants to get going soon because we are 4 minutes down. And, you don't want to sit too long. That priority can play with your mind sometimes if you're looking for something perfect. But he's got to just get the ball rolling, and it looks like he's interested in this one.
Up on that Rubner.
Yeah, he started in the first round, so it's cool to see him here.
Yeah, and look at how he's just floating over those sections. A nice little tail drift there and a nice solid finish. So covered a lot of distance, kind of horizontal, but a real confidence builder just to feel the board and feel the lumps in the wave and get yourself in there. Nobody has a runaway score yet.
Well, like you mentioned, that board looked like it was gliding along quite nice. He got the speed, and he did get a nice turn on the inside, so we'll see how much the judges liked it. But heat leader thus far, John Mel up and riding again with the setup snap and finding those little ribs to bank off of. And now he's working his way through that little dead spot. And here we go, setting it up. Nice finish. Ooh. Yep. Well,
spicy.
He was already leading the heat, and now he's going to have 2 scores, so we'll bring that to you shortly.
Blue with first priority. So Grayson now set with that priority. So again, even though the waves came up, and as the tide fills that left sandbar, the dominant wave, here we see this replay from Giorgio Gomez.
Yeah, there is still that flat spot in the middle. I believe that's what you were alluding to. But when you do get to the end, it feels like there's a little more ability to lean into it like he did right there.
Yeah, he was just working his way down the line, knowing the time was going to come where those two peaks popped up in front of him that he got to slam the tail into.
Yeah, yesterday with the waves a little smaller, it felt like you really had to be conscious of where you're putting your board and how hard you push against it, whereas today with a little more waves, they're able to lean into it a little more, and as you well know, when the tournament progresses, you have to get a little more aggressive and turn up the dial. So that's what's going on today.
The dial is going up. Giorgio, your opening ride, a 5.0, and John Mel, your second wave, a 4.25. So now everyone has a wave. John Mel out in the lead with a 5.5 and a 4.25. Giorgio, your first wave, a 5. You're in second place. Lucas, you have a 3. You're in third. Grayson with priority. Getting started has that 1. Once everyone has 2 waves, we'll really dial in the positions. Priority is blue, red, green.
Time is 13 minutes and 10 seconds. So yeah, Grayson got started early and has been sitting, but it looks like he's identified a wave he's interested in, and he's on the front side. And no, that wave, yeah, hit that flat spot.
Well, sort of a funky use of priority. You saw what he was trying to do, a little fade back to set up for a pop off that section. Does not work out. Priority goes to red. Second priority green. Here we see Grayson, maybe a rebate on the inside right.
Well, yesterday, remember, he had that late heat, and he said he got a little lost at sea out there, so he just shut it down. And well, hold on. We got live action with Lucas Cassidy on the backhand, throwing a lot of spray with that combination. Almost looking for the inside, and he's around it, potentially going to get another chance to score a couple more points on the inside here. So that gutter left is still there. The tide's coming in. It'll probably you'll probably see more of it in the next couple hours as the tide fills.
Well, nice backup wave for him. I can't wait to look at the land replay of that left, because that opening sequence, the way he was just swooping deep off the bottom and really carrying speed like easily through those 2 turns, that's what seems like it set him up to make that inside connection.
Yeah, the land and the sea, or excuse me, the drone views can kind of tell a different story. So here's the land view that you were looking for, Jeff. And
Lots of whip. Yeah, a lot of whip on those first 2.
Yeah, he's got a real commitment to the bottom turn. He, wait a sec, we got live action with, well, that didn't quite get around the section, so we're still watching the replay of Lucas Cassidy's 4.6.
Right on. Yeah, so red, your last wave, a 4.6. Lucas, your second wave, a 4.6. In the meantime, we saw Giorgio use his priority, take off on what looked like a sizable wave, but it seemed like it was just running down the line. He couldn't find a section to blast him to. So John Mel in first, Lucas Cassidy, you're in second, Giorgio in third, Grayson, you need a 6.60 at the moment. Giorgio, you're in third, you need a 2.6 to go into second. So for everyone at home, thanks for joining us here for the first heat, men's round of 32, heat 1. This is the SLO CAL Open up in Morro Bay, and Bud, we've seen every morning the wind kind of mellows out as the sun pops over the hills, the sheet gets pulled tight, the tide's coming up, and the conditions kind of wild and woolly at the moment, but we can anticipate it really, really cleaning up.
Well, from what I've seen, at least at the Surfline forecast, it's supposed to stay pretty mild all day long. So once this morning sickness dies out, I'd like to believe it's going to be nice and calm. So here's Green up again. So he's chasing that bigger open face left up there, but the last 2 just haven't opened up for him. But he's on the hunt. So, yeah, he has that 5-point wave, but then the last 2 have just been a couple up and downs, pretty inconsequential. So right now he's holding on to that 5 and going to try to improve on the second highest score is a .75. So,
and you can really, I can feel what he's looking for, what he's trying to do. You think, okay, those big mushy ones, you might get that one massive outside blast, carry all the speed through the hole, and then away you go. Lucas Cassidy now driving off the bottom in the sunshine, blows the fins, no problem on that connection, and really solid.
Well, then behind him, Grayson, who kind of waited a while to get going, now finally in the heat with a nice turn on the back end. That was surprising the way he went about that.
Man, he really pushed it at the end. He was just hanging on by the edge of the tail, like on the rail. All three fins, I think, were over the lip there in a carve.
And now we got green. Well, so we're going to have to get a replay of that because Lucas got pretty loose on that front side reverse, and he had a couple other turns. So we saw Grayson's end turn. We'll have to see the replay to see what he got before it. Here's Lucas right here on the forehand. Gets that slash, bounces off the section, keeps the speed, and here you go. That's the money turn right there for that wave. And buttons it up with just a little foam bounce, but complete. And he had a high of a 4.6. So here's the whole wave from Grayson. So again, he finds the mushy one, but he's got to the inside and makes it count when he finds that section. Yeah, a little extra push on the tail right there.
Yeah. Well, you think that may be due to just the way the lip lines kind of wobbly there, like maybe a little unanticipated, but it looked really amazing and added a bit more aggression.
Yeah, like a micro adjustment, but then it just worked out perfectly.
Well, judges loved it. So 2 scores to come in. Red, your last wave, a 6.5. So you, Lucas, you're in first now. John Mel, you're in second with first priority. Grayson, your last wave, a 5.9. So judges really loving the impact of that last turn. And here we go, Grayson wanting to get rid of that opening 1. Flying down the line on this inside left sandbar. And he can't ride out, so it will replace the 1, but
Sure.
not by, right now he needed a 3.85, Bud, to go into second. John Mel so strong in his heat acumen, holding down second with priority. He's looking for something big.
Well, speaking of, here he is on the backhand, throwing some spray, and, there's some open face on this, so he's just going to keep teeing off on it, looking for the inside. He's already got that 5.5, looking to replace a 4.25, and just the full water next to the rock just kind of let that wave die out. But he's looking to replace that 4.25. We'll see what the judges say. Right now, Lucas is still in first place with that heat total of 11.1. 6 minutes and 40 seconds left. 6 minutes and 40 seconds.
All right, John, your last wave didn't better your 4.25. Last wave came in at a 3.4. Grayson, your last left was a 3.5. So you're still in third, Grayson. You need a 3.85. Giorgio, you have first priority, and you need a 4.75 to advance. Priority green, then red. Lucas, you're in first place. Your last right, the good one, was a 6.5. Your previous wave was a 4.6. 6 minutes left. So kind of anyone's game at the moment. A real close spread between second and fourth.
Yeah, no one's got a real runaway score yet. I mean, Giorgio is bringing up the rear. He's got that 5, but he only needs a 4.76 to advance. And then, like you said, Grayson's right there, too. He needs a 3.85 to leapfrog John Mel into the second position. But, right now, thus far, it's Lucas Cassidy holding down the lead and second priority. 5 minutes and 25 seconds.
Red, you're in first place. You have second priority. There's just over 5 minutes. Well, Grayson snaps the rebate figure 8.
I really like the way he leans. He really puts a lot of lean, little body torque into those backside turns. And
he has that kind of narrower stance. His front foot is a little bit further back from center, it looks like.
Yeah, the judges really liked that one turn that he got earlier, the 5.9, and that was one of his backside whips.
So Grayson needs a 3.85.
So he gets the front side bank, but this is a little spicy right here. Bam.
He put a bit more into it for sure. He wasn't going to just say, oh, this is a rebound off the whitewash roundy. He turned that into a maneuver.
Yeah, those kind of like bounce off it one way and come back the other way are super fun to do. We'll see what the judges think of it. I mean, I enjoy doing them surfing.
They sure, yeah. It's funny how things feel great as in a free surf that translate or don't translate to a score, but he needs a 3.85. Priority is green, then red, then white. 4 minutes left, surfers. Here's Giorgio. So similar to Grayson's wave, big blowtail,
Nice.
strong layback by that man.
He pulled one of those out in the first round, I believe, and that's a bigger version of it right there. He was looking for a 4.76, and if you're going to do a one-turn, one move on one wave,
John, you're in second place at the moment. You have second priority. 3.5 minutes left. You have a 5.5, your opening wave. Your second wave was a 4.25. Your last right, not a score. Waiting on scores for blue and green.
Blue up, no red. White up.
well, on the replay, we have John Mills' second wave from earlier, and in live right now, he's up and riding, so hopefully we can cut to that, and he's getting some work done on that inside far bar.
Wow, with 3 minutes left, the judges up against it again because Grayson Grant had a long wave. Now John Mel got his wave. So where will these two play out as they're the second and third place surfers? Still waiting on. So 2 waves for Grayson, 1 wave for John, and the last wave of green.
And we're down to 2 minutes and 45 seconds left, so we'll see. A lot of shuffling. Yesterday, there was a lot of last-minute shuffling, and today, with as many waves are popping up, it feels like we're on the same path. So here's the replay of Giorgio's one-turn layback slasher. So, yeah, there was high impact, all the way laid back, and he didn't hesitate. He was back up on his feet.
Powerhouse, yeah. Strong cat.
That's pretty athletic maneuver, especially when the waves,
So flat like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because oftentimes if it's a steep wave, the steepness of the wave pushes your back
Sure.
up onto the board, back helps you stand back up. That was just pure strength,
Timing and
control.
strength, yeah.
Oh, wow. So Grayson's previous left got him the score quickly into second. Now both he and John have a wave to be scored, and Giorgio has his layback. So
Watching red.
Giorgio quickly into third with his last layback, a 3.8, as we see our heat leader ripping into that first section. There's a minute and 40 left, but a lot's going to come in here at the last, on the wire.
Yeah, Lucas right there on the screen still. He was looking to replace a 4.6. He was already in the lead, so I think that might have just sealed the deal for him, but that's not 100% certain. That's just speculation at this moment with 1 minute and 15 seconds left. Yeah, we still got scores to drop in for Grayson and John Mel, so stand by for a potential shuffle up. Here's the replay of John.
So what the board is indicating is he needs a 4.31 to go back up into second, but there's still the Blues score.
Green outside.
And here's Giorgio with under a minute. Oh, he doesn't get it. This is John's finish. So the beginning of that wave of John's didn't offer much for him, and then we'll have to see possibly a replay of Grayson's other left. This is live action. Surfers, there's just under 40 seconds. A lot of scores to come in for red, blue, and white. Giorgio, you're in third at the moment. You need a 4.81 with 20 seconds to go.
Still waiting for a couple scores. I feel like Lucas is probably pretty safe, but it's up to John and Grayson's scores to kind of decide where things go.
Yes, it is. Surfers, I'm counting this one out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No surfers up, so hold your positions next heat. We have quite a few scores to get in. John Mel goes up into second after his last wave, which was a 5.25. Now waiting on Blue, who had a previous left, needing a 4.85. Where will this shuffle out? This is the replay of his earlier wave that we were waiting on the score. Way down the sandbar. Where will the judges go? Needing almost a similar score to before. He needed a 4.81. Now he needs a 4.85.
Yeah, this is where you stand on the beach and just kind of breathe.
So
Wait and see. Go ahead.
Score comes in. Not enough for Grayson Grant. A 2.8. Lucas Cassidy, your last wave was a 6.3. So in the end, Lucas Cassidy and John Mell moving into the round of 16. Congratulations, lads.
We're going to count in the next heat, you guys. 5, 4.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Catching a wave. It never gets old. No matter how many times you've done it, the tide is meant for surfing, and your vacation is meant for memories. You'll enjoy both at Best Western Hotels in California and Hawaii. Our coastal locations make every getaway unforgettable. So go ahead, binge the beach. After all, life is just better when there's another wave and another vacay on the horizon.
Welcome back, everybody, here to day 3 at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay 2025. It is December, and it is beautiful in the water right now. Heat number 2, round of 32. Teo Granny in the green. Kai Gale Granny, his brother, in the white. Max Asher in the blue, and Parker Cohen in the red. So the brothers who came through, both winning their heats yesterday, facing off here in this one.
Yeah,
I'm sure that's happened many times.
Pretty wild the way that turns out. It reminds me of the Hobgoods or even the Irons. You know, you want to back your brother, but once they're in the heat, I mean, both of them want to win. It's going to be interesting. Will there be brotherly tactics?
Maybe it doesn't happen too often. You know, even those guys, they didn't face off very often because of being wherever they were in the draw and then how the heat stack up. But
yeah, I misspoke. Apologies. It doesn't happen that often, but when it does, it's pretty neat to see.
Yeah. And I know they're all traveling together and hanging out. They got a good crew.
Watching green. Green is up. White.
So
White
green with it up and down, and then here we go. Kai Gale, one of the brothers, wearing the white on the forehand.
So easy to tell them apart, the regular and the goofy.
Sure enough. So he's getting it started, looking for that double up on the inside. That's where a lot of points have come from over the last couple days. So he's got his feet in the wax. Teo, you got a 2.5 on your first wave. Teo, your first wave was a 2.5. So yeah, just Teo riding a wave, and then Kai Gale right there, and we'll get a score for him shortly. I imagine these are going to be both scores they're looking to get rid of by the end of the heat, but got to start somewhere. So yeah, you see him setting it up and just searching for that steepness, and he does get this nice little slash. Keeps it moving, second slash. So wanted to get some inside, but he got some work done on the outside. He's going to have a score. And, yeah, that's white. Kai Gale Grani. So that did lock in. Kai, you got a 3.75 on that first wave. 3.75. And Teo, you have a 2.5 and a 0.5. So you got a heat total of 3 points. 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Coming up in Heat 3, Owen Moss, Cannon Carr, Lucas Ostin, and Mackay Bray. The heats are getting intense now.
Well,
We've got the 4th-ranked surfer and the 7th-ranked and the 16th, and then the lowest right now being Mackay down there.
Well, we start talking about how every heat could be a final at this point. You know, everybody has surfed so well to get here, and you know they're capable of lifting it even more. Lifting the level, because that's what happens as you get towards Saturday and Sunday. You have to lift your level. You can't safety surf your way through these.
You must rip surf. Well, and, you know, again, with the wind swell, with the tide rising, with the lumps and bumps, which ones are going to open up the way that you want it to, like we saw in that last heat. But here we go, up and riding. Kai Gale, ooh, came into that beautiful oncoming peak.
Red and blue, watch, red up. We're down the beach green.
So while they cut away, Kai is still ripping that thing up on the inside and finishing up now, and then out back behind him, Teo, the brother. You know, so it's a family affair right there. One finished up a wave, and then you got Teo behind him cleaning it up in the green jersey way up the beach.
And then quickly in between, they went to that shot of Parker Cohn, who drove off the bottom and then just kind of exploded out of the lip. Couldn't hold on.
Well, like we said, you can't safety surf, and from what I saw, it looked like he attacked the lip. Hopefully next time he can bring it down, because that's what he's going to be looking for.
So priority is with blue. Max, you have first priority. Parker, you have second priority. Obviously, Parker, that's a quick throwaway. Waiting on scores for Kai and Teo.
Well, here's that replay of Kai. He got that long left and just got to open up on that turn right there. Open the shoulders once again. Cleans it up with a nice little layback at the end. So scores are going to start happening now. So slow start. And now the bigger numbers are going to start pouring in here from the Grani brothers.
Well, look at that. Straight away. White, your second wave, a 6. Kai Gale, you have a 3.75 and a 6.0. Teo, hold on, waiting on your score for the last left.
And then here's the replay of the brother, Teo Grani, on the backhand in the green jersey. So, yeah, one's in the green jersey, one's in the white jersey, one is the regular foot, and another is a goofy foot. So,
Watching blue. Blue up.
Max Asher has found one of those lefts up there at the north end of the beach. Gets it off the white water, but kind of looked like the foot slipped.
A little foot slip, and yeah, if you're not right on the button between the bumps, if a bump comes up and hits you right in the belly, you're done.
Teo, you have a 2.5 and a 0.5, but we're waiting for your last score. Okay, Teo, your last wave was a 4.25. Kai is in first with a low score to replace of a 3.75. Teo, you're in second. You have a 4.25 and a 2.5.
I'll hold down the fort. You go get that interview with Lucas Cassidy. Congrats, Lucas, moving into the round of 16. Good job. So the brothers out in first and second at the moment. White in the lead. Teo, you're in second. Max, your last wave, your first wave, a 2. You're in third, needing a 4.75. And Parker, you have first priority, and you need a 6.05. 12 and a half minutes left. So as the tide creeps up, it gets a little more cagey on where to sit. Here we go, our heat leader at the moment, our Panamanian brothers. Well, they live in Costa Rica. They're up here with Jimmy Hogan and the whole crew. Well, thanks for joining us here at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay 2025, a crisp December morning. And we have our first heat winner that we'll interview here in a second. We have Parker Cohn up and riding, though, with 11 and a half minutes left in this heat. He needed to get started, working his way, hopping to get into this reform. There we go, sets up nice. I thought he was going to really blast off that section. Regardless, now he has that 0.7 and this backup wave to come. Priority is with green, second priority with blue, and we will throw it down to hear what Lucas Cassidy has to say.
Yeah, I'm here with Heat 1 winner, Lucas Cassidy.
We talked yesterday, so that means you keep winning heats. So welcome back to the microphone. You mentioned that there's a few challenges sometimes with the first heat of the morning.
Yeah, just waking up early and putting on your wet wetsuits just always kind of like unmotivating, but yeah, and then having to force down some food right before your heat, and but yeah, it's just like before, like I said, but once you're getting in the water, it's fine, and it's cool to start the day off, well.
Well, it looked like you got the preparation formula correct. A little more fun out there, a little more waves, a little steeper faces. It looked like you were able to lean in it more today than yesterday with that high tide.
Yeah, yesterday was really difficult, and today everyone should be happy. There's there's 4 or 5 foot swell, so yeah, it's a lot more opportunity on offer, and yeah, no, it was actually pretty fun.
Yeah, because you took to the air, and yesterday morning there wasn't much air surfing going on because it was real flat. So any shout outs or thank yous you want to give to anybody?
Yeah, thank you to all my sponsors for always supporting me. Yeah, un saludo a todos los que me apoyan también en México, a mi papá, a mi hermana que me están viendo en casa. Pasamos a la ronda de 16 más tarde de hoy. Y sí, ojalá y se pueda obtener un primero o un segundo lugar para pasar a día de finales. Pero sí, estamos aquí en Morro Bay y sí, estamos intentando lo más que se puede y sí, vamos por más.
All right, we'll see you this afternoon in the round of 16. Go rest up.
All right, congrats, thanks. Good job. See you this afternoon. We've got a few scores we're waiting for. Teo, we don't have the score on your right yet. And also, Max, we don't have your score. Priority is white, green, red. So it looked like we had the interview going, and in the foreground, we saw Teo getting a pretty nice-looking right. There's the replay of it. Banged off a few connection turns. And blue, this is the score. We're waiting for both these surfers. Oh, that wave, well, not much going there for blue. On that section, now he also got this wave. Fighting that rip for a bit, but now makes the connection. So just finishing up a sort of a soft wave there for Max. Kai, you are in first place. You have first priority. Your 2 waves are a 3.75 and a 6. Teo, you are in second. Your score comes in for the right, a 5.5. Max, you're in third. You need a 7.25. And Parker, you need a 6-point ride to advance. There's 7.5 minutes. Priority is white, green, red, blue. Max, your last wave came in at a 2.5. And your previous wave was a 2.3. So we are, waiting for Owen Moss to check in. Red, Owen Moss, get yourself checked in for your heat. So the brothers at the moment out in the lead, 1 and 2. No doubt Max and Parker have something to say about that. Our heat leader right now on his forehand, Kai Galegrani.
So the brothers Grani at this point, with 6 minutes and 40 seconds left, are kind of taking charge here. They're the only ones with any real scores on the board at the moment. Kai's sitting with that 6-pointer, and Teo's got the 5.5. The next highest score is Teo's own 4.25. So they're really setting the pace here.
Oh, can Parker get into this? So priority's going to change. First priority with blue. Second with green. So as the tide pushes up. And third priority with red. Blue, green, red. As the tide's pushing up, it's going to wreak a little bit of havoc because the guys, you can see they're way far forward on the board, chest weight up, trying to get in with the whitewash to get over the knuckle. And we saw that yesterday quite a bit during the full tide.
Yeah, they're fighting the tide. They're fighting a little bit of a wind chunk, and yeah, there's that deep spot over there on the left that not quite a rip bowl, but a little bit of a channel that creates an added element to when you're trying to get into the waves. So 5 minutes and 30 seconds left, guys. Kai is still leading. Teo in second. Max, you're in third. You're looking for a 7.25, and you have priority. Parker, you are in fourth. You are looking for a flat 6.
We're still looking for Owen Moss.
Owen Moss, you made it to here.
That's right.
And that's the red jersey, so yeah, you need to represent. You got a few minutes, show up.
Well, over the history of competition, we've seen quite a few surfers paddle out late, due to whatever's going on, but it looks like maybe he's running down right now.
Oh, you see him? Oh, cool.
There
All
we
right,
go.
yeah. I mean, first order of business is you just want to make sure everything's all right, that they're not here. If they're not here, you worry about them. But he's there, so we don't have to worry. So cool, we get to see him shred shortly. So 4 minutes and 25 seconds left. Nothing has changed. Kai and Teo still in the lead. Max and Asher still looking for a couple mid-rangers, or actually Max needs that 7.25, so a fairly healthy score. He's got priority, though. He's got his pick of the next set wave to come in. And it looks like he's having a slight paddle. Yeah, thank you to the drone operator. He's done a fantastic job. You can see on the screen right there. Parker looking to get going. He's in need of a flat 6, a 6-point ride, and that'll leapfrog him into second place in advancing position. So he's going to stick with this.
He's working for it. Ooh, and out the back. Well, nice little snickerdoodle little reverse there to flare up on the inside.
Yeah, there was a moment where he looked uncertain, but he stuck with it, and yeah, that was a nice finisher. So Parker's only got a 3.75 of his high right now and a low of 0.7, so either way, he's going to improve. Yeah, he had that 0.7 as a low, so certainly he's improved upon that.
Max now with using his priority, trying to get around that whitewash, biting at his inside rail. So even though it's lumpy, you can see how this sandbar works.
Yeah, it kind of pushes you along. It's you just don't want to get too far out on the face. That's where you are going to bog down. If you stay near that pocket, it does kind of push you right down along the beach.
Max needing a 7.25. 2.5 minutes surfers. Priority is white, then green. White had a quick up and down while Parker was surfing. The score not in for that.
So yeah, waiting for a score from Kai. He was looking to replace his low of a 3.75. That was a one-turn wave, so we'll see if he manages to do that. White, you have a 6 and a 3.75. We are waiting for your last score to drop in. There are 2 minutes left, and you have priority. All right, Kai, your last wave was a 4. So you are still in the lead. You have a 6 and a 4, and you have priority. Second place, Teo, you are looking for a 5.75, and Max, you are looking for a 6.35.
Watching red and green. Green up. Red.
Wow, look at that. I was wondering where Teo was and why he had the second priority since his brother had ridden a wave before. He came in and tracked Parker and paddled out with him. So that's pretty intense right there. A minute and 15 seconds left.
Well,
White has first priority. Red has second priority.
that just shows that, A, he realizes what Parker's capable of, and B, he knows how to play the game.
Well, yeah, rarely do you see a guy come all the way inside the breaking waves and sort of track and paddle out, because I was looking and he hadn't caught a wave, so I wondered, why is he in lower priority? Well, that answered my question. We are down to 50 seconds, so no doubt Jim Hogan had giving him some signal.
Oh, Jim Hogan, the former wrestler before he became the pro surfer. So he's scrappy, and he's not going to give anything up.
No ground.
No ground. Give no ground.
Yes. Wow. 30 seconds. Kai Gale.
Well, we were talking about the brothers, and he just held Parker off as well. So,
well, now with 20 seconds or a little more, Parker with priority has the opportunity to get a wave. He needs a 5.75. Oh, here we go. Well, he got his shot. We have 10 seconds left.
Yeah, despite the best effort of the Grani brothers, Parker still gets one more wave.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This counts with green.
All right, Teo now on a little right-hander. Was that green or blue? That's blue. Oh, and green. Two surfers up.
Too late. Just green counts. Just green, yep.
So just green. Blue was after the horn.
Well, that was some brothers' tactic right there, it looked like. A bunch of scores to come in. So surfers in the next heat hang out. We've got 3 scores that we have to have input. Well, there you go. You see on camera.
Well, we wondered about the brothers, and yeah, they both made an effort to keep Parker from catching another wave. He got his opportunity at the end, though. Parker snuck one out, but it doesn't seem to have been enough. So it all finishes out with Kai in first and Teo in second. So we'll see you in the next round, guys.
Counting in the next heat in right now. 5.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
All right, we are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
Catching a wave. It never gets old. The tide is meant for surfing, and your vacation is meant for memories. You'll enjoy both at Best Western Hotels in California and Hawaii. After all, life is just better when there's another wave and another vacay on the horizon.
Welcome back to the SLO CAL Open at Morro Bay, California. This is a WSL qualifying Series 2000 event. We are in the round of 32, Heat 3. In red, we have Owen Moss. In blue, Cannon Carr. In white, Lucas Houston. And in green, Mackay Bray. And on the replay right there, you see a opening wave from Owen Moss. Gets loose with some power and added the spin to it in that backside maneuver. We just saw the two Granny brothers win their last heat. And, yeah, we're into round of 32, Heat 3. The men's, by the time we're all said and done today, we will have both the men's and the women's quarterfinalists figured out. So we truly are getting down to the pointy end of the draw, as they like to say. And, yeah. We got a score coming in for Owen. Your first wave came in at a 5. Louis, your first wave came in at a 4. 18 minutes to go. So, yeah, Owen Moss with a quick start, the 5-point ride, and Lucas following him up with the 4-point ride. So, quick start for those two. We're still waiting for Cannon in the blue to get started, and Mackay Bray. He is in the green jersey, and he is on the screen right now. Up towards the north end, you see that's Owen Moss right there on your screen in red. And it looks like he wants to back up that 5-point ride. He's up and riding, red on the backhand. And there is a split peak, but the camera is on red, so there's Owen finishing up right there on the backhand. So, yeah, Owen's going to have 2 quick waves, and we'll get that score to you shortly. So, Owen with a quick start. Okay, and while there's a break in the action, we're going to cut down to Jeff Baldwin and the
Yeah, I'm here with the Granny brothers. So Kai, congrats. That was a hard-fought win. Teo, also good job. You guys were kind of playing off each other, it felt like, out there.
Yeah, I mean, waves are really, really tricky, but there's definitely like scoring opportunity out there. And yeah, I was pretty lucky to find a couple double ups under my brother, and I was in the lead, and then we're kind of talking to each other. And yeah, and I'm just stoked we were both able to make it through that heat.
Yes. So Teo, you had that one really nice solid right, wondering where the score was going to go. And then I guess, how often do you guys compete in heats against each other, though?
You know, that's the funny part. We've competed a couple times in the QE, and he's actually got the upper hand on me, which I'm stoked we both made it, but I'm pretty rattled he got me this one because I was hoping I would get him. But, you know, it's fun to compete with my brother. Not many people get to do it, so just grateful to be on the opportunity, grateful to be here in Morro, and grateful to be sharing waves with my brother.
All right. So were there some tactics going on in the end? Because you had a wave. All of a sudden, you had first priority again. I hadn't seen you ride a wave, and then I saw you on the inside tracking Parker. So,
yeah, there's definitely some strategy going into the end. The start was kind of do your own deal at the start, and then at the end, if we can help each other out, we would help each other out. Parker needed to score. We both had prior with Parker, so we thought we'd switch off, sitting on him. So, yeah, just fun little strategies going down.
well, channeling the wrestling of Jimmy Hogan, right? And then at the very end, he got an opportunity to ride a wave. So you're both sitting there going, oh, boy, what now?
Yeah, I kind of like think I hauled him off the wrong wave. Like I was like, oh, this wave could be it, and then it was just a really bad wave. And I looked out the back and he's on, and I was like, oh, this could be a sick one, but we got pretty lucky that it wasn't. But yeah, shout out to Jim. Jim's been working with us for a couple comps now. He's staying with us right now, and yeah, he's a really good coach. And yeah, shout out to Jim Hogan.
All right. Well, I know you guys got to go get warm. Congrats to both of you, and we'll see you later today, round of 16. Thanks, man. Cheers. Back to you.
All right, we'll see those two gentlemen later on this afternoon. And pretty interesting how they talked about, they were not only competing against everybody else, but there is a little sibling rivalry there. So we'll see how it plays out later. But on the screen right now, Cannon Carr got started. This is a replay of his first wave. Gets a long left, and he banked some scores on that zone yesterday, so he likes it. Good body language. Get you a score real soon. And it looks like Owen had another wave. Really deep bottom turns. And, yeah, that's that wave Owen had. Looks like we're waiting for another score. Waiting for a couple scores, so we'll get those to you soon. Here's a replay of Mackay Bray. One board quiver. Mackay, he mentioned that's the only board he's got with him, so he's making it work. So, yeah, there he is on the screen in the green jersey. Finds the end section and bangs it, brings it down. All right, we got the judges deliberating a few scores. There's 13 minutes and 50 seconds. We're waiting for some scores, guys, and then we'll get you up to speed. Yeah, as of right now, Owen's got that 5 and Lucas has the 4, but their score's starting to drop in.
All right. Well, hey, that was fun. It's cool. You don't get to have, siblings in the interview very often like that. They definitely were working together, teaming up a little bit at the end there.
That's what it sounded like. Owen, your last wave dropped in at a 6.5. And then Cannon, your wave was a 5.9. So Owen is in the lead. His low score is a flat 5. Cannon, you are in second. You have a 5.9. Mackay, you are sitting in third with a 4.15, and we are waiting for one more score from Louis.
Well, this heat, on reflection now, looking into the scores, everyone healthy score line. No throwaway 0.5s or anything like we've seen a few times. So consistent surfing. And from the beginning, you saw, right as I was leaving for that interview, Owen Moss open with that 5.
So, Louis, your score has locked in. Louis, your last wave was a 4.75. So, Owen is in the lead. His low score is a 5. Louis in second. His low score is a 4. Cannon is third. You need a 2.85 to advance. And Mackay, you are in fourth. You're looking for a 4.61. We have 12 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock.
Well, it's so cool looking at all the names because over all the different events that have been here as these young men were Groms coming into the events, getting their feet in the wax and their first QSs. Now they're well established in the North American rankings. And look at this, Owen Moss.
So he found one of those ones that broke a little farther out. And yeah, he's got a little funky on the first cutback, but he's got back up and he's making it work on the inside. And you can just see the intent. I mean, he really, when he leans into it, you can tell he means business.
Well, they've all become, well, Lucas has always been a really stocky, powerful surfer. Cannon was a bit more lean, but he's bulked up into and found his power since, the Grom days and his first QS event, so to speak.
100%. It's cool to see kind of the lankier surfers as they mature. And they typically, the power comes later, but then they've already got the technique. So it's an interesting evolution, to see.
So here we go, just talking about Cannon Carr on his backhand here, looking for this one shot. Boof!
Just like we spoke about, impactful. He leaned into that, and yeah, young man's looking strong.
And that tail control gave it a bit more, a little tiny drift, and then engaged the fins.
Which he's always had the fin-free approach. So now that he's growing a little bit more, here's the replay. It just adds a little more impact to it. Here it is. Smack, yeah. Smacks it hard in the critical spot and kicks the tail over, and fluid just right back into a kick out already, completed it, back out there. So he had a 5.9 earlier. He only needed 2.85. So here is Owen's wave. So he gets that slash. Oh, no, that's an earlier one. I think that's for comparison. Yeah, that's one of his earlier waves. So they're
well, the finish, Cannon's everything was about the finish turn, the setup, and then he knew it was the one-turn wave, but boy, did he maximize. It was very, very pretty.
Yeah, so Owen, your last wave came at a 4.4, so it didn't change anything. Cannon, your last wave was a 5.5. You've jumped into second place. Lucas, you are in third. You need a 6.65, and you have priority. And Mackay, you need a 7.25. 9 minutes and 35 seconds left to go. It seems they can hear us a lot better today. Yesterday was, yesterday with the tide and the wind, they just couldn't hear what was going on. They were mentioning that they were kind of flying blind, but someone still had to win the heat and people adjusted, so.
Yeah, even in the morning with the offshore, that side offshore that was going, and they were surfing way, way up the beach, they were having a challenge. Then in the afternoon, obviously we know that it was even harder for them. Well, Owen Moss coming off that win in Virginia Beach earlier. To tuck away a victory is a big deal.
Yeah, they don't always come often. Sometimes you can go a long time between them. But he seems to be on a little bit of a roll, and if you got that victory, that's he's looking to keep the roll going. You build a little momentum. You've got good vibes, a good feeling about things. You just want to keep that roll going.
Well, the good vibes are happening because both Owen and Cannon had a victory, had a win down there at the WRV Outer Banks Pro. So this heat, two winners from this year's qualifying series. Look at these bombies, these big whitewashes rolling through. Will there be a reform? Lucas in the white with priority, not in the spot for it. And we've got Green in and out real quick, Mackay Bray.
Well, with these waves kind of peaking up out there and the tide coming in, I'd like to believe that means the swell is maybe bumping up a little bit for the middle of the day. Typically when the tide comes in, it's going to bring things in. But we're seeing more action kind of in that outer section right now for one reason or another. And Owen got that long one from the outside.
So, yeah, the risk-reward of paddling out and getting the whitewash cap roll in to set up or to stay tucked in and cannonball out of the whitewash into the inside, give or take. It's tough, and it's not like there's a cadence to the swell. So, Lucas, a savvy competitor, holding that priority for quite a while now. 7.5 minutes, knows he needs a healthy score, a 6.65. But I remember for a while he got on a roll, and every wave he got was in that 7 range. You expected nothing less. He had a great run here. He had a great run at a couple of the Pismo events.
Mm-hmm. And he had a good run in the junior events, I remember, too. Yeah, so he was riding high.
Here we go. White using his priority. Lucas drives off that first section, waiting for it to set up. It's a bigger wave. It's going to give him a few options. One. So again, we were talking about so hard to know which one's going to stand up for you through the inside.
Well, that's that. Do you take the outside one, assuming that the energy is going to push through, or do you sit in the middle and look for the one that kind of misses the outside and holds that energy to the inside?
Yeah, hit or miss. And I'm glad I don't have to be doing it at
Certainly.
the moment.
It's always easier up here talking about it. They're out there trying to decipher it as we speak.
So that wave comes in at a 3.25. Lucas, reset, 6 minutes and 10 seconds. Owen in first, Cannon in second, Lucas still in third. You need a 6.65, and Mackay, you need a 7.25. Priority is blue, red, green.
Well, both Owen and Cannon are well aware that Lucas and Mackay can get those scores. So although they are in the lead right now, I mean, they still have to surf it out and keep an eye on them and try to improve. Because, I mean, Owen's low is at 5 and Cannon's low is at 5.5. So they are in the lead, but there's still 5.5 minutes left. So we've seen some shuffle ups at the end of the heats earlier. It's not out of the possibilities.
Oh, yeah, it's going to come down to the wire. And so far, if I'm not mistaken, everything has been a left. At a certain point, it seems like that reform right is going to give some energy. Like I know in the last heat, and I'm sure Parker's thinking about it, that it came down to the end, but he had this opening right, a big right, and he slammed the section, came unstuck, came unglued. But had he made it, it was a super dynamic one-turn move that maybe he would have gotten a reform. Every once in a while, those rights are going to stand up. It's just maybe not at the moment.
Well, now that you mentioned it, the last score on a right was 2 heats ago, Lucas Cassidy.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's been
a while.
Yeah.
I know Teo had one in that last heat, and it was a mid-ranger, just over a 5.
But the tide's moving in constantly, so things are going to pop up here. They're going to disappear from there. So this morning when the tide was a little lower, we did see more of the free surfers on that right.
Yeah.
But then again, when the free surfers are out, there's 30 of them, so every wave gets gobbled up. So these guys might just be on the wrong side of it. But you're right, we have not seen a real impactful score on a right since Lucas Cassidy got that air reverse on his. There's the view right there, beautiful Estero Bay. That's Morro Bay in the background. To the north, we have Cayucas, and then beyond that, around the corner, Cambria and Hearst Castle. So for those of you viewing at home on the drone shot, if you haven't visited Morro Bay, it might be something to put on the schedule for the upcoming year.
Yeah, and this time of year, if you get up to the Hearst Castle, the Christmas tours, the holiday tour is amazing. They have the entire place decorated inside. It's really cool.
Yeah, and then they have the zebras running around in the field below, and you have San Simeon Cove right there. So you've got the castle, you've got the beach. There's a hiking zone. You can go out onto the point at San Simeon, and then if you just turn the corner, it feels like you're in rugged up north. All of a sudden, it's like you snap your fingers, you're out of town, and you're into some rugged coastline and the southern border of Big Sur.
And you can pull in. Is it San Simeon right there, just south of the lighthouse, where the walrus seals are all on the beach? The elephant seals, excuse me. And it's really cool to go overlook them. I do that regularly.
Yeah, there's a bunch of cool little turnouts where you can just pull up and picnic and day camp. And people in Middle America have framed pictures on their walls of this area, and it's right here at our fingertips. Yeah.
I remember last year when the waves got so big that the contest was called off for the day. It was gray and rainy and cold, and all of a sudden it got sunny and beautiful the entire day. And I went up the coast and was just looking at misto spots around the corner there from Ragged Point. And boy, impressive. It was hard to tell the scale of the waves. But it was sheet glass, side offshore. Everything looked like Hawaii because it was turquoise,
Yeah. If you ever have the chance to sit down and ask Dave Parmenter about this area, he can tell you about every little nook and cranny. But we got to get back to the action. 2 minutes left, you guys. 2 minutes left. Owen is still in the lead. Cannon in second. Lucas, you're looking for a 6.65, and Mackay needs a 7.25. Priority is blue, green, white. And yeah, there's haven't been any waves ridden in the last couple minutes, so we kind of got off on those tangents, but
that's why we were focused on the surfers, but we had a minute to let the viewers at home know what an amazing area this is to come and visit and why there's so much to do. Surfers, there's a minute and a half left. Here we go. Here's our heat leader. So even though he had fourth priority, he finds a right to execute some slashing and dashing.
So right on cue, yeah, we started talking about him. There he is, and wow, that was a nice ender. So Owen still finishing off on the inside. He's looking to improve on his low of a flat 5, and we got Cannon way up the beach. That's been his zone, and he's made it count.
Well, let's see. So Cannon's low score is a 5.5. There's 50 seconds left. Lucas out the back with priority. And you got 40 seconds, Lucas. I don't know the score you're going to need. Why does Cannon have priority? He just rode a wave.
All right, we got some replays coming up here. But, yeah, Lucas, he's going to need a substantial score because both Cannon and Owen both got pretty good-looking waves and may have improved. So here's the replay of Owen Moss. He was already leading the heat. He was looking to get rid of a 5-point ride. For those of you scoring at home, did he do it? And then Cannon Carr was in second place. We're waiting for his
score.
We're down to the wire. Doesn't look like Lucas can find a wave. 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, Lucas gets his shot. Hands leave the rail. Got it right on the buzzer. So at the moment, he's surfing for a 6.65. That may change when Cannon's next score comes in. He looked and he waited all heat for this. You can see how much intention he had in his surfing right there. All right, surfers in the next heat, we're going to be on hold. We have a few scores to come in. Hold your spots and we will count you in when we're told to. Here's that replay of Cannon's last ride. He, like we said, has been digging that left that's way up the beach, and he likes the feel of it. He had a 5.9 and a 5.5 prior to that. And then here's the last-ditch effort of Louis to try to jump into advancing position. And we didn't have scores from the other guys locked in, so we don't know exactly what he needs out of this yet. But he's riding it out, and we're showing you the replay. The judges are deliberating. Wow, so a series of kind of floater snaps there for Lucas.
Welcome to Cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
In the 805,
we're fueled by the pursuit of the path less traveled.
we're artists,
Shapers and creators.
and we love every minute of it.
It's more than a beer.
It's a way of life.
Straight back out priority and into this wave.
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
It affects the seed, which heat you go into. So, welcome back, everybody, here. The SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. Jeff Baldwin and Bud Aquino calling the action all day, and maybe our superstar Darren Brilhart will jump in with us. But we are into heat number 4, round of 32. In the water right now, in the red, Titus Santucci, Jake Davis in the blue, Kai Kushner in the white, and Cade Matson in the green. So, young surfer from down my way has the red jersey, the honors of the high seed in this heat, coming up against some powerhouses.
Yeah, Titus had himself a buzzer beater yesterday, too, so he's kind of riding high right now. He's got the confidence. But Jake's not worried about Titus. He's surfing his own heat, and that wave is not gonna get much done for him, so he gets out of there. Here's Cade Madsen You may have recognized him from the big leagues a couple years ago. He's looking to get back there, and thus far he's looking like he's prepared to do so, gliding along.
Wondering when some of these rights might come into play, and he has ridden this thing all the way from the outside through to the inside channel nearly.
Yeah, we were just wondering about the rights, and there he goes and shows us that, yeah, they're still out there, and you can still get scores on them. So, yeah, that green jersey in the morning sun, really easy to spot out there in the blue Pacific Ocean.
Cade, your score comes in straight away, a 5.75, Cade, on the opening right. So he's going to use that escalator channel and then be right back out in the lineup quickly. Here's that replay. Probably his first wave of the morning. I don't know if he went for a, you wonder if he went for a free surf or if he elected to just say, I know what I'm doing.
Well, thankfully today was a tad warmer at dawn, so maybe I thought I saw him warm it up. So
okay.
If he wins the heat, maybe we'll get to ask him. Yeah, some people like that warm-up, some don't. For me, I always wanted to go give it a whirl, just kind of loosen up all those muscles and get acclimated to the water temperature. But different people have different approaches. So 3 minutes down, that means it's the 17-minute mark as of right now in green. The only score really to speak of is Cade Madsen's 5.75. Jake had a 0.75, but that'll be thrown away by the time this this round of 32 Heat 4 is over.
Watching white. White is up.
Kai Kushner, deep behind the section, finds his way over that with that kind of rock and roll float. Finds a bunch of speed to put his tail in the corner pocket there.
Just on that wave right there, it feels like the wind has switched and is kind of starting to blow into the left. You could see it wasn't straight offshore, but the spray was kind of pushing back up towards him. So that's going to affect things as the tide gets higher and you're trying to find your way into that double up. You see, yeah, he gets his turn here. And the wind's kind of blowing back in his face. So, yeah, the wind maybe starting to change directions this morning.
You wonder if he's surfing blind, spraying himself. All right. Well, congrats, Cannon. Your last wave got you into first place. Waiting on the score there, Kai. Cade out with the healthiest score at the moment, 5.75 on your opener green. Kai, your first wave, a 3.75. So now, waiting on Titus in the red. Had a buzzer beater yesterday. Was riding high. I saw him skipping on out for a free surf in the afternoon. 15 minutes and 30 seconds in this heat. Priority is red, blue, green. Thanks again to Rudy's Rock Coffee for the breakfast sandwich and the delicious coffee. Been going there for years because they are the one place that opens before the sun rises, and they make delicious coffees. And it's a roots vibe in the era of corporate coffee shops. They are the opposite. So thank you to Rudy's.
That's from the packing and like bringing them through board bags. The tail pad on the board under does that. White up.
Oh, here we go. Kai Kushner up and riding again. Well, when he finishes this wave, I'll throw it down to you guys. So we're just going to have to go to replay. Nice, big, solid finish, hundreds of yards down the beach. Well, the judges will lock that in, and right now we'll go down to Cannon Carr, swept the victory at the very end.
All right, Cannon Carr gets a victory in the round of 32. You were already advancing through that heat, but the last minute you leapfrogged to first place. That's got to build a little confidence, doesn't it?
Yeah, it always feels good to win the heat, but either way, just advancing at this point is all you need to do until the quarters. So, yeah.
And I noticed that you've kind of identified that gutter left up the beach on your backhand. Is that kind of your strategy? That's what you've been looking for out there?
Yeah, I found my little zone and stuck to it. And, yeah, the last two heats, it feel like the same sandbar, kind of same waves, picked the same waves, had the same wall, and, yeah, I was stoked.
Yeah, you find that little inside groove, and if you get the right one, it stands up for you. Now, personal question, how much have you grown in the last year? I feel like you've shot up. Has that changed your equipment?
Oh, yeah, I grew out of a lot of my boards, but Matt's been helping me a lot, and, yeah, he's making me really good boards right now. I feel like I maybe not stopped growing, but I've been at the same weight for a little bit, so, yeah, feel good, boards feel good, and, yeah.
Right on that. You're lucky to have that close relationship with him. Any other sponsors or family or friends you want to shout out?
I would shout out Big 20, but he was telling me before the heat that I was going to lose. So, yeah, not Big 20, but no, just kidding. Love 20. Yeah, parents at home, Chris Baldwin, cousins, everyone, auntie. Love you guys.
Right on. Well, we'll see you a little later, and good luck making your way into the quarterfinals. And, yeah, Big 20, the spirit of Big 20 exists. So we'll see you a little later.
Yeah,
all right.
Later, guys.
Cool. Congrats, and see you this afternoon. I see Wheeler getting ready. Don't forget about that leash, Wheeler. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for joining us. We had a quick interview. White, Kai, there was just an interview. Your last wave was a 4.5, so you have a 3.75 and a 4.5. You are in first place. Cade Matson in second place. Cade, your first wave, a 5.75. Jake Davis has a 0.75, and Titus, with priority, hasn't had a wave yet. But Titus, if you want to do it in one wave, you need almost a 6 to go up into second. 12 minutes left. Priority is red, blue, green, white. And here we go. Titus has been sitting for a while. You see red there on the screen. Paddling white. Whoa. Kai kind of close to right in front of him. Here we go, Titus. He has been working on his craft a lot. The waves have been good for everyone up and down the coast, and that wave fizzles. So that's what we were talking about in seeing if you get the bigger roll in, if it's going to push you through to the inside. That one does not. We saw that happen to Lucas Ostin in the last heat also after sitting with priority for quite a while. So he'll reboot, and maybe one of these insides will reform for him. Paddle him back out. A quick score for Titus, a 2.25. Never really got to open up on it. So now sometimes sitting out the back with priority can become, I don't know, a little hypnotic. Paddling back out, a lot of times you'll find yourself in the spot for a wave that has come under the other surfers. Priority is with blue. First priority blue, second priority green. Cade having the high score of the heat so far. Kai, you have third priority, and you're in the lead. Well, the surfers know best. They must all think that is the spot to sit, you know? Even though we sit here and we see little things up and down the beach, that's the premier peak. And
yeah, they're out there in the water, feeling it out. We're up here, at a glance, you can mind surf any wave, but they're the ones actually trying to put a score on the board. And you're right, that, like Cannon just said, that seems to be the zone with the most potential for the wave to stand up on the inside.
Yeah, and it's funny. It's not what it looks like, too. Once the surfers are in the water, there's a current. There's a feeling to where waves are going to bubble up, and you got to be able to, and that's what these guys do. That's what we all do, is read what's underwater, too. It's not just about what you see on the surface, where the currents are pulling.
Yeah, and like we mentioned, we're a little behind the left, so we can't actually see the real,
the sweep that's coming into them, yeah.
So, yeah, we've noticed that, that little left hand there seems to push them along that inside sandbar, and they've been getting some big maneuvers. So, yeah, that seems to be the spot.
So, Red breaking away. We were saying he sat there with priority for quite a while, and the wave faded out while he was riding it, sadly. Kind of how Lucas Ostin's did in the heat previous. Here we go, green. Cade on his second scoring wave of the heat, a right there's one of those ones that's got enough water to open up for Cade Matson hammering it.
Well, just when we were talking about the left-handers, Cade Matson goes and
finds a derecha.
Yeah, he goes right, and That's his second right. The first wave he got of the heat, that 5.75 was a right. And so, yeah, he's making it work.
So he's bucking the trend, right?
Yeah, buck the trend. Don't tell me what to do. I'll go right.
Well, and just before that, before his heat, we were talking about when that right might start coming into play as the tide's moving around. So this is going to be a great backup for Cade. It seems that it will easily put him into first place because all he needs is a 2.5.
Well, Surfline is telling me that the high tide is a 6.1 at 10:08 p.m. Or excuse me, 6.7.
Very, very high.
Full. And then it's going to fall out all day till 5:40 tonight at a negative 1.5. We'll be long gone by then, but that's the story. The tide will rise till 10:08, and then it'll fall for the remainder of the afternoon. And that's now you're up to speed on the tide for the day.
We got the tide chart, and we got the score in, Cade. Your second wave, a 5.10. So Cade Matson in first place now with a 5.75 and a 5.1. Kai Kushner in second with his 2 waves. And here is Cade again. So I was kind of talking about sometimes paddling back out is when you find magic reforms under the other surfers that can't really identify them further out. And that's going to be a really healthy wave for him. Will it even better his last wave of a 5.1?
Well, yeah, he was paddling back out and saw that, and he was sitting on a 5.75 and a 5.1, like you said, but no one else has even eclipsed. Well, here's Titus, live action.
Oh, boy, you can really see that deep spot. So this one, though, working for him, he's going to get the rebate, the bonus, the left into the right. There we go. That's looking good for Titus. So he's in the game now. Back up his 2.25, and Kai Kushner up and out on that right on his backhand.
Well, Titus had that. He doesn't want to go this route, but yesterday afternoon he had the buzzer beater, so it's nice to see him get started right there. So now he's on the board. We know he can do it, but you do want to get some scores and not have to wait till the end because that's when the nerves really start to build up. But here's a Cade, already winning the heat, already leading the heat, I should say, and now just gets going on the backhand.
I loved these type of waves to free surf. They were some of the funnest.
Yes.
Because I love the unique opportunities that presented. You never knew what turn, you know, what might pop up in front of you. And more often than not, you end up having a session with so much variety.
Yeah, and these guys have proved to us that that's the case out there today. Here goes Titus's replay on the backhand. Yeah, he gets a nice snap.
Yeah, a strong opener that set him up to carry speed into that. A little delayed there to hit the section vertical, and this big finish.
White up.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Kai Kushner in that white wetsuit finding the double up on the inside, and he's getting a lot of work done.
So where will the judges go? We've got the score. We're waiting for Titus in the red score, and now Cade extended his lead with a 6.5 on that left that he got paddling back out. So Cade now way in the lead. Jake Davis, powerhouse, pushing that Proctor through that oncoming section. Score comes in for Titus, a 5.6 red. Titus, your last wave, a 5.6. Now you're looking to go up into second. You need a 2.65. Jake Davis has a score to come in. Kai, your last wave, a 4.25. So Kai just kind of staying right in second, not able to get past that 5-point mark. Jake, your last wave, a 4.75. Now you need a 4 to go into second. Titus, now you need a 3.15, excuse me. Priority is green, red, white. 4 minutes left. So I guess quick breakdown. Cade's in first. Kai, you're still in second place. Titus, you're in third. You need a 3.15. And Jake, after your last wave, which was a 4.75, you need a 4.
Well, both Titus and Jake not asking for anything real big. So,
No.
yeah, again, another last-minute shuffle is definitely possible.
Well, and priority in the favor. Well, Cade has first priority. He's out in the lead. Titus has second priority, needing that 3.15. Third priority, white. Fourth priority with blue. 3.5 minutes left, surfers.
Yes. So, yeah, Cade just started off strong, kept building, got his best score on his last wave, went on those first couple rights, then found one of the lefts, and, yeah, got the 6.5 to extend his lead. And now we've got Kai Kushner on the backhand, got that white wetsuit and white jersey synced up. Let's see if he can't sync up with this inside section. That's a nice snap. That Channel Islands surfboard gliding across the flat sections. And just as I said, oh, no.
Just really fighting the cross lump.
Yeah, it looked like he was over it, and then just that lump got his heel. So he's right back out there. I don't think that's going to factor into his scores. It's not looking like it. Kai, that last wave doesn't count. It was a 2.75, so you're still looking to replace your low of a 4.
That second place spot kind of not far out of reach for our third and fourth place surfers. Red with that second priority, needing a 3.15, and Jake in the blue needs a 4. Both of them have those low scores they want to get rid of, obviously. 2 minutes left, surfers. Next heat is no doubt entering the water as we see Dimitri running down the beach, still on that blackboard from yesterday, his go-to in these conditions. What will Cade do? Cade kind of lets Titus go on this one, even though he had the higher priority.
I was wondering how he was going to play the priority, but yeah, let him go. And
oh, he's looking left, he's looking right. He's just like, give me opportunity. I need a 3.15.
Well, he found the groove on the inside yesterday, but I don't know if this one's going to do the same thing. No.
A lot of busy work, and outside, Cade looking like his wave is opening up much more than Titus's wave did.
Yeah, I have a feeling Cade will probably bring it in after this. I mean, he's already in the lead. There's 1 minute and 15 seconds left, and he's halfway to Cayucas now. So,
well, that was so interesting. So, yeah, wherever this score goes for Cade, we were wondering, he let Titus go on the first one, not, feeling like he was being threatened by it. And the wave really didn't open up anywhere for Titus. The water drew off the sandbar and opened up for Cade big time on the next one. So surfer's eye.
Well, that opened up some opportunity. Jake is in priority. He's got 45 seconds left. He needs a flat 4. So,
well, and the score came in for Titus as a 2.5. Doesn't get it done. Titus still needs a 3.15, and Jake needs a 4. Priority with blue, 35 seconds. Here he goes. He's scratching, and he's up. Will we get a buzzer beater? And where is red in the lineup?
We started off with a nice slash. He's cutting back, and he's going to get an inside section, I think. So, Jake Davis, big, strong surfer from San Clemente. Oh, no.
Oh, here's red on the inside with 15 seconds. A little chip shot. Will it even be a wave? It's not.
No.
Titus out the back, tripping out. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, that is how the cookie crumbles in the end of that heat. Kai Kushner held on there at the end. Cade gonna probably get an even better score than his first 5.75 on that last left. So a runaway victory for him. And it looks like a couple, you'd have to say throwaways, obviously, for red and blue.
Yeah, but ultimately that advancing spot was tightly contested between Kai and Titus. I mean,
yeah.
Look at the scores. They're right there. So, yeah.
In the end, Titus can't get it done. Kai holds on. Cade with the victory, or the runaway win, gets a 7 on his last left. And beautiful overview there, Bud, of the scene and where we are at. We'll go to a quick commercial, and we'll come back with heat number 5.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
Thousand event, stop 6 for the men's. This is round of 32. Heat 5 in green, Dimitri Poulos. In blue, Wheeler Hasberg. In white, Hagen Johnson. And in green, David Ducarmo. And only a couple small scores. Hagen got a .75 on an up and down, and same for green. David got a .5, so no real scores to speak of yet, but the priority order is slowly starting to establish itself as those two have ridden waves. And yeah, it's a beautiful day in Morro Bay. Like we said, stop 6, so we're getting down towards the end of the season where points and standings tend to mean a little more, whether it's for sponsorship or your chance to make it to the next level. So we're here, Jeff.
We are here, and we're loving being here. I'm going to jump out and interview Cade. Darren Brilhart will jump in for a heat, and we'll see you soon.
All right, we got Hagen Johnson on the backhand flying over that first section. One of the faster running waves we've seen in the morning. So now he's found that, just came unstuck. He was setting up for the inside and came unstuck. Welcome back, Darren Brilhart. We're glad to have you. Thank you for putting this whole thing together.
Oh, good morning. It's been a fun morning so far. A lot of action. Tons of waves. We see 2 surfers splitting the peak right there. As Wheeler kicks out. And then now out the back, our surfer in red, Dimitri.
So like you've said, there has been a lot of action. There's been buzzer beaters, and it seems to come in flurries. Like right there, there's a bunch of waves ridden. Granted, none of those I think are the scores people are going to want to hold on to, but it all happens at once. So it's a rapid fire today.
It's nice to see this short period. It's kind of a mix between a wind swell and short period new swell that's starting to hit the buoys here. As we see a nice replay here for Hagen Johnson.
Yeah, he was well on his way, but then just found that little, dug the heel. And, luckily there's still 17 minutes left in the heat, so that shouldn't mean too much. Priority is red, blue, white. Just so you guys know, 16 minutes, 45 seconds. Nobody has a real score to speak of. And that's where we're at right now.
Yeah, and we're just a few minutes in, 16 minutes and 30 seconds remaining as we see the replay here on the screen. So that was Hagen, and it looks like his score is about ready to pop through. And we're going to drop it down to Jeff Baldwin with the last heat winner.
Yeah, I'm here with Cade Madsen winning that last heat, kind of running away with it a bit. Everyone else was really struggling to find the waves, and you lucked in or found that first right, you were saying, and we're kind of blind.
Yeah, it was funny. I was paddling into that wave, and I saw everyone was kind of down the beach on the left, and I was saw a couple good rights before my heat, so paddling in this wave, I was getting splashed by the white water and couldn't see because I was looking straight in the sun, so I was might as well just go and see what happens.
So surfing blind early in the morning, you can't hear us, and you're like, what's happening? But you got a 5.25, I think, on that wave, and then you got another good right, and then at the very end, you had high priority, Titus needing a wave, and you let him go on the first one. Could you tell that wave wasn't going to turn into something? Because your next left, you got a 7.
Yeah, so I kind of saw that the kind of bigger, wider waves were going pretty fast, so I was kind of not looking for those waves. I was kind of trying to identify it before my heat, and then saw that the wave that I went on kind of came deeper, hugged the sandbar a little better.
All right, so I was wondering if there was a little brotherhood thing going on, oh no, have this wave. It didn't work out for Titus anyway in the end, and congratulations, moving on into the round of 16.
Right on, appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Go get warm, and we'll see you this afternoon. Back to you guys.
All right, well, he did seem to identify the right waves because, yes, he ran away with that heat and round of 16 with a chance to go to the quarters, and that's where you really start talking about getting a nice result or the quarterfinals and beyond. But on the screen, we got a replay of Wheeler Hasberg from the Great White North representing Canada.
Yeah, I think the judges wanted to see that replay there. They haven't dropped the score yet. And score now starting to drop. The score came in for Hagen Johnson, though, a 3.75. So, White, your last score was a 3.75. So just a couple of small scores there for David, 0.5, 0.6. He's looking to get set in this heat as we see the replay here now for Dimitri. His opener was just a 2-point ride. I'm sure that's going to be thrown away momentarily once we get a couple of scores in. And there's one of the scores he needs, a 6.0 for Dimitri. So, Dimitri, your last, a 6.0. That does put you into first with the 6 and the 2-point ride. And at the moment, Hagen sits in that second position just with the 3.75 and the 0.75. And Wheeler Hasbro has the 3.4. So, Wheeler, your score, your opener, came in at a 3.4. That currently puts you in that third position. Not needing much right now, but Hagen only has a 0.75 for a second score there. And then David, looking really just to get on the board here, get things activated in his campaign in this heat number 5, round of 32.
So this is, again, setting us up for a last-minute flurry. As mentioned, the only real score of consequence right now is that flat 6 from Dimitri, but these guys are going to get going. It's just a matter of time, and looks like there's a couple more bumps coming in because we talked about it earlier. Pretty much every heat at this time right now could be a finals. Hate to see people get eliminated, but that's the name of the game, and we'll see which two are going to advance here out of Dimitri, Hagen, Wheeler, or David. So exciting stuff.
Yeah, I think today, with these, conditions that it's kind of all over the place is really is getting in that rhythm, finding that flow, and picking off the right wave. So Cade Matson, I like how he mentioned, he identified prior to the heat what waves were looking best and why it was out there. He executed that, what he had in his game plan going into that heat. He saw that wave. It didn't hit the sandbar the way he, thought that wave was going to mush out, and it did. The first wave he handed off, and then the second wave he went on, got that 7-point ride, and assured that he was going to advance in that heat.
Yeah, sometimes you get kind of obsessed. You see the biggest, tallest wave, and you think that might be the one, whereas the one that holds its energy and pushes through, then, like it said, held the sandbar on the inside, is really the one. It might be a foot shorter, but have just more oomph to it. And he identified it and dominated the heat.
Well, here we go. This is David, and he's way to the north, just on the edge of the boundary. So we're going to, Blue's also up and riding right now, but we're just going to watch David here as he finishes. Nice little fin drift to finish. And then Wheeler is up and riding. This is live action on the screen.
Yeah, while you were following David, I was watching Wheeler, and Wheeler got some work done on the outside. We just caught the end of it right there. Both of them got some work done on the inside, but I think, here's the replay of Wheeler. I think he might have got a little more on the outside right here, getting some turns tight in the pocket. There's 2 of them. And then, yeah, right about here is where we caught up to him on the inside, where it was just kind of finishing up. So we saw David's whole ride, and now we saw Wheeler's on the screen. On the screen, we've got the replay of David's ride, so you can score at home. Maybe a little sleepier through the middle, but he found the inside connection, and that's where he got his work done. So right here is where he gets the finish. And, yeah, so the judges get to compare the 2 scores. David liked it, and his high score thus far is only a 0.6. So
yeah, and then here we go. This is Dimitri on his backhand, so this was just moments ago. And this is the replay here. Nice little fin drift right there. Just so much control.
And spark.
Dimitri, he had his debut on the CT, got the wild card slot last year at Lower Trussels. Super excited to be there. Put on a great performance. Unfortunately, he didn't get out of the heat that he lost. It's pretty the World Tour to where you have that second chance, right?
Yeah, the elimination round. He
Elimination
didn't
round.
get through. I watched that heat and I was pulling for him. And if I remember correctly,
It was close.
Yeah, he flew back from somewhere. He got the call in a
He did.
contest, and then he flew back. He had about 48 hours. I believe the first day was on hold, so it gave him a night or so to acclimate. But yeah, he was he was jet setting to get there, and I was really pulling for him. But
Yeah, he was really fired up. But yeah, he went into that second round and unfortunately lost in the man-on-man. But here he is, flaring up. And so we haven't seen the score pop in yet, but we did see David's score come in, and it came in at a 5.75. So green, 5.75 was your last. So now he has a solid number on the board. And then here we go. So Wheeler up and riding.
Wheeler had the broken leash yesterday afternoon. He said it's the second time it's happened to him here at Morro Bay, so he's trying to work his way through this heat. He still managed to win his heat yesterday, and now he's going to have a score because he's teeing off on the inside. Bang, bang, bang. 3 in a row on the inside, and yeah, he only had a 3.7 as his high, so I'm willing to bet that he replaced it there.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, you can kind of, we're looking sideways at that wave. It's the surfers have really elected to surf that north peak. Score in for Dimitri, 6.5. So once again, red, your last 6.5. Dimitri in the lead with the 6.5 and the 6.0. Waiting for Wheeler's score to come through. He's currently in second, trying to improve on a 3.4. I'm sure that's going to happen as we see White, Hagen Johnson up and riding on the outside there.
Oh, he's around it. He's got a little extra bonus. Okay, so we got a 2-turn combo, got around the section, had a bonus whitewater bank. And yeah, so Hagen only had a 3.75 so far with a throwaway of a 0.75. So he's going to be improving his position. But Dimitri, the heat leader on the paddle, that drone view is just gorgeous. And that speed right there, you can see why he is the heat leader and wearing the red jersey, just flying all over. Got a little loose there, but he's already in the lead. I think he saw that section and realized it was kind of flat, so if he wanted to improve, he'd have to do something special, and it just didn't quite work out.
All right, so we're just waiting for some scores to pop through. Wheeler and also Hagen Johnson. So at the moment, Hagen needed a 3.35. However, that requirement is going to be much more once Wheeler Hasbro score comes through. And there it is, last of Blue, 6.0. So Blue, you're in that second position, now looking to replace a 3.7. And Green now requiring a 3.96. So once again, Green, 3.96. And Hagen Johnson, your last score, comes in at 3.65. This is live action, so right now he's just focusing on this wave.
Kind of a flat face right there. Nice ender, but I think he knew that wasn't going to do. You know, he's looking to replace a 3.7. That may have done so, but I think he wants to be more convincing and such. But, yeah, DeCarmo, he is in fourth place now, but since he's got that 5.75, he only needs a 3.96 to get into advancing position, and he has priority right now. So 5 minutes and 35 seconds left. Priority is green, white, red. Hagen Johnson is looking for a 5.96 to advance, and David is looking for a 3.96. Yeah, we've had some last-minute shakeups already this morning. Well, actually, over the last couple days. So this heat is starting to feel that way again. Like we said, Hagen Johnson needs a 5.96, and David DeCarmo only needs a 3.96. Wheeler, your last wave was a 2.65, so it doesn't change anything. You're looking to replace your low of a 3.7, but you are in second place. Yeah, Hagen, again, you're in third place. You need a 5.96. And David, you need a 3.96. 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
And here we go. So this is David up and riding. Nice little cutty right there. Little chop on this wave, lays it back. And a little whitewater climb. And he's just gonna, he's calling for the ski to pick him up.
He's calling for the ski. You know, I was impressed by how radical that was, but it was so smooth. His recovery was just easy as you like it.
Well, if you notice, there's just a lot of chop on this wave. You know, the winds are coming out of the north, it looks like, and it's kind of just blowing straight up into him. But he was able to get up in there and slide the tail, little fin drift, lays back. So we'll see where the score comes. He only needed a 3.96. And just a heads up, David, you need to kind of reel it back in a little bit. You are just on the very edge, if not the outside of the boundary.
Well, he needed a 3.96, and tell us what you see.
Yeah, so 6.3. So last of green, 6.3. Green goes to second. So that means blue to third, needing a 6.06. So blue, you're in third. You need a 6.06. And white, you're in fourth. You need a 8.30. Time check, 3 minutes, 15 seconds, 3:15 on the clock. You know, another thing, too, as we saw yesterday is, you know, the further north they go, the least they're going to be able to hear, you know, the delivery of scores because they're just moving further and further away from the speakers.
Yeah, you go that far up there, you might be on your own as far as information and heat situation. But some people, that's how they operate. 2 minutes and 45 seconds left. Dimitri in first, David in second. And with that last wave of David, it made Wheeler's and Hagen's needs much higher. Wheeler, you're looking for a 6.06. Hagen, you are looking for an 8.3.
Well, you know, Hagen, his high score is a 3.75, so he could do it in two ways, but right now time's a factor. And with just 2 minutes, 20 seconds to go, and it takes it at least, you know, just about a minute to paddle back out.
Yeah, so it's just a math game now.
So he's going to have to do it in one wave. He needs an excellent score. It'd be the high score of this heat, an 8.3 required for Hagen Johnson. Wheeler, a 6.06. So
not an easy score, but attainable. But
yes.
Hagen would really have to do something special because that would be the second highest score of the event. But he's capable. He's got that air game. Yeah, he's got to make it happen in 1 minute and 40 seconds if he wants to move on.
Yeah, I mean, it's really up to the ocean now whether a wave is going to come in to offer him, you know, the section that he's looking for to get that score. We're down to 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. 1 minute and 30. So Dimitri is in a good position here. He's got a 6.5 and a 6. David DeCarmo with the 6.3 and a 5.75. But we've seen the leader and second place. We've seen a flip-flop, you know, within a minute to go. That could very much happen. You know, Hagen and Wheeler getting, you know, the scores required, and the standings could change. Okay, here we go. So Hagen, he's on the forehand here. Let's see where we pick it up. They're going to pick it up with the heat leader, Dimitri. He goes down.
Well, Hagen kicked out as well, so I think he realized that wasn't the wave. But, yeah, so 35 seconds left.
Yeah, he felt that there wasn't an 8.3 in that wave, so he kicked out hoping there was something after. And right now it's kind of going a little quiet with 20 seconds remaining.
Looks like Wheeler might have a sniff of something here, but he's got to get there in 13 seconds. Hand's got to leave the rail in now 10 seconds. So we're going to be counting you out here shortly. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So round of 32, heat 5, nothing changed. Moving on to the next round. In first, wearing the red jersey, Dimitri, and in second place, David Del Carmo. Going to take a little break, and we'll count the next heat in shortly, so hold on.
Yeah, next heat.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Catching a wave. It never gets old. The tide is meant for surfing, and your vacation is meant for memories. You'll enjoy both at Best Western Hotels in California and Hawaii. After all, life is just better when there's another wave and another vacay on the horizon.
All right, welcome back. Good morning, everybody. Jeff Baldwin and Darren Brillhart bringing you the action here. Heat 6, round of 32 at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. We just saw Dimitri Poulios, our number 1 seed, winning that last heat. David DeCarmo in the green. Coming up in second, Wheeler and Hagen bowing out here at the 6th stop out of 8 on the qualifying series in the North American region. And introducing this heat, in the green, Luke Ginaldo. In the white, Taj Lindblad. Cole McCaffrey in the blue, and Shane McNulty in the red jersey. Shane on a roll the last 2 days.
And here we go already. So past champion right here, Taj Lindblad. San Clemente surfer. And he's a semi-local here. He comes up here quite often. He said he comes up here, whenever he can on the weekends.
Yeah, every other week. I mean, he's really setting his roots here over the last bunch of years with solid friends, not blood family, but family, as he was saying in one of his interviews. And what a life he's living, man. Surfing and riding horses. Talk about surf and turf, the Cali motto.
Talk about the chair up years back when he won this event and jumped on his horse and got chaired up by his horse. That was probably the coolest thing I've ever seen. Well, here we go. This is the replay. That was Shane coming undone, and this is live. No, there's another replay here for our surfer, Taj.
So you could see when Shane didn't quite complete that wave, was a little frustrated. He knew that was a money turn. Taj Lindblad, very consistent. I know he went, that was like 2 years ago or last year, somewhere through. He had a bit of an injury, and then, but he is back in form. And he has featured in the quarters and farther consistently at these 2 events up here, Morro and in Pismo. I can, see not only the win here, but when Pismo last year was like a right-hand point off the pier, and they were riding waves for 400 yards. It looked like Rincon.
Yeah, I remember that. It's kind of unusual that happens. Usually Pismo, at least back in the 80s and 90s when
terrible.
When the Bud Surf Tour used to be there, PSAA, we used to it was straight closeouts.
And what happened? Everybody, even one of the early years, PT came, and how PT goes everywhere, I'll never know. But he was sitting in the booth saying the same thing, like
right.
Ryan Simmons and myself and him going, it never was like this. But so the waves are always fun up here in the Central Coast now. So whatever happened, we love it. Taj Lindblad, your opening ride, a 4.25. Shane, your first wave, a 1.4. Luke, your first wave, a 2.75. And then a throwaway 1. Waiting for Cole McCaffrey, the goofy foot from down in Encinitas to get going. Up again, Luke Ginaldo down the way on his forehand, working through that rip bowl, so to speak. I heard you guys saying, who was it? Someone, maybe David DeCarmo, looking for the ski for the ride out, but there is no ski at this event.
Well, he was like, he kicked out and he was like gesturing like, hey, pick up. But we're just kidding, obviously. So Cole up and riding here. Nice little speed gouge. So looking very smooth.
Channeling his Rob Machado from down our way. Fortunately, we have a solid pack of high-level surfing that's happening down at Seaside all the time, and Rob being one of the feature surfers, so everyone gets to look to his mad style.
Yeah, it kind of looked like Seaside Reef right there on the inside.
Yeah, take a left and rip. So Cole McCaffrey in the game now. Just under 15 minutes left here. Moving on through this round of 32. Going to go into the women's round of 16 in 2 heats, and those heats will be 25 minutes instead of 20, so the surfers will get a little more time. Luke, your last wave, a 2.5. So right now, before Cole's score comes in, Taj in the lead, Luke in second, Shane McNulty in third, but waiting on Cole's last wave. Seeing the replay here. I like it. First wave of the heat, not trying to surf, too crazy, just flowing with the wave, matching the power of the wave. And lots of variety. Every time he gets up in the lip, it's a different turn. The judges always appreciate that.
Yeah, not trying to overdo it. And there's the score, 6.0. So score in for Cole, 6.0.
So the high mark of the heat so far. And with that, Cole goes into first place. Taj Lindblad in second. Luke Ginaldo, now that things are set. Green, you need a 3.26 to go into second. And Shane, with priority, needs a 4.6.
Yeah, it looks like we have a paddle here. Here we go. Taj. He's going to go on his forehand this time. Nice wrap back into the whitewater there. And it's that flat section. And he's just doing the Huntington hop right here at Morro Rock.
Wow, but, gaining speed every
How
turn.
was that last one?
The difference between the next, that higher level of surfer, so to speak, is they don't hop flat board. They hop with a pump, rail to rail. So they're going heel to toe, really using the ankles and the calves, the hip flexors. And Taj, obviously he's got a bit of foam in his board and just a strong surfer.
Yeah, well, so watch this right here as he gets through this nice cutty back into the whitewater. But as you mentioned right there, he is hopping around, but he's hopping from rail to rail, keeping that board speed up, and then was able to get that in and really kick the tail out. And here we go, live action for Cole. And the viewers at home I'm sure will pick up that beginning of that ride, but he flared off a couple of nice turns to start.
So not done yet and continuing to ride. We do have a score for Taj's last wave, which is put him back up into the lead. Taj, your last right, a 5.25. So the judges definitely appreciating all that work, even though the wave was flat. Started off with a couple of nice sort of lateral carves, the roundy, and then the big bang finish. Puts him in the lead. Cole McCaffrey with the score to come. After his last wave, which was the previous wave, was a 1. Here we go. Wow, Cole drifts the fins over that oncoming section. So the surfers love when they're seeing a peak in front of them as it's approaching. They kind of go through that workshop of how many turns they could do on it. Cole elected for that really nice fin slide. So are we ready for the interview? Okay, well, let's take it away. Dimitri Poyos moving into the next round.
All right, Dimitri, we're up here talking again. That means you're winning heats. You feel like you're building some momentum?
Yeah, of course. Every time you make a heat, it feels like a little confidence boost. And, everyone gets a little less stressful because you just kind of get the ball rolling. So it feels good.
Just kind of get in the groove and try not to shake it up too much. Now, the conditions today, does it feel like you're able to lean into it a little more? It looks like there's a little more punch out there.
Kind of, not really. It's still a little bit soft, but there's more wind swell than yesterday, so there's definitely a lot more opportunity, a little bigger, and just wind switch just now, so I'm sure it'll get bigger throughout the day and more fun. So, yeah.
Yeah, speaking of throughout the day, we are going to see you out here a little later. So any preparation? Just going to go eat some food, warm up?
Yeah, I'm going to get a big cup of coffee and get warm and get ready for later.
Try to stay loose, and we'll see you a little later this afternoon for a chance at a quarterfinal berth.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you.
All right, keep up the good work.
Well, there we go. Dimitri staying consistent, coming in with that red jersey, ranked number 1, has won an event this year. He's been just proving himself, going from strength to strength over the last bunch of years and really making his mark on the Challenger Series. Yes, Cole, we had an interview that happened right there. Your last wave, a 6.75. So Cole McCaffrey in first place with a 6 and a 6.75. Taj, you're in second. You have a 4.25, and your last wave was a 5.25. Right there, watching the replay of green, Luke Ginaldo. And now Shane McNulty getting his second wave of the heat. Arcing and weaving left to right, and now finds that reform on the inside and surfing tack sharp.
Well, notice that the winds have turned a little bit straighter on shore, so it's blowing more out of the northwest. Maybe it's going to just kick up this little swell, wind swell, a little bit more as we see our surfer Taj up and riding here. I like that floater to combination into the lip.
Yeah, it was cool how he technically unweighted.
Right.
He went up with power, and then you could tell he just lifted his weight off so he could, like you say, effectively float, carry all the speed with like a feather touch, and then engage the next rail.
Yeah, I mean, the floater maneuver, it's not really scored, but it's more of like a maneuver to get to the section, get over and then get into the pocket of the wave, and he utilized that perfectly.
Shane, your last wave comes in at a 4.6. You need a 4.91 to go up into second, but waiting again on a score for Taj. So that may change. Priority is with green. First priority with green. We got a bunch of scores to come in. I think Cole's was just an in and out, so it's a throwaway. Taj might increase on his 4.25. Here we see the opener. We were talking about that unweighted floater right there, and then he really drives into it.
And then it went flat a little bit, but was able to get off as he knows he's looking down the line right now and seeing the wave starting to kick back up. And is able to get a couple of nice little turns there. Actually, 3 maneuvers. The last one, a little vertical hit. So waiting for that last of Taj, we'll give out a situation. We are 7 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. At the moment, Cole's in the lead. We'll see if that changes. Taj needed a 7.5 for him to take the lead off Cole. Probably not going to score, probably not going to go there, but it looks like it's going to improve his situation. And there it is. Last of white, 5.65, Jeff. So blue still in the lead. White in second. Well, we have green, Luke. I was just going to say you're in third, but right now he wants to try to move up the ladder here with this wave. Drifts the fins there, so a couple of turns there for Luke. He needed a 4.65, Jeff.
Yeah, so after the score dropped for Taj, it increased his requirement, which he didn't know before he took off, but he's just surfing a wave, making the most of the short amount of time they have. 20 minutes, top 2 waves is what gets these surfers into the lead or whatever. Taj, your last wave was a 5.65. You're in second place. Your low score is a 5.25. Cole, you're in the lead. You have first priority. Shane, your last wave was a 4.6, and you have second priority, searching for a 6.3 to advance.
And that potentially could go up, and it probably
now
did.
It changed.
It did. So last of green, I mean, he's pretty far north, but let's see if you can hear. 5.5, last of green, moves into second. So blue still in first, green now into second. White, you need a 6.11. White, you're in third. You need a 6.11. And red, your requirement now is a 7.15. So it did go up for Shane.
Yeah, so right after we delivered all that information, Luke's score drops in. Luke goes to second, like you were saying. Taj, most importantly, you drop down to third. You now need a 6.11 with just over 5 minutes to go. Priority is blue, red, white.
And Shane, you're in fourth. You need a 7.15. Once again, Shane, 7.15.
The ever-changing flow of every heat. Right when you think you've delivered it all, it changes. Here we go. Shane McNulty, he needs this. Oh, wow. Vertical attacking turn. He really puts a lot of pressure on that back foot. I like how, too, he has a little bit narrower of a stance, so that gave him the ability to really go 6 to 12 on that first turn. He needs a 7.15. That's not going to be a 7.15, but it's going to be a nice score for him. And now our heat leader, Cole, working his way down. Blows the fins and does well to ride out, kind of jumps off.
Yeah.
I think he knew that's not going to increase his score line.
Nah, he didn't get any pop off that. Just didn't really have the speed going into that section. He's already got a 6.75 and a 6 leading this heat. But this is an important score in for Shane. So like you said, probably won't get the 7.15. He was hoping to get some more inside turns in. So, Green, you're in second. You're looking to replace a 5.5.
Yes. Yeah, Luke, that last wave of yours moved you up into second. So you have a 6.25 and a 5.5. Now Taj is chasing with first priority needing a 6.11. And Taj wasting no time. Says, I will just get busy surfing. Let my surfing do the talking.
Well,
Uncanny ability to find vertical sections in the lump and the bump. He used that priority.
Well, there's a lot of waves, so he can get back out the back, and there's 3 minutes, 20 seconds to go. I know surfers are waving their arms. They can't hear sitting that far north, but we'll run through it again. Blue in first. Green, you're in second. Looking to replace a 5.5. So once again, Green, you're in second. Your low score, 5.5. White, you're in third, and you need a 6.11. Red, you're in fourth. You need a 6.55. Red, 6.55 is what you're looking for.
Your last wave was a 5.2, Shane. So that was your best wave of the heat. Now you need that 6.55. And then Taj's wave, a 3.75, didn't get it done. 2.5 minutes left in the heat.
Yeah, and just a heads up to the surfers that are paddling out, if you're going to sit way to the north, it might be a little difficult to hear. And that is the risk that you'll have to take, sitting all the way at the boundary area.
Surfing on braille, right?
Yeah, exactly.
They're so used to always being in tune with what's happening, but it's tough because of the wind and where they're sitting to have the constant updates. But we do our best. And so, yeah, we're doing a dual simulcast. We're talking live to the beach and to the viewers at home. Shane, you have second priority. There's just under 2 minutes. You need a 6.55 to get into second place. We do have the priority light box on top of the mid-state container, so they can always glance in and know where they are in the rotation. Well, tactical move there. Luke using that priority over Taj, comes unstuck, leaves the door open now. You see that often where the second place surfer with, you know, in the last 2 minutes, not sure if they should use their priority or hold that priority. He uses it, so now the door open a little bit for Shane with first priority and Taj Lindblad with third priority. Cole out in the lead, so you don't know if he's going to even really bother with anyone at the moment.
Yep, we're down to 1 minute. 1 minute remaining. So Shane needing the 6.55. Taj needing the 6.11. And we're down to 45 seconds. So that was a flurry of action. And right now it's kind of calming down a little bit, but it looks like there might be another flurry coming through here, the dying 30 seconds.
Well, we saw a few heats ago Lucas Austin needing a score. He ended up not getting it, but with 2 seconds left, he got the peak, and the wave just let him down a little bit. 20-second surfers. So that middle sandbar not showing much.
10.
Shane paddling for a wave under 10 seconds. You want to count it out, Brillo?
Sure, here we go. Counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, that's how it ends. Cole McCaffrey with the win. Luke Ginaldo coming in second. Taj Lindblad, past champion, bowing out here in the round of 32, along with Shane McNulty. We'll go to a quick commercial break, and then we'll come back with heat number 7, round of 32.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
The world has changed, and the workplace has evolved. The option to live free of the commute and busy work life is here. Midstate Containers specializes in custom remote offices ready for your new journey. Customizable in every way, our team is ready to reimagine remote working with your specific needs. We are excited to help create the new workplace so you can embrace more of life.
Welcome back to Morro Bay, California, the home of the SLO CAL Open. This is a World Surf League Qualifying Series 2000 event. We are in the round of 32. This is Heat 7. My name is Bud Aquino. I am here with Jeff Baldwin. And in this heat, in red, we have Mason O'Toole. In blue, Jabe Surkaki. In white, Blair Barton. And in green, Taro Watanabe. So stacked heat, Jeff. Anybody's ball game in this heat, but here's a replay. Blair got started early, and I thought I saw some spray flying off his board, so looking forward to this replay right here as he gets it going on the inside section. There's that nice slash to set it up, and I think it stands up right about here. There he gets it started.
Yeah, and he, one of the first surfers that paddled out over by the rock, drifted over not far and got that left from way up to the southern end of the beach, hundreds of yards from where everyone's been taking off, most of the day. Blair Barton, first wave, a 5.25, opens it up. Taro Watanabe out there in the green, was in the last heat of the day yesterday and came through with Wheeler, but we saw Wheeler bow out in the previous heat.
Yeah, quick turnaround. Some of these guys were out here surfing in the low tide and late afternoon dusk, and they came right back here to this, round of 32 in the morning. We're going to get through this round, then the ladies, round of 16 for the ladies, and then the round of 16 for the men later this afternoon. So quarterfinalists will be decided, and we're going to be here today and tomorrow trying to see who takes the title.
Who will walk away with the points, the bucks, and the trophy, the custom trophies?
Up and riding, blue on the backhand, that's Jabe. No stranger to these waters. He's just from a little bit farther south, but he comes up here a lot, so he knows these Morro Bay waves, and he's getting it done. He was going left, and then now he's going right, and the second half of that wave was almost its own entity, so nice score going to be locking in for blue.
We are going to look forward to the replay of that.
Well, yeah, he went backhand on the right, backhand on the left, and then it reformed and guttered out on the inside, and yeah, he got a lot of work done.
Yeah. On his Ferrari on the inside, Formula One surfing.
Here we go, Jeff, talk us through it.
Well, it looks like he took off and went on his backhand, knowing that this wave was going to reform a 2-for-1, the left to right. So everything set him up for these two inside super snaps. Ooh. This is it. Yeah, it was 3, and then that layback jam. So this is going to be a very healthy score for our surfer in blue. What an opener.
Yeah,
and look at this. Score's already in a 9.0. High score of the event so far. Jabe holding the mantle there. 3-turn slamorama on the inside.
Yeah, he just kept building momentum. It's like each one got better and better and better, and there you go, the highest score of the event. Jabe is in first place with that single score of a 9. Blair in second with a 5.75, and that's how you want to start a heat.
Well, yeah, dream start there. Everyone dreams of it, and every time they come in, they say, wow, I wish I could always start a heat like that. So the replay showing, obviously he knew that the left was going to maybe find its way back into a right reform, but he was just chomping at the bit as that thing stood up down the line in front of him, and he had the speed off that rebound ricochet on the left.
So while you were watching that replay, Mason O'Toole in red had a similar situation. He went left, got a bank off the backhand, and he came back right. So we'll get you that replay in a moment here. So, yeah, that I don't know if he saw Jabe's wave, but he's found the same idea, and let's see what kind of score he got out of his.
Well, as the tide rises, maybe that becomes, you know, the new go-to.
Yeah, the inside double-up bonus is not only fun when you're surfing, free surfing, but in a contest it can go a long way. And look, you got a 9-point ride out of it.
All right, I'm going to go meet Cole for a little post-heat interview.
All right, and I'm going to call this wave of Taro Watanabe on his backhand in green, and you can see he's setting it up for the inside because you know he's got stuff like that. So, yeah, went a long ways to get it done, but he wanted to get a score on the board, and now his feet are in the wax. So, Mason, your first wave was a 3.75. Blair, your last wave was a 0.3, so it doesn't affect anything. Right now, first place, Jabe with that 9-point wave. Second place, Blair with a 5.25 and a 0.05, excuse me, a 0.5, so you want to throw that away. Mason's got a 3.75, and we're waiting for a score from Taro. There are 13 minutes and 35 seconds left. So, yeah, Jabe showing everybody out there what can be done and how to get to excellence, because that is a 9-point score. We haven't seen one of those yet. That's the highest of the event. So Thursday, Friday, and now on Saturday, we've got a wave in the 9-point range. We had an 8.5 yesterday and a few 8s, but the bar has been set. 13 minutes left right now. So Taro, your first wave was a 4.4. All right, we're going to take it down to Baldy and last heat winner, Cole.
Yeah, I'm here with Seaside Zone, Encinitas board rider Cole McCaffrey ripping it up. I saw you got this. You've been with Seco since the beginning, and T. Patterson, and you're flying through these heats.
Thank you. Yeah, water's pretty warm up here, which is rare. But yeah, the waves were fun, and I'm stoked to make it.
Well, I'm wondering, how much have you grown too in the last year or so, and how does that affect your equipment?
Yeah, it's definitely like a ever-changing thing for equipment. I actually haven't got that much taller in the last year, but before that I was kind of sprouting a bit for a good 2-3 years.
Well, we've been noticing, or I've noticed in watching you come to these events over the years, gaining a bit more bulk and now putting that really fast, nimble style, adding that power, like picking your spots, really appreciating the variety too on the waves. How does that play into how you're approaching your heats?
Oh yeah, thank you. It means a lot. Honestly, when I'm on the wave, I just try to read it as best I can. I don't think about like switching it up with variety while I'm on the wave, but I just try to read the wave.
Well, there you go. And talk about this board. You've been working with Timmy for a while, loving his equipment.
Yeah. I've been riding for Timmy Patterson for like the past year. This is a Pool Party OG. I actually kind of had tail cancer on my other one, so this is my second string one, but it feels great. Super stoked.
All right, and you're up here with your sister, Ella McCaffrey, who's won this event, who, you know, you've been coming up and back and forth with her for years. That's a cool thing, too. Family vibes.
Yeah, it's super fun to stay with her. We actually haven't stayed together in about a year, so it's nice to switch it up and keep it close to home.
Well, maybe we'll have a 2 victories. Brother-sister championship would be pretty cool.
Yeah, that would be rad.
All right. Back to you guys. Great job, Cole. And we'll see you in the next round.
Nice job, Cole. On the screen, we've got the heat leader, Jabe, up and riding in blue. He has that 9-point ride, and now he's going to back it up. And while we were away, Blair Barton, your last wave was a 4.5, so Blair got a long running left hand and got a 4.5, so that launches him into first place, but Jabe has a score to lock in, and he only needs a 0.75 to get back into that pole position. So 10 minutes and 15 seconds left. We'll bring you the scores in a moment, but as of right now, well, here's the replay of Jabe's last wave. Like I said, he only needs a 0.75 to get back in the lead, and you know, it's pretty safe to say that that'll be taking place shortly. So we'll get you up to speed once that score locks in. So there it is. So Jabe, your last wave was a 3.25. It put you in first. Blair, you are in second. Your low score is a 4.5. Taro, you are in third. You need a 5.35. And Mason, you're in fourth. You need a 6. 9 minutes and 30 seconds left in this heat.
Well, that was interesting. Cole was saying that the water's the warmest he's ever felt it up here. I've heard that from a few surfers. I know yesterday some of the guys were saying, man, I need my 2mm wetsuit. It was too warm. And when I shake their hand before the interview, they're cooking. Up and riding, Mason O'Toole. He's looking for a 6-point ride. So even though we're up here in the Central Coast and it's brisk air, the water not as cold as it can be. And I know down south where we are, the water's kind of been just maintaining it around 65.
Yeah, the coldest time of the year here is. Oh wait, do we need information?
Yeah, I think Blair White, you're in second place. You have a 5.25. Your last wave was a 4.5. You have third priority. There's 8.5 minutes left. Taro with first priority. You need a 5.35 to go into second. Waiting on Mason's last score. Looks like it's going to come in mid-range 2. A 2.25 for red. So Mason, now you need a 6 to advance. Taro wasting no time. He's not listening. He's surfing. So Taro, one of the high seeds of the event, ripping it up on the Challenger Series. We've got a whole stable of young Americans ripping it up out there in the world. You know, we've really kind of placed our flag back in it worldwide. It kind of flows around. You had Brazil with a huge comeuppance and Australia. Jabe, you have first priority. You're in first place. You have a 9 and a 3.5. I mean, a 3.25. 7.5 minutes to go. First priority. You're sitting pretty.
Yeah, like you said, we had, a decade ago, the Brazilian storm really was the news. They were the hot thing. Following them up, then the Aussies came. They started traveling in a pack again. They teamed back up.
And came back.
Yeah, they came back. The Morgan Sibilics, all those guys. I'm drawing a blank right now, but you know what I'm talking about. All those guys. They started the Mikey McDonald. They all started traveling around and they started dominating. And now, kind of that San Clemente crew has really ignited a passion up and down the coast. And now the American kids are kind of partnering up, and pushing each other. So it's good to see. So right now, I feel like the American kids are the ones really on the rise.
Yeah, we've got a bunch ready. I mean, and then, Jet Schilling won the World Junior Championships down in Oceanside 2 years ago, and then he launched out into the big party. He's ranked under 50th at the moment. I know he had some stuff going on, a few injuries, but we've got so much talent up there. We see Cade Madsen here. We see Dimitri. We see Taro. I know you got Levi Slauson, who's not in this event. And there's more that I'm not naming, but we got a bunch that we'll be featuring at Pipeline. and no better year to make it onto the world, championship tour than this one coming, since that mid-year cut isn't the same as it was.
Yeah, I really appreciate the fact that they got Pipeline on the Challenger schedule, because you figure the Challenger is the stepping stone to the championship tour, and the championship tour surfs waves like Pipeline all the time. So to really have a wave of consequence on the Challenger tour, I think it's a good thing, and I think it's actually going to separate some of the men from the boys, because some of the people that have had good results this far don't have a lot of experience at pipe, where some people might be able to leapfrog. Some of the guys that are trying to get back on tour can really jump up just from the experience.
I agree. We're going to get back to that. Blair, you have second priority. You're in second place. Your last wave was a 4.5. Taro, your last wave was a 4.2. You still need a 5.35. Mason, your last wave was a 2.25. You need a 6.0. There's 5 minutes left in the heat. Priority is blue, white, red, green. So nothing changed in that last exchange of waves ridden. Yesterday interviewing Cade, obviously, and you, I think, were the surfer from Mexico who's also going to be going to pipe. Lucas Cassidy, right? He had no experience at pipe, where Cade has a ton. So there's going to be, that little storyline within the pipe event too.
Yeah, like I said, some people that are up on the rankings, it's going to be a little sketchy, because some of the maybe older surfers, like I said, surfers trying to get back on the world tour, they've had that experience. So yeah, it's going to be exciting to see the experience and to see the new guys, new to pipe, see what they can do. But they're also good now, and the equipment is so dialed. They've got coaching.
All right, well, we see the next heat getting ready to go out. Hayden Rogers coming off a win at the last QS event. He's going to be in the next heat. We see our surfer in second place, Blair Barton, carrying a ton of speed. Wow, he almost got that ollie pop off the chop and then went up into that lip for the quick spinning reverse. Yep. Like, did you see that as he was bottom turning? He like ollied over the chop, reconnected up into the lip.
That's control right there.
Skate-centric.
I got to imagine he's going to replace that low of the 4.5 right there. So he was in second place, and it already locked in. So Blair, your last wave, a 6.5. You are still in second place. You are looking to replace a 5.25. So Jabe remains the leader. Blair is in second. Taro in third, still looking for that 7.35. And Mason in fourth. You're looking for an 8. 3 minutes.
So the task gets tougher for second, or for, to go up into second. Taro needed a 5.85 before due to Blair's last wave. Now he needs almost an excellent score. 7.35 Taro is what you need, and Mason with priority needing an 8. 2 minutes and 45 seconds left here in heat number 7, round of 32. Coming up to the final heat of this men's round, and then straight into the women's round of 16. Everyone out there watching us online, thanks for joining us. Jeff Baldwin, Bud O'Coon, Aquino. I tongue twisted.
That's okay.
Bud Aquino, sorry about that.
A lot of names, a lot of numbers over the last 2.5 days, but it's exciting stuff, and really enjoying it. And the fun thing about the women's round coming up next is after it's over, we will have the women's quarterfinalists decided, and you'll see them tomorrow. We're going to run the quarters, semis, and finals tomorrow. It's finals day on Sunday.
Well, and what switches up from today to tomorrow is that instead of 4 people in the water, it goes to that head-to-head matchup. So a little more pace between each wave ridden, a little more time to have colorful story.
Yeah, it'll be a little more of a chess match as opposed to like a frantic feeding frenzy, which has been the last couple of days.
The shark pit. Our heat leader bouncing his way through. I mean, it's amazing how it looks so stormy and windswept, and they're making the most of it. Green Taro found a little separation, rips into that first turn. Oh,
Ooh.
Man, again. So he's loving what he found in those first 2 sections. Will he get a little bonus work on the inside? Oh, they switched to red. Mason O'Toole.
But Taro did finish it off, and he had that combo deluxe on the outside. He was looking for a 7.35. Blair looking for the 8, and they are both ripping the bag out of it.
So both surfers giving the judges something good to think about. Mason found a rhythm of magic, then pokes the nose. Blair, you have priority. There's 45 seconds left. We have waves ridden by green and red that we need to score. So you're out the back alone.
Here's a replay. Well, that's Jabes. I think Jabes is pretty safe, so I think the real replay interest is going to be in Taro and Mason.
And it's really going to be about Taro's 2 opening turns, the connection and what he did when he finished. You said you watched it live, the camera crew.
He got it done at the end, so.
So, wow, 15 seconds left. I think we're going to be counting the heat out and tallying scores once the horn has blown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And then here's this replay of Taro. Bang, bang, 2-turn combo on the outside. You know, this is where the camera cut away. He worked it to the inside. He's looking for a 7.35, and he does finish it off nicely. So judges get to break that down. And
I mean, he couldn't have done much more. So sneaky, powerful, and fast on those first turns. And then here, this wave lined up beautiful for Mason, and he looked like he was off to potential score. Got a couple of really sharp turns until that.
All right, you guys, in the next heat, we've got to hold for a couple minutes. We're ironing out some scores, so hold tight.
And we might be going to a commercial break, and then we'll come back, let you know what happened, and introduce the next heat.
Well, we're not going to go to commercial. We're going to watch these replays first and try to get a better sense of what's going on. That was one of Blair's earlier waves, so they're probably watching that to compare. That way they can compare some of these later scores to something that's already occurred.
So is this his 6.5? I mean, was that Blair's 6.5? That must have been, but or maybe this is. I mean,
So the judges have the benefit of the replay. They get to watch a few of the waves earlier in the heat.
Hang on, we'll just deal with that next time.
Yeah. Okay, so I don't know. I mean, Taro's too.
So for those of you at home seeing the replays, that's so the judges can compare and get the scores right. So,
well, we know Blair, those 2 weights of white were a 5.25 and a 6.5. Then Taro gets this wave at the. Oh, this is one of Taro's earlier waves. This is Taro's maybe 4.25 earlier in the heat. When he gets up in the lip, you got to expect some exciting stuff. So it's really going to come down to this last wave of Taro's. Drives off the bottom, super compressed in that first turn, and that's where he gets to open up full rail and speed. And like the other surfers that they were comparing, there's that slow bit in between. They've got to kind of milk it to try to finish. So Taro was looking for a 7.35 to go from third to second.
yeah, the bulk of the points are going to come from that first 2-turn combo. The first one.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Just ride one time for your mind.
Everybody, exciting finish to that last heat. Thanks for joining us here at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. We are into the Heat 8 round of 32. We've got Hayden Rogers coming off a win at the last QS event. Manuel Selman in the blue. Johnny Corzo in the white and Nick Marshall in the green. Another barn burner, super stacked heat. Can't wait for the action. 20 minutes live, and then we're going straight into the women's round of 16 after this. The heats will go to 25 minutes. What an exciting finish at the end there. Hayden or Blair Barton holding on to second. The tallies coming in. Taro got the opportunity, and you'd have to say all the points were in the second turn. The opening turn was really clean, setting up the second turn. Then the wave went flat, nothing doing in the middle. And even the finish, there wasn't a lot of speed, so it really was hedging on that, the two opening turns. But beautiful surfing there.
Yeah, so close. And, you know, the differences are fine right now. All these guys are surfing so well. Like you said, just a little more speed on the inside or a little, maybe one more turn in the middle, but that's the way it shakes out. So
our surfer in blue, Manuel Selman, our Chilean surfer, lives in Dominican Republic. What a place to live. Our goofy foot surfing for Chile. We've got a gold medalist in Johnny Corzo. We have Hayden Rogers coming off of the win at the last QS event, the Corona Cero Surf Open down there in Cerritos, Mexico. So super confidence builder for him. Here is our Mexican surf star, Johnny Corzo, who held the mantle as the top dog for so long. Now you've got quite a few surfers from Mexico and the Mexican national team really bonded together going out into the world. Quick scores in. Manuel, your first wave, a 1.75. Johnny, your first wave, a 2.5. All right, bud, take it away with Jabe after that last heat win.
all righty, I'm down here with Jabe. So 9-point ride, highest of the event. Did you know that thing was going to come back and reform right, or was it a pleasant surprise after you hit the lip and looked over your shoulder?
Yeah, not at all. Honestly, I saw the kind of right coming at me and just figured that was an end turn and the end of the wave. And that high tide, some of them kind of have the sneaky double up. So kind of looked for it, but the fact that it opened up and let me do 3 turns was definitely a bit of a dream surprise. So.
Yeah, that looked like one of the punchier waves of the day, the way it all came together. And yeah, the inside, you built momentum, and it was just like bang, bang, bang. And the third one was even bigger. That, did you think it was a 9, or you knew it was a good score right off the bat?
Yeah, I was definitely confident. Even just getting a couple turns out the back, I was like, okay, it's probably going to be a low mid-range. And then having the inside line up like that, definitely knew it was going to be a keeper out there at the end of the heat. But no, I didn't really know what it was going to be and just kind of figured just need to get a backup and should be sitting pretty solid.
Well, the flip side to that was it looked like you were kind of searching in the second half, trying to back it up, correct?
Yeah, I'm stoked that first wave came and that worked out. Definitely, I don't know if loss is the right word, but was searching around and didn't really find another wave that had that line to it. So it worked out that I got that one early on.
Well, good job. We love seeing you hang those big scores, and we know you're familiar with these waters. So any shout-outs or anybody you want to say hello to?
Yeah, obviously the family at home watching, brother, love you guys, friends that are down here supporting, and friends at home watching. Thanks for the support.
All right, well, we'll see you this afternoon with a chance to go to the finals day, so good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, nice, yeah. Jabe walking away with the high score of the event so far on that lovely round pin CI, the epoxy with the wood stringer. Here we go, up and riding. Hayden Rogers finds his first wave, blows the tails. You could see that tail high, using the wind to parachute him through. That was a great example of air wind right there. Hayden Rogers coming off a win at the last event. Clean, strong opening first ride for him. 5 minutes off the clock. Now Nick Marshall the brother of Jake Marshall, who has had again, Jake Marshall was also one of the surfers that was coming to all these events early on. Well, the launch pad has worked. And now Nick Marshall ripping down on the inside left. If Jake's tuning in, good luck this year. We'll see at Seaside. Nick has been ripping. For a while, he was on some boards with a little bit fuller noses and kind of good to see him on a compulsory shortboard, so to speak.
Well, it seems to be working, and like you said, if his brother's watching, I think that wave should bring a smile to his face because he got that air reverse on the inside, kept going. So I've got to imagine that's feeling good to get a start like that for Nick Marshall in green. Yeah, his brother is kind of like a quiet killer. He's unassuming, real nice, easygoing guy, but does he destroy? And he's got a secret, quiet power game that people are starting to realize.
Yeah, he really settled into himself and his confidence and the lines he was picking, and obviously working with Taylor Clark and, the Sharp Eye crew and defining what it is that makes him have his best potential on his boards. Hayden ripping into that while you're doing the interview. I was saying that was a great example of surfers using an air wind. He used that to just hold him up, and the judges are going to eat this up alive. So we got a bunch of scores to come in. Back to Jake. Yeah, he really found his relaxed power game in the last year, which was great to see. So, and also for him, the comfort of knowing he had avoided the mid-year cut early, kept getting great results and building on confidence. Had some close scrapes at the end where he was right there, could have had a hard heat, but can't wait for this coming year. Got married this fall, so
a lot of things happening
to him. Yeah, he's going out into the big wide world, married and feeling good.
Well,
now, though, brother Nick waiting on his score.
Yeah, we just saw the replay of Nick, and we're talking about his brother Jake, and props to the parents because they've raised a couple mighty fine surfers in that Marshall family.
They have. Yeah, and they, they were working with Chris Gallagher for a long time when they were really young.
That's smart.
Yeah, so here we go. We see Ella McCaffrey waking her way down the beach. Cool to hear her and her brother are bunking up for this event. Over the years, they've kind of stayed separate, doing their own things. So a little family vibe. Blue has his score coming in, trickling in. The judges backlogged with so much ripping, right?
Yeah, although there's no waves coming in right now, the judges are somewhat thankful. It gives them a little time to catch up before the next flurry because, they got to break down every single wave and make sure they get it right. So they get a little downtime right now between sets. There's 11 minutes and 25 seconds left. And things are going to shake up once those scores come in. So we'll bring them to you, and we'll let you in the water know as soon as we hear them.
So wait, is it just me, or did the wind in the last little bit, right around Hayden's wave, switch to this side offshore into the left now, where before you saw the strong white caps coming in at us?
It's not just you. I'm seeing the same thing.
Okay.
Well, the forecast wasn't for much wind this afternoon. It's almost like it had a little mid-morning funk, and now that the sun's getting a little higher in the sky at, 10 after 10 in the morning, it's kind of settling into what we're going to have for the day. But there is a little breeze still, just adding an extra element for the surfers to negotiate.
Well, Hayden used it to his advantage. All right, so scores almost all the way locked in. I guess we can say, Manuel, your second wave was a 5.5. So Manuel with a 1.75 and a 5.5. Johnny opened with a 2.5. Nick, your first wave, a 6.75. Waiting for the last judge. There we go. Hayden, an 8.25. So Red blowing himself out into the lead with an 8.25. Great opener for Surfer in red. As it is now, Hayden in first, Manuel in second, Nick in third, and Johnny with priority needing a 4.76. 10 minutes on the clock.
Dream start for Hayden. Last heat we had a Jabe with that dream start 9, and now Hayden's following the trend with a excellent score of 8.25. And, yeah, he's off and running. Now he's back out there with second priority, and he's going to back it up. Yeah, we got to save that because I'm sure that's going to, the 8.25, you're going to see that in the highlight package later. At the end of the day, they go through all the highest scoring waves, so if you don't get to watch all the action today, you can tune into the post show and at least get caught up on the level that was presented today. So we'll have that at the end of the day. But right now we've got round of 32, the last heat of the round of 32. And then in the next round later this afternoon, we'll decide the quarterfinalists. So got a few more hours, but we've got 9 minutes left in this heat. As of right now, Hayden Rogers with that excellent score of 8.25 is out front.
As you look out there and there's a little separation, Nick Marshall up here farther to the south where we saw, I think it was, it was in the last heat that the surfer in white, Blair Barton, took off way to the south his opening ride. So not many waves have been surfed up in this southern portion by the rock or somewhat by the rock. Nick Marshall electing to surf up there right now, knowing he's in fourth priority.
Well, it's also peak high tide, and at the higher tide yesterday, there was kind of a little thing happening over here, so maybe he's searching for that. But like you said, fourth priority, sometimes it's best just to get away for a little bit.
So yesterday we were having to bark at the free surfers, and the day before, the whole day. Today there's no one down there. Here we go, red. Hayden Rogers with his second wave. Again, flying into this oncoming wind. Lots of variety, nice layback roundhouse.
Well, quick back up to that 8.25. I mean, he's got a lot of time left. He's at least going to have something now. At least going to have a second score on the board. It's 7 minutes and 30 seconds left, so he's sitting pretty right now. I mean, anytime you start with an excellent score, you got to feel pretty good about the heat. So, yeah, he's backed it up. And, yeah, he's going to stretch his lead for the time being.
Yeah, and that side shore, offshore into the left's definitely picking up. You could see how Hayden on that wave having to carry some weight on his front foot with his front shoulder, cutting the wind, so to speak, and then transfer the weight straight to his tail, then back to his front foot, just due to the strength of the wind coming into the face of the wave.
Well, it feels like it's just in the last 5 minutes, it's pumped up about an extra 5 miles an hour. So, yeah. That air wind, those guys, they like it to stick their board to the bottom of their feet, and that's why you saw that 8.25. But right now, this is Nick Marshall. He is sitting on a 6.75, so he wants to back that up.
Well, he's going to find something on the inside. He had to work hard for it, but he needed a backup. That's going to be a small score, but it's going to, he needs a 0.5 in the scheme of things to go into second. That's how tight this heat is, even though there's only just over 6 minutes left, guys. Just over 6 minutes. Manuel with second priority, White with first priority. So there it is. Nick, you get a 2.75. Nick Marshall in second now with that last wave. Manuel, you have first priority. You need a 4.01. And Johnny, you have third priority, and you need a 7. So Corzo with only the one wave so far. With this high tide, it's gotten a little trickier to find waves. We're right on peak high tide. And so priority definitely playing into it. Red, Hayden, your last wave was a 4. You're in first place. Opening ride, an 8.25. Backup wave, a 4. There's 5.5 minutes left. You have second priority.
So, yes, the ocean does seem to be taking a little time out right now. And as anybody knows, that peak high tide can do that. There's a 10, 15-minute period right when it can't decide if it's going up or coming down anymore. And it could create, some flat moments like this, which are one thing when you're free surfing. But when you got 5 minutes left and trying to get to the round of 16, it definitely complicates things.
So touch and go right now between second, third and fourth. Johnny only has the one wave, so he doesn't have a lot of time to get that back up. He needs one score of a 7 to go into second. Nick Marshall wants to cover and better the 2.75. Manuel with a 5.5, needing a 4.01. So expect fireworks at the end. And Hayden now with that 8.25 in his back pocket kind of has the freedom to just extend or hang out or do whatever he wants out there in the lead.
Yeah, Manuel is still in striking distance. Johnny's probably, yesterday he was in the groove, and then
big time.
Today it just changed. So I don't know. He's got 4 minutes. Could get 2 waves in that time.
Well, we know the surfing's on point. The board under his feet is on point. Now, the mystery side of it needs the wave, right?
Yeah, just from in the groove yesterday afternoon to kind of not finding what he's looking for as of yet. But he's got 4 minutes left. And we know he can do it. It's just, will Mother Nature send him an opportunity?
Well, that first heat of the women's coming up next. Everyone ranked in the top 16 on the QS series. So really tight stuff there on the women's side coming up. Right now, Nick Marshall looking to better the 2.75. And Manuel down the beach. Whew, Nick flaring the tail. You can see that crisp wind, bud.
Well, Nick found that wave in fourth priority, too, so that's going to work out quite nicely for him. But Manuel a little past him, yeah. So
Nick was happy to surf behind him.
Yeah.
No harm, no foul. And Johnny Corzo way down the beach, going into this deep gutter, big backside slam float. And it looks like he connected through. My gosh, this wave just continues down the sandbar. He is far, far down the beach.
Well, that was quite a racetrack on the inside, but he needs a 7, so excitement with 2 minutes and 45 seconds left.
Well, he needed a 7, and then both Manuel and Nick have waves, so where this will go, we don't know. 2.5 minutes left. Our heat leader, I think, is out the back by himself. Yep, there's Hayden Rogers sitting all alone with 2.5 minutes.
That's what's one of those odd variables about this sport. When he took off on the wave, he needed a score, and then when he kicked out, he probably needs a higher score because these guys all got waves as well.
The flurry of action, and we love it as surf fans. So at one point, Nick was behind Manuel and kind of took his foot off the gas, it looked like I don't need to go over this next section. That was a beautiful turn up into the pocket, these little peaky wind lumps offering opportunity. So right here, he's kind of looking at him going, okay, I'll just stay in this section. That is definitely going to extend on his 2.75.
So, yeah, he may have just shut the door on
well, Manuel, yeah, again, and Manuel, what he needed is going to increase.
Yeah. Like I said, Nick got that from fourth priority, and it could really be beneficial. So, yeah, scores dropped in. Manuel, your last score was a 1.4. Nick, your last wave was a 6, so that leapfrogs you into first place. Hayden, you are now in second place. Your low score is a 4.
Oh, my gosh, and Johnny Corzo, the replay of him down the beach, I mean, he went into a sandbar that nobody's tapped into the entire day. That wave was pretty amazing.
But like we spoke about, after the scores came in, he now needed a 9.75. So what he needed when he paddled into the wave was
increased by almost 3 points.
Yes, so things change in real time as he rode that
All right.
wave.
Manuel scrapping on the inside. There's 50 seconds left in this heat. Nick Marshall jumped into first. Hayden in second with priority now. Manuel up and riding, needing a 6.76. He comes unstuck, so you could say that's the end for him. Waiting on the score for Johnny. It's not going to be a 9.75, though. It's a 5.55. So Hayden up. So these two ripping with 20 seconds left. I guess it's just determining who's going to come in and do the interview, right? That was a wicked wave for Hayden. 10 seconds left.
Yeah, Hayden slammed the door shut on that. He was looking to drop a 4.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, exciting finish, a confidence boost. Hayden Rogers seems like he's going to get a great score. He needs a 4.5 to go to first, which we rarely talk about. But Nick went up into the lead for a minute. Hayden got this blazer down the beach. Look at that. Tuck knee, drift into this layback. Beautiful surfing there from last event's champion and now into the round of 16. So, and then this was Nick behind him. Oh boy, I missed that. So Nick Marshall throws it in the air. Who knows where this is going to land? I know it's going to be a big score for Hayden. 7.5 for Hayden Rogers, 8.25 and a 7.5. He goes back into the lead, and Nick isn't going to recover on that, but he's advancing through. Congrats to both of them. We'll go to a quick commercial break and come back with the women's round of 16 Heat 1.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Straight back out priority and into this way.
Oh my! Deep one for Weston Webb. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
In the 805,
We're fueled by the pursuit of the path less traveled.
we're artists,
Shapers and creators.
and we love every minute of it.
It's more than a beer.
It's a way of life.
Tucks it tight into the corner, and she gets that rebound into the inside right. And in the foreground, you see Sanoa in the red on her forehand. So a lot of action here. Look at this opener for blue. Beautiful. All four of these women ranked in the top 16 on the qualifying series for this year. So a lot of shuffle happens here from this event on going into the next two after this. This is the 7th of 9 events for the women.
Yeah, and round of 16 is a nice result, but everybody wants to keep advancing, and then the next round, the quarters, is where you really start to talk about keeper results. So this is a critical round to try to get to the quarterfinals because everybody wants to be involved on finals day, and that's tomorrow, but you've got to finish in the top two today to make it there.
Yeah, and in this heat, two champions from this year, Ella winning an event earlier and Sanoa winning the opening event, the Vans Jack Surf Pro. And then Ella taking the win at the next event, the Virginia Beach Open. So, and due to the way it was, the Vans Jack Surfboard Pro was a 4,000, so she took away a bunch of points there. And then Ella getting 2,000 from the Virginia event. I love this camera angle here, Bud, with both surfers in view.
Well, now we're cutting to live. That's green. That's Ella McCaffrey on the backhand. That's into her second turn already. You can see the offshores kind of accentuating the spray.
Oh, wow. She's really found herself a gem. This one, different than some of the others over there, has stood up so vertical all the way through.
Well, she already had a 2.75 early start, so you know that's going to improve. And now she will have 2 scores once the judges iron that out. So nice start for the surfer in green, Ella.
Surfers coming in this round, 3rd and 4th get paid.
So yeah, with we're now in a 25-minute heats, so a little more time since there's a little more on the line. And yeah, Ella McCaffrey with that early start, that 2.75 and another score to lock in. Sanoa and Daya, we're still waiting for scores for you. The surfer in blue kind of took advantage of what some of the guys have been doing with that go left, bank backside, and then she caught that inside right-hand reform. So that's what I saw on the replay for blue. Up and riding Sanoa on the forehand. Looks like she's got an open face ahead of her. Is it going to stand up? She's setting it up, cutting it back, and here comes the inside section. Nice finish. So did some cutback work to get in there. She saw that convergence on the inside where the wave got into shallower water. She got to the end, and she finished off nicely. So yeah, still got a couple scores to drop for green, red, and blue. So as mentioned, we are into 25-minute heats now, so these surfers have a little more time to find their 2 scoring waves. Round of 16, so after this, we got the round of 16 of the women right now, then the round of 16 for the men later. So we are getting down to the really exciting bit of the tournament. Here's a replay for blue on the screen. Judges are probably checking out. This was her first wave where she went backside, banked it off that oncoming section, then found the right reform. Get some nice work done on the inside. And then you got red in the background right there. Still waiting for some scores. A lot happened at once, so the judges will get you squared away. But during this meantime, I think we're setting up for an interview with the last heat winner, Jeff.
Yeah, I'm here with Hayden Rogers. He's coming off a win at the last event, obviously taking a ton of confidence out of that, looking like everything is firing on all cylinders right now in this event.
Yeah, coming off that last event win, it feels really good. Just trying to keep things simple and surf.
Well, keeping things simple, did you notice that the wind shifted kind of right during your heat? That first wave you got, it looked like, and I was saying, oh man, this is a great example of air wind because you got that big reverse, which ended up being that 8.5.
Yeah, the wind here has been pretty offshore, but it kind of turned before my heat just into the lefts, which is nice for there, so it worked out.
And then you had that little last-minute internal battle, not internal, but with Nick. Nick took the lead, and then all of a sudden, right there with 30 seconds left, that dream left came, and you got a 7.25.
Yeah, we had a pretty slow heat, and it ended up getting pretty grindy. I found out I was in second towards the end, and then that wave just came to me, so yeah, it worked out good.
Well, you are ripping, and it's so fun to watch. Into the next round. We'll see you soon. Good luck later this afternoon. 25-minute heats and taking that win into the future. Bye.
So there we go. Hayden Rogers with kind of you mentioned the free form approach, the KISS method, keep it simple and surf, and it bought him a heat win. So on the screen right now, we have a replay from Ella. That's her first wave, I believe. No. This is the second wave that still being worked on by the judges. Got a lot of work done. She found one of those left-handers that continued to stand up and let her hit the lip. So as of right now, blue, Daya, you're in first with a 6. We're still waiting for a score from Sanoa and Ellie. So, Ella. Ella, your last wave was a 7.5. That jumps you to first. Green, Ella, your last wave was a 7.5. Your low is a 2.75. Second place, Daya. In blue, you've got the 6. And we're waiting for Sanoa's last score. And you're seeing that last wave from red on the screen. Judges are still ironing out the number for that. Should be dropping in shortly. But we're at the 16-minute and 40-second mark. So the score has locked in. Sanoa, your last wave was a 5.85. So right now, Ella is in first. Your low score is a 2.75. Sanoa, you are in second. Your low score is a 4.25. Daya, you're in third. You need a 4.1 to advance. And Maddie, you need a 2-wave total, and you have priority.
So it took the took the judges a while to get that 7-5 score locked in for Ella, correct? During that whole interview, that was cool. Well, what a wave for her right before I stepped out. Kind of, we have not seen a wave like that from over there, and she found it. Just picked the eyes out of the ocean, and what a gem.
Yeah, that's a nice start.
So now the conditions cleaning up again. So as this tide is maybe deciding to turn around, this peak all of a sudden becoming the feature, Ella McCaffrey.
Yeah, Ella McCaffrey's surfing a zone right here that really hasn't been surfed too much today. I mean, Cade Madsen had a wave that ended off right there, but she's identified that as where she wants to sit, at least for the first half of this round of 16 heat.
Well, it's cool. A lot of the surfers, either they're up off of the jetty area here, or whatever you break wall, or they're a little further to the north, up tucked in the sun on the sand dunes.
But as we know with the beach break, I mean, there will be consistent zones, but a wave can pop up anywhere at any given time. So sometimes it's planning, sometimes it's just luck of the draw.
So look, for the first time in the last heat, I was saying we haven't had to call out the free surfers in a while, but free surfers down to the north, if you can make sure to paddle a couple 100 yards, 100 yards further north, there's a blue barricade on the sand, light blue barricade that's kind of marking the edge of the competition zone, and you're right on the edge of that. Thank you, free surfers. They've really crept over into the zone. Looks like red. Sanoa, who's consistent as can be, up in second. Our surfer from Canada, up and out.
Yeah, that was a big paddle, and then the wave just kind of disappeared. But at the same time, yes, she didn't lose any ground. I mean, priority shifted a little bit, but at least she didn't have to go all the way to the inside to realize that wasn't a wave that she wanted. Yeah, the free surfers, please give us about another 100 yards. Free surfer on the longboard in the black suit, please paddle about 100 yards north.
Yeah, you see the competitor in red real close to you.
Yeah, thank you. These women surf fast, so they could be on top of you in an instant. So please give us a little more room. Thank you.
And they have sharp tongues. No.
Well, they got sharp noses on their surfboard, and fins are sharp. I mean, surfing can be dangerous. We don't want any interference, and we certainly don't want any tangle up. So,
look at this off the peak in front of us. Wow, so the drone angle showing it, third priority with green, so she can't go there, but white uses it. Maddie Stanton, and up and down. Sanoa down the way, can't get into it.
Yeah, unfortunately that set rolled through, but we have blue. We have Daya on her backhand, starting off, banking off that white water. Steep section, sets it up. And now she's into that inside racetrack where you try to find that steep section. There it is again. So a lot of work getting done there.
So a nice second wave for her. Oh, she's been quiet for a while now, 7.5 minutes since that opener, which was right on the buzzer. Nice finish there for Daya McCart to add to the 6-point ride she had in the beginning where she got the left into the right. So now priority out there, priority with green. The wind picked up during the last heat, stiff side on offshore, and now it's seeming to be the calmest it's been all day. You can really see how smooth the water's gotten there with that drone angle. There's the Indian head of the Morro Rock, or whatever you want to call it. Well, it's uncanny how much it looks like a face.
Yeah, there's another one behind us, too, on one of the Morros on the way over that kind of has a similar feel. Yeah, they line up all the way to San Luis Obispo, the 7 Morros. They are...
and there's a hidden one, right, out in the ocean?
Yeah, created by the volcanic plates over shifting over time. Enough of the geography. We are here for surfing, and here is Sanoa in red slashing it up, and she was wearing the red jersey, meaning she's the top seed, and I think she just showed us why.
So will she get the 4.91? That is the critical thing she needed. The wave for Daya came in at a 4.75. Blue, your second wave of 4.75. Score straight in, a 7 for Sanoa on that last wave. So as you were saying, that is why she came in with the red jersey. Now Ella in second with first priority. Daya, you are in third place. Your last wave was a 4.75. You need a 5.01 to go up into second. Maddie, you have second priority, and you need a 9.75. So Maddie, really on the underbelly of this heat, has only gotten a 1 and a 0.2. Kind of just out of rhythm at the moment. But 10.5 minutes left. It only takes 2 waves. And voila, you're right back in it.
Yeah, you figure we've got a 7 and a 7.5, so there are a couple good-sized scores already out there. If Maddie can get something on the board before long to chip away at it, it'll give her a little time to hunt around at the end of the heat. But right now, she needs 2 scores to get back into it, realistically. But Daya just looking for the 5.01, so Ella's second-place spot isn't that safe right now with Daya right there chasing her down.
Yeah, well, Daya has the 6. Ella's last wave was a 3.5, but that was a while ago. So obviously with priority, she's going to hang out and pick a wave that she can extend on that 3.5. Now with the tide past its high, starting to drain out, it's offering a bit more facey reform. So they're not fighting the lump as much. The waves are cupping out a bit more, like we saw happen yesterday.
Sanoa, you are in first. You have a 7 and a 5.85. You're in fourth priority. There are 9 minutes left. So yeah, look at that drone shot. It looks glassing off again. Every 15 or so minutes, the wind kind of does something different. And at this moment, a little bit of a side offshore. You see that peak over towards the rock, feathering a hair, but a little cleaner on the face right now than it might have been, say, an hour ago.
And you wonder if it's deceiving. The surfer's sitting out there looking at those lines coming around the rocks, starting to feather. And I guess it's all about, do they pop up over on the sandbar where they are?
I think they've all kind of realized that chasing the outside crumble bomby might not be the way.
Not the way, yeah. 8.5 minutes left.
Yeah, the big scores have mostly come from the ones that line up on the inside and double up. So, yeah, it's easy to identify them from here because we see every wave through its entirety. But out there, like you said, it's a little deceiving. So,
man, I always get it's 8s and above from here, right?
8s or lates.
All right, quick breakdown. Sanoa, you are in first place. You have a 5.85 and a 7. Ella, you're in second place with first priority. You have a 7.5 and a 3.5. Daya, third place. You have a 6 and a 4.75. Looking for a 5.01. And Maddie, you need a 9.75. 7.5 minutes left here in Heat 1, round of 16. The two surfers winning go off into the quarterfinals for the head-to-head matchups.
Seven minutes left, so we're humming right along in this round of 16 Heat 1. Like you said, the 2 surfers in this that advance out of this heat will be in the quarterfinals tomorrow morning. So that is that's what's on the line here in this round. And not only the quarterfinals, but man-on-man quarterfinals. So a little more time to spread out in the heat, maybe do a little better surfing without jockeying for position so much. But you got to get through this heat first to get there. And Daya up and riding, looking to replace a 4.75. And, yeah, she's right back out there.
Yeah, so oftentimes when you see a surfer, when they're all in a tight bunch and you see a low priority surfer get given the wave, not be like hidden or snuck away and get a good one, you kind of have a feeling they're really going to have to work to make this into a score. That's why the other surfers gave them the wave, and that's the nature of priority. They're all so attuned to reading the waves as they're coming in from the horizon, and they know which waves are good waves or bad waves, like earlier with Cade Matson giving Titus the opportunity when he needed a score to come from third, but he knew that wave was just going to fade out, and then Cade ended up taking the next one, and it becomes a 7.
Now, I do find this odd that 3 of them are right on top of each other. It looks like Maddie wants to break away, but yeah, for a moment there, they're all kind of wadded up in the same zone, maybe keeping an eye on each other.
Well, Maddie has second priority. She's the one really up against it, needing a 9.75. Ella with first priority, so everyone's she's the anchor and everyone's bouncing off her. She's going to hold that inside. 5 minutes left.
Free surfer, we see you on the camera. You're getting a little close. We need you to paddle a few hundred yards north, please.
Oh, are they like in the lineup?
Yeah, you can
with
see
them?
him on the camera. I mean, he's.
They're getting caught in that current.
Yeah,
as the tide pulls out, it pulls them that way.
That's the rip bowl, but yeah. So he heard us. He's making his way out of the way, and the women are heading out there because there's a set kind of in his direction.
Yeah, it just broke on them.
4 minutes and 25 seconds left. Daya is still looking for that 5.01 and Maddie for a 9.75. Meanwhile, Sanoa in the driver's seat with a heat total of 12.85, followed up by Ella in green, sitting on 11 points.
Well, interesting.
They're all circling each other.
Well, while we got this short break, welcome to the Central Coast, the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. We're having a great time up here. A beautiful Saturday in early December here. Prime conditions, and you get to reap the bounty of living up here every day. Oh, Ella. So she's using that priority. What do we got, bud?
She's going on the forehand. She's decided that the right is the way for her, and she's got 2 turns done already. Just will the inside stand up? That's been the question, and it does, and she finishes off clean. And, yeah, she's looking to replace a 3.5. She's got a 7.5 on the board already. She's in second place, so if that wave is a 5.35 or better, that'll leapfrog her into the lead.
It will put her back in first and it does, just by a fraction. Ella, your last wave, a 5.4. Ella McCaffrey back to first. Priority change. Priority is red-blue. Just under 3 minutes. Ella goes to first. Red has first priority now. Now, what that means for Daya in the blue is she needs a 6.86. And Maddie is in a combination situation. So an uncharacteristic heat for Maddie Stanton, coming in that top 16, on the series so far, and just can't find a rhythm in this heat.
Yeah, just a head scratcher how sometimes every wave comes to you, and then some days you just can't buy a wave. Yeah. And unfortunately, that's kind of where she's at right now. And we know she's capable of so much more, but it's just she's been on the wrong side of every set, it seems. But 2 minutes left. Ella holding on to the lead, Sanoa in second, and Daya in third, still looking for that 6.86 to try to advance. But as of right now, Ella and Sanoa are, in the positions you want to be in.
Yeah, looking like it's.
Looks like Sanoa's keeping an eye on Daya. Sanoa's got the first priority, and Daya's got second priority, so that is how the game is played. Especially with 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Daya only needing that 6.86, so yeah.
If Ella ends up holding on, can I do the interview?
surfer in red is keeping an eye on her because she is in that advancing position and does not want to relinquish that to the surfer in blue. So that's why you're seeing this little bit of...
Yeah, and you wonder now, too, with the separation, since Ella used that priority, got the score, goes into first, she can kind of paddle away. You wonder if some random wave is going to just pop up in front of her and get a nice victory lap.
Yeah, it
happens so often.
Yeah, it wouldn't be surprising.
45 seconds left. Red is going to hold that priority, stuck like glue to Daya.
It seems that way, and you know she's experienced. She understands that things can change with almost no time left, so she's not going to take that chance, or so it appears.
30 seconds.
Yeah, she's going to be real tight buddies with Daya for the next 19 seconds. Not going to be much separation between the two of them.
Well, a lot at stake. We're down to 15 seconds, ladies. Countdown happening shortly.
4, 3, 2, 1. There it is. Ella McCaffrey takes the win, and Sanoa Dempfel Olin in second place. We'll see them tomorrow in the quarterfinals in a head-to-head matchup with some surfers to be determined.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Discover the beauty of Morro Bay. With its stunning coastline, hiking trails, and wide open spaces, you'll find plenty of outdoor activities to enjoy. Take a stroll along the beach, rent a kayak and explore the bay, or take in the beauty of the iconic Morro Rock. With so much to see and do, Morro Bay is the perfect destination for your next outdoor adventure. Experience the magic of Morro Bay and book your trip now at morrobay.org.
Zoe Panettiere in the white Auburn Hilly and in the green Ruby Stringfellow. We just saw Ella McCaffrey and Sanoa Dempfel Olin moving on through into the quarterfinals tomorrow. So congrats to both Ella and Sanoa. Another strong result, but they are not done. Eye on the prize. Lots at stake at the end of the year.
Yes, those two have kept their campaign going, and like you said, we'll see them tomorrow for a chance to build more points and hopefully get onto the next level, which is the Challenger Series. So that's what all these surfers are battling for, and points, prize money. And, I mean, we're getting towards the end of the year, so there's stuff like sponsorships and whatnot that, you know, depending on where you finish in the rankings, that means something too. So a lot of factors go into why these last few events mean a lot.
Yeah, and it is, you know, it's a wild time out there in the surf world and sponsorship packages. There's some who are sponsored, and then there's quite a few, you know. You see the surfboard manufacturer logo, and that's it. So there's a lot of unsponsored, and so the ones that are probably have layered contracts with, you know, tiers of where they finish in the rankings, incentives and all that.
But then again, some of these other people are trying to build their resume too and say, hey, you know what, I finished here in the qualifying series and I've got this going on. So, I mean, standings, bragging rights, a little cash money. There's a lot at stake here. Here goes Auburn on her forehand, attacking, just unstuck at the end. So we do have a couple scores Auburn's first wave was a 2.5, and Ava's first wave was a 0.5. So gentle scores, small scores. But, yeah, we're going to send Jeff down to talk to the last heat's winner, Ella McCaffrey, and we'll have that in a minute for you. But right now, Auburn has 2 waves. You know, we're waiting for another score to drop in, and Ava only has 1, and Zoe and Ruby are both waiting to get going. But they got 21 and a half minutes left to do so, plenty of time. An additional 5 minutes have been added to this round to promote more surfing and hopefully better scores, and they've delivered on the better scores thus far throughout the morning. So the formula is working. All right, there's that. You got Ava Wagasser on the screen right there in the red jersey. The red jersey means that you are the top seed, or that is the top seed, the highest ranked surfer of this heat. And Ava happens to be that person wearing the red jersey in this heat. So Auburn, your first wave was a 2.5. Your second wave was a 2. That puts you in first place. Second place, Ava, 0.5. 20 minutes and 30 seconds. Looks like Ruby cutting it back in the green jersey, waiting for that inside track. She's seen a lot of waves and high scores go down in there, so that's where she wants to be. Finishes it off right there with that pink surfboard, highly visible against the dark blue Central Coast waters. Adds a little flair to her aesthetic. So just under 20 minutes left, and the heat slowly starting to take shape. All right, it sounds like we're getting ready to take it down to Jeff Baldwin and Ella McCaffrey, who won that last heat. What's going on down there?
Well, we are getting good at this because Ella keeps winning, and good to see you here again moving into the quarterfinals. We've had some great year after year events here. Talk us through Forecast.
Yeah, I just signed with Forecast, new brand. I'm really excited. Shout out to them. Thank you so much for the support. The clothes are awesome. Really, really grateful for you guys.
All right, well, we had to get that out of the way. I know you're working with Taylor Clark and the Sharp Eyes, but when you paddled out in that heat, you sat way to the south, but you found the gem of a wave.
Yeah, I was able to find a good left over here. I got out of the water, and my brother told me that was a mistake, so I'll listen to him next time. I should have moved back north after that.
Well, you know, hard to deny that you got a 7 on that wave and it guttered in perfect, but fortunately you held priority for a while and then ended up getting that right and just getting the score to go back up into first.
Yeah, we had a lot of waves at the start of the heat and then it kind of slowed down, but I was really lucky to find that one at the end and move back up into first.
All right, well, you got big goals to get onto and maybe finish number 1. You're chipping away into the quarters. What's the vision for the rest of the year?
Challenger Series is definitely the goal, but just taking this event one heat at a time and, yeah, and enjoying the road.
Do you want to say hi to your folks or what's going on?
Yes, shout out to my parents. Happy belated birthday, Mom. And shout out to my brother for being here and for his support.
I love it. Team McCaffrey on the podium. That would be pretty fun. All right, back to you guys.
Pretty funny to hear that her brother harshed her on one of her decisions, but it sounds like they got a good relationship, and he might have given her a hard time about that, but he's going to pat her on the back now. Had a couple waves ridden. As of right now, Auburn is still in first with a small total of 4.5. Ruby, you are in second. That wave was a 3.75. Ava in third. You have a 3 and a 0.5. You need a 0.76 to advance. And Zoe, you're looking for a 2.91. And the beach marshal wanted me to remind you, the competitors, that round of 16, those that get third and fourth place, don't just run off. He's got a little paperwork for you. So if you unfortunately are eliminated in the round of 16, You still have to check with the beach marshal. He's got a little bit of paperwork to iron out with you before you take off. And it looks like we have got the man, Darren Brillhart, back in here. Welcome back, Darren.
Oh, thank you very much. So what's going on here?
Right when you showed up, a big set popped up, so maybe you brought the increase in swell with you.
Well, the winds have kicked up a bit. It seems like it's just kind of swirling around. So it looks like blue, Zoe, wave number 2. As she just opened up with a 0.85. And then here we go. It looks like live action here on camera. So Ruby.
That's that pink surfboard we've seen flashing up the beach there.
And then now Auburn. She's on her forehand.
She's building momentum down the line on this one. I think she's looking for that inside section. She did some real attack moves on the inside section yesterday, so I know that's what she's hunting down. She gets to the end, and it just kind of fizzles out on her, but still got 15 minutes and 50 seconds left, so she will be right back out there.
Can't believe we're already into the round of 16.
It happens fast because the surfing is fun, and there's been a lot of action, so those buzzer beaters really make time go by, you know.
And we do have scores in. So last of green, a 4.15. Last of blue, a 4.75. And last of white, a 2.55. I'm sure you already delivered Red's last wave at 3.0. So situation as it stands right now with 15 minutes to go. A lot of waves already ridden in 5 minutes. We do have Ruby Stringfellow out in the lead with a 4.15 and a 3.75. Zoe Panetera in that second position. And she's looking to drop a 0.85. So she's in a good spot right here to increase that second position. To take the lead over Ruby, she's looking for a 3.15. So once again, Blue, you're in second. To take the lead, you're looking for a 3.15. Auburn Hilly in third position, needing a 3.06. And Ava needing a 2.61. And yeah, I don't think the free surfers can hear us, but if you can, please, you need to move over. So once again, you need to move further north, please. We appreciate it. I know the boundary is pretty much right where you're at, but we're asking.
Oh, one of them's a lifeguard. He's waving. He's talking to him. He's letting him know. That guy waving right there. So thank you, lifeguard.
Oh, there we go. All right. Well, we appreciate it.
City of Morro Bay showing up. Yeah, so, I mean, we're going to ask the competitors nicely, and we don't want to have to send the lifeguard out, but they are on duty.
So, White, you're in third. Right now, you're looking for a 3.06 to get in second. Your two scores, White, your two scores is a 2.55 and a 2.5.
Well, you mentioned a lot of waves have been ridden, and there have been a lot of waves, but no real scores of consequence. You see Zoe in blue, she's got that 4.75 as the high single wave mark as of right now. But, you know, then you look and you see Auburn only needs a 3.06 and Ava only a 2.61 to at least put some additional pressure on, because it's early and they're still going to look to replace waves, but everybody's right there. There's no real clear-cut advantage at this point.
So what you're saying is I got a chance. Now, the heat is wide open, and the highest score of 4.75 so far by Zoe. 13 minutes remaining. Heat number 2, round of 16.
Yeah, quarterfinal berth on the line.
As we, going to transition to man-on-man heats starting tomorrow.
That's where a little bit of a different strategy comes in. People tend to get a little more selective. And, well, up and riding right now, we got Zoe on the north end. That pretty flashy spray on the surfboard accentuating the top turn she's doing. And she likes that left. She's got a tall section, and she finishes it off up there on the north bar. That's Zoe in blue. She is looking to replace a low of 0.85, and she's going to do that.
Yeah, and then some. So I'm sure once the score pops in here, she's going to go to first. Zoe found the wave she was looking for.
Here's the replay, Darren.
Yeah, here we go. So setting it up here. Nice little swooping cut back there, just staying in the pocket of the wave. And then she saw this lining up here, getting that board speed up and tagging it almost vertical on that finish move. Stand by for score. Indication showing that it's going to be enough for her to go into the lead.
It's feeling that way.
11.5 minutes to go. There it is. Last to blue, 5.0. Blue to first. Green drops to second. And white now, your requirement is a 5.35. So once again, white, you're in third. You need a 5.35. Red, you're in fourth. You need a 4.90. And it feels like the surfers are kind of heading back towards where we're standing at right here. So a little bit further south.
Well, the tide's starting to draw out, so that's probably making some of the waves closer over here stand up more, which wasn't happening at high tide. And what's interesting about that last wave of Zoe, she already had the highest single wave score of the heat at 4.75. She's just increased that, so she truly is setting the pace in this heat. I mean, it's just a 5 and a 4.75, but as of right now, that's what everybody's chasing.
So Zoe looking strong. We're just about halfway through this heat.
So yeah, the tide is going to start falling out a little bit. We'll probably see them come a little closer to us. And closest to us right now, that was white. Auburn with a little look, but she passed up on that one. And you can see on the drone view, there are a few lines, but the wind direction almost makes the lines look like they could be more than they are. But Auburn likes this one. Or excuse me, no.
Yeah, it's Ruby.
That's
here
Ruby.
We go. Look at that nice drawn out cut back here. She's got a lot of face in front of her, right in through the lip there, and she get around. She does. So maybe a little finish move here on the inside, throws the tail right into it. So Ruby getting probably her best.
Yeah, and she was already in second place, so strengthening her position, if not leapfrogging into first. She needs a 5.6 to go into first. Either way, she's still in advancing position. And here's the replay. Yeah, so she gets going, gets that nice cutback, opens up the shoulders a little bit, hits this lip, gets the tail out, but managed to keep some speed, gets around that section for a bonus insider and cleans it up nicely. Nice completion. That's at Ruby in green, and waiting for a score to drop in. She was already in second place.
And there it is. Last of green, 6.5. So Ruby goes to first. Zoe drops down to second. And now the requirement for white, Auburn Hilly, a 7.2. And the requirement for red, Ava Wagaster, it needs a 6.75. So once again, white, you're looking for a 7.2. Red, you're looking for a 6.75. And it feels like red's been sitting out there quite some time holding down priority.
Well, we talk about that priority. It can be a double-edged sword. I mean, it's nice to have your choice, but then again, a lot of the strategy of get busy and keep moving underneath has produced earlier today. So she will have her choice, but yes, she is definitely enjoying the priority and kind of sitting on it for now.
Well, hopefully the wave that she's looking for comes in here. We're down just under 8 minutes remaining.
Just as you said that, she's having a paddle and a look, but that's not the one she's looking for. So still has her choice. 7 minutes and 40 seconds left. She's looking to replace a 0.5, but ultimately she's looking to replace both that and a 3. So 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Priority red, blue, white. Auburn, you need a 7.2 to advance. Ava, you need a 6.75. Ruby, you are in first. Your low score is a 4.15. And Zoe, you are in second. Your low score is a 4.75.
What a beautiful day we have here.
Yeah, this morning had a little bit of a wind bump on it, and it made me nervous. But look at midday glass, not always the case in Central California, but here we are, December. It's the holiday season, and Morro Bay has delivered us some pristine conditions. So thank you much, Morro Bay.
Well, I felt the complete opposite when I got here. When I saw the onshore wind and it was a little messy, I was glad that the winds kind of blew through the night a little bit, and it pushed in that wind swell, offered a little bit more waves. It seems like there's more swell on the buoys, and also for tomorrow we might even get another pulse of a mid-period swell.
I saw that.
That should peak up and kind of offer more opportunity, breaking maybe on the further out sandbar. But here we go, 6 minutes remaining. Some waves approaching, and we have Ava on her backhand, very patient, waiting for this wave. Let's hope it pans out for her. So far, looking pretty strong. So a couple of nice cutties there in the pocket, and hoping this thing's going to line up on the inside, maybe do a little reform. But she kicks out, just didn't really offer any opportunity on the inside. Just a couple of nice little wraps in the pocket. She's going to increase on her score. She'll need something more, though, as we are down to the 5 minutes 30 seconds. So there's the score in 5.0. So that does bump her into third. Ava, you're now in third, looking for a 4.75.
Yeah, that was she waited a long time, but she found a nice clean open face, and she got some swoops across the outside, good enough for a 5. So, yeah, Ava now only needs a 4.75 to advance, and that bumps Auburn down to last place, needing a 7.2. So Ava waited a while with priority, but really improved her situation there. Much more attainable, the 4.75 with 4 minutes and 50 seconds left.
Yeah, she did. She got her best wave. I think Zoe's going to probably need to better the 4.75.
And here she's going to look to do it here.
Well, here we go. So let's see if this thing is going to... No, I didn't think it was going to pan out for her. So she kicks out. Still plenty of time on the clock. 4:30 on the clock. She'll get right back out in the lineup. It's a quick paddle out when you just kick out quickly.
So the race for second place, I'm looking at it. Zoe has a 5 and a 4.75. Ava has a 5 and a 3. So they both have the same high score. It's going to become the battle of the backups.
It will. And here we go, Auburn. Now she needs a 7.2.
Well, now with Zoe getting another wave, no, that doesn't. So, yeah, Auburn will still need a 7.2. Ava still looking for that 4.75 to get into advancing position. You got 3 minutes and 45 seconds left.
And Zoe, here we go. Kind of a mid chip wave right here. Didn't break on the outside bar. Hoping this thing's going to line up on the inside. So kind of going through the motions here. No, the wave didn't really offer much. I think the wave let her down to try to improve on that 4.75. And Auburn, maybe a little better looking wave. She gets around this section here, but she can't. That wave just ran without her. 3 minutes, just a little over 3 minutes remaining. The waves are starting to feather out on that further out sandbar there as we see Ruby, our heat leader, jams one in the pocket. And another little fin drift there to finish.
You can tell that felt good by her body language. Yeah, that little fin drift, the board got loose, but she still had a power element to it. So, yeah, first place. There's a good chance she's going to replace that 4.15 and solidify her, her lead and ticket into the quarterfinals tomorrow.
Yeah, she's having a really good heat at the moment.
Efficient, too. That was just, her fourth wave ridden? Yeah, so...
And each wave improvement.
Indeed.
From the last. Here we go. Really important wave here for Ava. So great first turn. Carves it back here. It's hard to tell if there is a reform section on this one, but it appears not. And she kicks out. So was that a 4.75? We'll see. If not, she still has 2 minutes remaining. Looks like Auburn's still going to need the 7.2.
Yeah. Unfortunately, she just didn't quite find the rhythm in this heat. She's kind of been scrambling a little bit, but maybe she'll get one more. She's got priority. And we've seen 9-point waves today, so a 7.2 is not, out of question.
And with a minute and a half to go, you can see the surfers right there and kind of on the edge right now of the event site.
So the wave in question right now is the last wave of red because she needed a 4.75 to. Oh, green, you are in first. You are in first. We're waiting for your last score. You have a 6.5 and a 4.15. There is 1 minute left.
Yeah, at this point, the judges are looking at all the reviews. They're comparing. So this is Ruby's wave right here. I think she's going to improve on the 4.15.
Agreed.
It's pretty safe to say that, and she's going to extend that lead. She's looking solid.
I'm pretty sure we're going to see Ruby in the quarterfinals.
Well, there it is, a 7.0 for Ruby. Now the score for red. What's it going to be? 30 seconds remaining.
This is the one that counts right now because she's looking to leapfrog Zoe, and she needs a 4.75 to do it. So for those of you scoring at home, is that a 4.75 you're looking at right now?
Well, the judges are looking at the exact same replay you guys are. So we're waiting for scores. We're down to 10 seconds.
Zoe, you're in second place right now, but
Counting
Ava
in.
is locking in a score. 4, 3, 2, 1.
And once again, we are waiting to see what Ava's score comes in at. She needed a 4.75.
Both Ava and Zoe waiting patiently to hear the result because there's a lot on the line right here of this score.
Well, here we go. This is the replay of Zoe.
This is earlier. I think this is the comparisons they're making right there.
The judges, asking for replays. You can see it right here on the broadcast.
Yeah, because that was Zoe's 4.75, and Ava needs a 4.75, so they have to compare to see, how they stand up against each other.
Yep, and this is I believe
this is
the 5, or is this the
I think
wave?
this is the one we're looking for. Either way, the judges have it sorted out, and they are comparing because we want to get it right. Like we said, Zoe had a 4.75, and Ava's looking for a 4.75 to leapfrog her, so that's really the two comparisons.
So once again,
we're on hold out there, ladies, so give us a second.
All right, decision time.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do, or not.
At a quarterfinal finish, so like I said, round of 16, heat 3, and 2 will move on, and 2 will unfortunately be eliminated. I've got Jeff Baldwin back in the booth with me. Welcome back.
Yeah, bud. Glad to be back. Didn't want to miss any of the action. Look at this. White up on her first wave. Talia Swindoll, who just, was sharing the good vibes yesterday. She is no stranger to these high-pressure situations, wanting to get on through into the quarterfinals tomorrow. Behind her, Scout Mitchell on her first wave in the red. Both regular foots. That one fades out in the deep spot for Scout, and now Brendan Beckman. So a series of waves. Everyone on the jump right into the beginning of this heat.
Yeah, no one can accuse this heat of a slow start because 3 surfers already up and riding. And, the judges, they had to do a lot of work at the end of that last heat. And now as soon as this one starts, they've got a lot of work to do again right off the bat. So 2 minutes down, 23 minutes left to go, and we got 3 scores coming in, and I'm going to go talk to Ruby.
Yeah, look at that. Beautiful pink board coming through with the win on that last heat. A big result for her. So we will get those scores when they drop in. Thanks, everyone, for joining us here on a beautiful Saturday morning at the SLO CAL Open here in glorious Morro Bay. We had a wild morning. There was some strong onshore, side shore, went to a brisk side shore, and now it's seeming to really mellow out. The replay here of Talia Swindoll. This is her opener. 3 of the surfers in this heat got waves off the set. Where will it all shake out? Talia got a kind of maybe the best of the 3. There's a nice view. Saturday sailboats out in the bay. You see that offshore breeze. Right now, though, we have Blue up and riding. We'll go to the interview after that wave. And Lola has to do that little hop through the flat section. Here we go. It stands up on the inside, carrying a ton of speed, engaging that rail. Sharp carve down, and look at that setup for that. Oh, having to hop, though, as the left ran out into the right. And quick up and again, Scout goes over the front of the board. So that's 2 waves that kind of hit the deep spot. Talia, your opening wave, a 6.0. Brindley, your first wave, a 2.75. Scout, your first wave came in around a mid-2, and your second wave under a 1. Lola, your first wave, a 4-point ride, so we're all set with those first scores. 21 minutes. Talia, you have first priority. Scout second, and we will take it away to an interview with Ruby Stringfellow after that heat win and making it to the quarters.
Yes, indeed. I am down here with Ruby, and she just told me she was having fun out there, and that's what I was going to ask you. You didn't get a lot of waves, but I could tell by your body language like you enjoyed the ones you rode, so you're competing and having fun. Am I right?
Yeah, for sure. Always trying to have fun.
Well, that seems to be a formula that works for you. And those left-handers, they kind of kept giving and giving. Is that were you looking for those on the way out?
Yeah, I was for sure looking for those little double-up lefts. I was watching the heat before mine, and I just kept seeing a bunch of those lefts, and I was just thinking, we're going to go on that peak.
Well, being a goofy footer, I understand that. Now, where are you visiting us from?
I live in the Taro Ranch, so South Orange County.
Okay, and do you have any beach breaks like this that you specifically chose to warm up at?
I don't think there's anything like exactly like this, but I'd say probably like T Street or, yeah, probably T Street is the most comparable to this.
Last but not least, that's a flashy spray. Is that your signature? Are you running all your boards this color, or is there a message behind it?
Well, pink's my favorite color, and yes, I do my boards every single time. They are pink. It doesn't matter what shade, but they have to be pink, so yes.
All right, so that's Ruby's signature spray, and you're in the quarterfinals. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much. Shout out to all my friends, my family, and my sponsors. Thanks you guys so much for the support.
See you tomorrow morning. Good luck.
All right, great interview. Thank you, Ruby. Pink is the quiver. Doesn't matter what board it is. That is the signature for Ruby Stringfellow. In the meantime, we did get to those first scores in. Darren Brillhart, how are you doing this morning? Holding things together. The ship sailing.
We're moving.
We're moving. Yes, good.
It's going. The sails are up and the wind's pushing us along. So.
Well, the waves are continuing to pump. The tide is drawing out. Now we see this left sandbar really becoming the main play. Talia Swindoll opened with a 6-point ride. Lola opened with a 4. Brindley a 2.75. And Red, this is her third wave, Scout Mitchell. So her first 2, she kind of hit the flat spot in the middle. She is focused to make it on through and get a good score on the board. There we go. Nice finish there for Scout Mitchell.
All right. Well, she's going to get her best score. She opened up with that 2 and just a 0.75 for a second. And scores, for everyone else as we were doing that interview, blue was a 4.0, so Lola Fleming 4.0. The high score so far, Swindell with the 6.0. Talia Swindell 6.0 your opener and a 2.75 for Brinley Beckman.
Yeah, so Talia out there on that swallowtail she was riding yesterday, that CI that she loves. She's built them for a long time.
I've seen a lot of swallowtails lately.
I love
Kinda
a
like it.
swallowtail, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I used to ride too on the groveling type of waves.
I liked how they kind of broke water at the top of the wave, a
Mhm.
different feel than the round pins or the squashes or thumbs.
Yeah,
And there's something kind of just badass about them.
Yeah,
I always thought.
on my shortboards, I never really rode, rounded pins or whatnot. It was always the squash tail or the swallowtail. But now it's just, I don't even have a swallowtail on my quiver. It's really all just round tails or, pintails on my guns. That's if I do get out in the water these days. Well, waiting for Last of Red to come in as 3 minutes into this heat number 3, round of 16.
Well, nowadays, Brillo, we talk about surfing much more than we surf.
That's true.
Although
Or
I'm in the water
surf.
all the time, but
Well, that's
I know-
good, yeah.
Yeah, I'm always out there, but not on my surfboards.
There we go. Well, score in for Red of 4.85. So Scout Mitchell, 4.85. That does put her in the lead. She's got the 4.85 and the 2.0 as her opener. And early stages, 25-minute heats, you're definitely changing your strategy up from, the 20 to 25-minute heats. Can be
Yeah.
a little bit more patient.
I didn't even notice that we'd switched to it until I looked at the clock after the ending of the first heat. And I'm
Right.
like, oh, that's right. That's why it was kind of mellow. We weren't at such an insane pace those first 2 days. Yeah, the first 2 days, banging out 24 heats, 7 o'clock start and a 4 o'clock finish. It's a long day and a lot of keeping focused. There was no end of surfers riding waves, especially because it was small and consistent. And, we had an average of 20 plus waves ridden in every single heat. So
Yeah,
that's a
especially-
wave a minute and not a lot of time to breathe.
Especially on the high tide yesterday when it moved into the inside sandbar, everyone was, capitalizing on just about every wave that came through. Here we go. So Lola Fleming,
wow,
she goes back into it there and kicks out. And out the back here, who do we have, Jeff?
We got Brenley now. She needs a 3.26, so that's not going to get it done for her. And also, I was so surprised Lola water bugged into that last one, and then it didn't end up being a wave for her. Here's our surfer Talia Swindell with that 6 in her scoreline. This is going to be a nice way to back that up. Very adept at getting the board up into the lip, so the timing, very crisp for her, even though there was that wind coming and it was a really flat-faced wave.
Yeah, super smooth. She wasn't forcing anything. She was kind of going with the flow with the wave and not having to hop around. Just clean surfing. A couple of turns there. She's going to back the 6. She doesn't need much at all to get into the lead. So most likely she will take over the lead from Scout. 14 minutes to go. Here's the replay here. Just a little roll-in. Roll-ins are fun. Just a quick little snap to start. So just kind of trying to let the wave build up, being patient, and really the only quality turn I would say is just the last turn there.
Well, while we have a quick break, I want to give a shout out to Coach Ryan Simmons and the whole U.S. national team down in Peru for the ISA World Junior Games. Those kicked off this morning at 7 a.m. Peruvian time. They're about 4 hours ahead. So yesterday afternoon, towards the end, they had their opening ceremony. No doubt today they'll compete all day, and then they'll get back into the hotel and tune into us.
There we
so
go.
He was sending cool messages. So we're sending vibes down there to Team USA and the World Juniors Games. A lot of the surfers that are here in this event, I know Talia has been a part of all that. Yesterday, actually, in the post-heat interview when she won, I asked about that. Will Green get into it? We'll get back to that story. Oh, wow. A lot to deal with there for Brindley on that wave. Talia, your last wave of 4.25. So Talia back out into first place with a 6 and now a 4.25. Priority red, blue, white. Just under 13 minutes left. I was asking Talia in the post-heat interview, are you rooting for him? Of course she is, but it's so intense being involved in those juniors or any of the world events because not only are you surfing a lot of heats, more heats than you ever surf, but you always have to be there for the entire team. So it's not about the individual surfer, it's about the entire team. So once your heat's finished, you're on the beach, you're there all day, and there's no break.
Oh, I've seen it.
It's exhausting. So
it is.
Talia was like, yeah, I have PTSD from being in those because it's so taxing. Ooh, big set. Look at that. Scout Mitchell in second. And way down the line, Talia found another one, but it doesn't offer much other than the one turn. So as the tide draws out, Brillo, we knew that the swell was a little bigger. Now it's really starting to show its true size because the way that the sandbars making the waves stand up out the back, where this morning it was quite broken up.
Yeah, that was the first wave that we seen on the outer sandbar. And it had a lot of bump and chatter on it. It was really difficult to ride. But we're still waiting for that score. That was Scout Mitchell.
Yeah, and then way down the way, Talia, after her last left, was on the far bar, and she got a wave, got one hit, and then same thing, the second section didn't really offer much. A lot going on with, here's the replay, so she kind of had to hit it under the lip, and then she ejected.
Yeah, I mean, super difficult to ride that wave. It's soft and a lot of bump going right into you.
Yeah, and
Moguls.
if that front inside rail bites before you even get your first turn, you've already been set up for failure, and that was kind of the case there. But there's 11 minutes left here in this 25-minute heat. Talia still out in the lead. Scout, your last wave came in at a 4.9. And here we go. Talia gets to ride on this right towards us and the judges, swinging through, carrying this board speed rail to rail, hoping for a final big turn on the inside, covering a lot of ground. It's going to stand up for her. There we go. Nice.
Oh, no.
Little drifty layback.
Yeah, and this is live action right here. Brindley. So she's way on the outside here. She took off. And it's starting to clean up a little bit more here on the inside. So this wave has a pretty good pace to it. And one more turn, and she can hang on. She does.
Wow, difficult wave to ride. There was a lot of interference. Every time she wanted to engage the rail on the bottom turn and gain speed, there was a lump kind of canceling that out. But she got herself up into the corner multiple times with a nice finish. So Brindley took off needing a 7 to get up into advancing position. That is going to help her cause immensely.
Talia, her last 2.6. And, I mean, she was getting through that flat section really well, using her rail, keeping her board speed up. But unfortunately, went down on the move that she spent so much work and time to get to that point, right?
At a certain point, you wonder if they're like, okay, I give up. let this wave be over. And it seemed like at the very end, maybe she thought that oncoming left was going to stand up taller than it did, and it really just faded away on her. So Talia has a 6 and a 4.25 her last two waves. Throwaways still in the lead. Scout in second. Priority is with blue. Lola, you now need a 5.75. You have a 4 and a 1.95. Brindley, your last wave was a 4.65. You need a 5.1 to go into second. Priority is blue, red, white. 8.5 minutes left.
So, are you getting updates from Ryan? Is he giving you some insight?
No. Before I went into that, I actually went and I looked. He hasn't texted, but he did yesterday. I'm sure they're still down there at the beach with that 4-hour difference. Like, it might just be coming to an end now.
Mm-hmm.
What time are we? 11:30, and they're 4 hours ahead, or maybe 3. I'm not sure with the time change. So as we get closer towards maybe once we're into the men's round, they might be tuning back in. I'm sure they're full focus, during the event. Talia on another one, so she's been covering a lot of ground from the north and the south into this playing field that we have for the competition area.
Yeah, much smoother face on this one. And like you said, covering a lot of distance here, kind of rebounding, going right. Smashes that right there.
Yeah, surfing casual. So these are long waves, so the fitness level definitely taking a part of this. And like I noted, she had started the heat way to the south. That the last 2 waves were way to the north. Then she got that right, paddled back out into this other left that's further up towards the rocks and more right in front of where we are in our mid-state container.
Covering a lot of ground. 7 minutes remaining. And score in for Talia, 5.6. So she extends the lead. So once again, Talia, your last, a 5.6. So your 2 scores, a 6 and a 5.6. And right now, Scout Mitchell in the second position, needing to take the lead off Talia, a 6.7. And here we go. Lola, she's in 4th and needing a 5.75. That's not going to do it. She's going to reset. 6:20 on the clock.
Man, it's tricky there with the tide drawing out and the waves standing up taller, and it looks like they're right on the, that X marks the spot, and then it hits that sandbar and runs away. But look at this. She gets a rebate wave on the inside. This one's standing up with a lot of speed. Blast that oncoming section. A nice comeback wave for Lola Fleming there, needing a 5.75.
And then Brindley also was way out the back, but she went down on her wave. Will probably catch it right here. So good first turn there in the pocket. And right here, she just got hung up, it looked like, on the lip.
A little, just a fraction late to the section, and the lip bit that top rail. And then Lola surfing on her toes, doesn't work out on the first wave, but instantly gets that rebate wave, which is going to be a nice score for her.
And then now Scout gets hung up on that first turn, but gets around it. She's got a little open canvas here. Setting it up. She's eyeing something down there, so there might be a little section at the end here.
Well, I like that.
There wasn't.
Yeah, the wave faded away. I like it. Earlier in the event, one of her heat wins, named after one of the characters in To Kill a Mockingbird. Brindley, you have first priority. There's just under 5 minutes left. Your last wave came in at a 4.6, or actually, no, we're waiting on your last score, sorry. So you're in 3rd at the moment, waiting on your last score. You need a 5.1. If it's better than that, it's not. Score in a 3.45 on your last wave, Brindley. You are still in 3rd with priority. You need a 5.10. 4.5 minutes left. We are waiting on the second wave of Lola. She had an inside wave that stood up really nicely for her. It's a 4.45, Lola. You go into 3rd. Now you need a 5.3 to advance. Brindley, with first priority, you need a 5.1. Talia out in first place with a 6 and a 5.6. Scout, you are in 2nd. So it's a tight race with Scout and Lola and Brindley.
Yeah, at this point, with 4 minutes to go, kind of a battle for 2nd. Not that Talia is completely safe. You never know.
Well, she's got those 2 high scores, and then the other 3 surfers, no one's gotten over a 5, and that is what the requirement is for Lola and Brindley. Scout would love to obviously better her 2nd place position with a higher score on her next ride. 3.5 minutes, surfers. Priority green, white, red, or green, white, blue, red. But yeah, back to Ryan Simmons. Hopefully he'll tune in later.
Yeah, the little insight breakdown.
Yeah, when they're down there, they're full focus. They, not only does he have all the heats he's got to manage, and there's 2 surf sites all at once, so there's sub coaches, and there's a lot of moving parts. He has no time to be checking in on the webcast of what we're doing.
And it's a pretty large team too.
Oh, it's big. If you look at Ryan Simmons' Instagram, there's a nice picture of them by a big Christmas tree, the whole team, and there's like 20 of them.
And competing surfers.
Yeah,
all. Like 20 competing surfers, so I know that division. So what divisions? It's U18. Yeah, that's a big squad right there.
Yeah. So if you check out Ryan Simmons 1374, you see the picture of the whole U.S. team down there in front of the Christmas tree at the opening ceremonies.
Well, this is Lola. Here we go, setting it up right in through the lip, and unfortunately, it just got a little soft for her.
Man, so. Really timing where you're going to execute that first bottom turn. Is it halfway down the face, all the way down? Is going to set up success in that top turn. And a few surfers getting stuck in the lip. Well, obviously battling the wind coming up the face into them, a crumbly lip.
Yeah, I think she did the right thing. She waited, but the problem was that wave just really didn't offer anything because it died out right after she lost that wave. So here we go, 1:30 on the clock. Our heat leader, Talia, she's on her forehand. She's pretty much going right, left. She's doing everything here in this heat, doing everything right with a 6 and a 5.6 the moment. 1 minute, 20 seconds to go. Brindley holding down priority.
Yeah, so coming down to the wire here with not long to go. Green looking for a 5.1 and blue looking for a 5.3. Fortunately for them, it's been consistent. Here we go, Lola. She's got some paddle hops because she's gotten into a few waves that I didn't expect her to. Working this wave all the way through, running down the inside left sandbar. You could see with the body language there, the wave not giving her the opportunity to go for the score she needed.
Yeah, that's, we're at that tide where it's breaking on the outside, but not all the waves are really, have enough steepness, to try to get that, she's only looking for a 5.3, but she just needs the opportunity. She needs a wave that's going to stand up for her. We're down to 15 seconds, ladies. So as this heat winds down, 10 seconds. Brindley, she's going to use her priority. We're counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, so blue didn't get up before the horn went, so that's not a score. Brindley was doing her best. She's still milking this thing through, hoping it stands up, maybe looking for something dynamic at the end. That wave fades on her. She was looking for a 5.1. Well, we're going to go to a quick commercial break after this score locks in. Beautiful view there of Morro Bay and the harbor and the Morros going back up into SLO CAL there, up into San Luis Obispo. We will come back with heat number 4, round of 16.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
All right, we are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
Catching a wave. It never gets old. The tide is meant for surfing, and your vacation is meant for memories. You'll enjoy both at Best Western Hotels in California and Hawaii. After all, life is just better when there's another wave and another vacay on the horizon.
Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for joining us here at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. Stop 7 of 9 on the Women's QS Tour here in North America. We have Vela Mativ in the green, Reed Van Wagner in the blue, Eden Walla, the number 2 ranked surfer at the moment, in the white, and in the red, Alana Lopez. So another stacked heat. Who will make it through into final Sunday? We just saw Talia Swindoll and Scout Mitchell make their way into the quarterfinals tomorrow, so we switch up to the head-to-head matchups tomorrow. Welcome back in the booth, bud. Having fun out there in the sun. Great interviews, by the way.
Well, thank you. Same to you. I'm having fun the whole time. I assume you are too. And I just noticed that it feels like everybody's moved back towards the rock. Earlier on, the middle of the beach was where all the action was, but in these last 2 heats, we have drawn back closer to the majestic Morro Rock. Perhaps the dropping tide has influenced that decision, but yeah, here we are.
It feels like it definitely has influenced where the surfers are sitting, although, you know, sometimes when we get the drone angle, it's hard with the viewers at home, the front beach angle that you're seeing right there on the screen when the drone comes in, or the pulled away shot, you can really see where they are up against the further south end or way to the north. In that last heat, we saw Talia covering a lot of ground from starting here on this southern peak all the way down to the farthest north peak and then back again.
Well, whatever she did, she found the right formula and she won that heat, and we're going to see her in the quarterfinals.
Let's go say hello.
We'll say hello to her and ask her about the changing conditions. Meanwhile, we've got Reed Van Wagner up in blue and Alana Lopez in red. So on the backhand, that's who the camera is on. That's young Lopez. Comes from a family of strong surfers. And on the inside, Reed Van Wagner finished it up. The camera went away, but we will have a score for you in a minute and possibly a replay. Green on the outside, that's Vila. She already had a small score of a 2.5, so she's looking to improve on that, and she's working this left-hander over, headed towards the north into that left-hand inside double-up zone. And that wave just kind of didn't give her much at the end, but she got a lot of work done on the way down the line. 21 minutes and 25 seconds, and we will have some scores in a minute. So waiting for a score from green, blue, and red. Here's a replay on the screen of Reed Van Wagner. So we're watching the replay at home of Blue's wave. And she got a lot of work. Went left, went right, went left again. So Reed Van Wagner waiting for a score to drop in. Here's a replay of Alana Lopez on the backhand. Gets a nice snap to start. Starts hunting the inside section, and that one just kind of fades out on her. But we're going to watch one more replay from Vela, and then we're going to cut to a interview. But this was Vela's second wave, where she kind of worked through this inside section, looked for the steepness, and this is where she looks for the payoff right here. A lot of work to get there, but the wave just didn't push back. So for right now, we're going to go down to Jeff Baldwin and the winner of the last heat, Talia.
Yeah, I'm here with Talia. Talia, you were saying you were a little gassed out there.
Yeah, no, I caught like 5 waves in the span of like 10 minutes or something. So I was definitely feeling it, but yeah, stoked to be here.
Well, of course you're stoked to be here because you're into the quarters, which are tomorrow. So congratulations on that. Another strong heat. Although, you know, a 6 and a 5 something, you covered a lot of distance between the mini peaks out there.
Yeah, totally. I was just looking for opportunity. The waves are so tricky, but every now and then there's a really good wave. So trying to like surf my way around and got lucky with a couple good lefts.
So are you posted up on the beautiful sand dunes before your heats?
No, I was kind of just cruising right here.
Okay, so we're wondering, as the tide is dropping out, obviously you're watching the conditions changing. Did it feel like it had changed much from your sort of your pregame?
Totally, yeah. No, the tide still feels pretty high. Like, the waves are pretty soft, but I think this afternoon should get good with the tide drop. Every afternoon's been really fun, so.
Well, we saw that in the men's round yesterday. The waves looked horrible, but they were ripping because the low tide gave that cuppy face.
Yeah, totally. Those little bowls are what you want to find.
Well, another great consistent result for Talia Swindoll. And let's have you give shout-outs to all your friends and fans out there.
Yeah, shout out to all my friends watching and my parents and my sister. Miss you guys. Let's go.
Well, all right. Talia Swindoll into the quarterfinals. We will see her tomorrow. Back to you guys.
Well, nice work, Talia. She seems at ease, and she's winning heats, so keep the ball rolling. So we're cutting to live action. Reed Van Wagener finishing up this wave on the inside, and you're seeing her go left, but she went left. She went right, then back left, so there was a lot of work on the outside that the replay will reveal to us. She already had a 7.25, so she's going to back that up, if not improve on it. So we're waiting for a score from blue. We're waiting for a score from red. So green, your last wave was a 2.75. Here's the replay of red's wave that the judges have yet to drop the score for. So one turn for red. So 17 minutes and 45 seconds left. Scores are dropping in now. Just waiting for a couple more on that last wave of blue. All right, so as of right now, blue, your last wave was a 6.75. So in first place, Reed with a 7.25 and a 6.75. Second place, Alana with a 3.65 and a 3.5. Vela, you're in third. You are looking for a 4.4. And Eden, you are looking for a 4.3. There are 17 minutes left. So yeah, Reed Van Wagener starting off strong with that 7.25 and a 6.75. But here goes Vela in green. Vela Mative on the backhand. Only has a 2.5 and a 2.75 thus far, so looking to replace both. And comes unstuck at the end there. So she'll be back out there with 16 minutes and about 16 minutes and 15 seconds left. So yeah, we're in this heat. We got a 7.25 and a 6.75. The thing is, that's all for one surfer. That's Reed Van Wagener taking control of the heat.
Yeah, she's just sucking the energy out of it. It's her show at the moment.
Yeah. Anytime you start with a 7.25, then back it up with a 6.75. And we're not even a third of the way through the heat, so adds a little comfort level. But Alana and Vela and Eden are all going to have something to say about that as more waves come in. But then here we go. The rich get richer. Reed up and riding again in the blue. Just comes unstuck at the end right there, but she's in pole position. And here goes Alana. She's currently in second place. She's selected a right-hander towards the rock. Ooh. Oh, nice.
Chucks the tail into that oncoming section. It'll be interesting where the judges go.
It was an interesting variation.
Finish.
Yeah, but in the finish, though, she kind of kicked out quickly. So let's see the
replay. That's what I was wondering about. But, boy, if you tuned in this morning and now you're tuning in, you're thinking it's a completely different spot. We went from wintertime wobble, cold, dark, and lonely to summertime joy. And, all the surfers coming in now, when I shake their hand before the interview, they're cooking, they're hot. They're like, oh, my gosh, the water's unseasonably warm. So something's going on up and down the entire California coast because it's really warm down my way still. You could wear board shorts and a jacket if you want. And up here, you'd normally be thinking 3.2 minimum, 4.3 no doubt. But there's surfers going into their 2 mil full suits for the heats because, you use more energy.
100%. I mean, it's a beach day in December, so if you're listening online or you have some friends at home that don't have much going on, tell them to get down here because there are people on the beach enjoying it. And Alana Lopez right here, they're enjoying the surfing of her, Reed Van Wagener, Eden Walla, and Vela Mative.
I always have these fantasies of not having Christmas at home and booking a house up here. You know, it'd be so fun to bring everyone somewhere different.
Make it happen.
The many parts involved.
A lot of moving pieces.
Yeah, the big extended family. It's a lot. You need a mansion. When I win the lottery.
I look forward to it.
Yeah, me too. Look at this. Eden Walla. Oh, yeah, just so relaxed over her board.
Just gliding, just kind of like floating across everything.
Yeah, really nice technique. Coming in ranked number 2, having a great year this year on the qualifying series, looking like she is dead ringer if all goes well this event and the next 2 to find her way into that Challenger Series. Boom. And I'm going to have to get I'm forgetting her exact age, but young, very young. Here we go. Vela Mative.
And behind her, Reed, the heat winner, oh, wow. So the heat winner, throwing buckets and finishing off. And that left seems to be a bit more consistent now. She's going to try to get a little extra on the inside.
Well, it looks like she's carrying enough speed. She's made it, ladies and gentlemen. What a wave for Reed Van Wagener. Where will this go? The judges are feasting on this, as I am, and probably you are, and everyone at home. Bud, what a wave that was.
Well, when we see the replay, I don't think we caught it on the live action, but she had a nice turn out the back.
Or 2.
Yeah, a lot of distance, a lot of spray. Winning formula right there, and she was already in the lead, so yeah, having her way.
If they go back, and I didn't see the 7.25 when I was down doing the interview, but I'm sure they will reflect on that, and then here we go. Driving, and this wave looking like a sandbar point. Big open carve down. So 2 big turns on the outside. Nice connection there, and this is where we weren't sure if she would make it across the whitewash, but so much back push. Board gliding nicely to this inside connection for another solid finish. So I wonder if her legs are burning like Talia was saying after her long waves.
Well, here's the replay of Green on that same track, getting it done on the backside. This wave not quite standing it up as much, but she's working it over. And here she goes, gets to the inside because that's where the majority of the points have come today. But no, that one didn't agree with her. So
how about that score that just dropped in? Reed, your last wave, and 8.75 for blue. Well deserved. One of the high scores of the day. We had a 9 earlier, and boy.
We'll have to imagine all the women are now looking over their shoulder at Reed because if you're hanging an 8.75 and a 7.25, you're kind of on a heater.
Yeah, pushing that 2-wave total average up big time.
16-point total. That wins more often than not.
That's the way to get into the quarters. White, Eden, you're in second place at the moment. All scores are in. You have a 2.85 and a 6. So Reed is way out in the lead with a 7.25 and an 8.75. Your low score, a 2.85. You have second priority. There's just over 10 minutes left in the heat. Alana, you have first priority. You need a 5.21 at the moment. And Vela with third priority, you need a 5.11. So Eden wanting to safeguard in that almost priority setup needs to get rid of the 2.85.
Yeah, so besides Reed with those 2 high scores, it looks like, yeah, Eden's got the next highest single wave score with the 6. So, yeah, Alana and Vela kind of looking to really replace both their waves because once Eden backs up that 6, it's going to make those other scores kind of disappear in the shadows.
Yeah, she's in a very strong position with that advantage. The her low score not reflecting where it will go. But, you know, we've seen funny things and strange things throughout all the events over the years. I mean, how often do you see someone get a 10 at Pipeline and then they don't back it up? Or, you know, any of the events, really. It doesn't matter. It's all fair. People can get a really high score and then not find a backup, and the person with 2 5s or whatever ends up advancing.
Well, that's why we love this sport. There's so many variables at play. You know, everybody's got the same ocean to deal with, but that doesn't mean everybody gets the same waves to ride. So it's just a lot of the ways for things to go right or wrong in a 20-minute period, 25-minute period.
I think I remember a final at the U.S. Open,
Yes.
Yaden Nichols versus Kelly Slater, and it was a 40-minute final, and Yaden didn't even catch a wave.
Yeah.
And there was waves. Oh, wow, look at this. Reed Van Wagner on a heater, just no doubt feeling so confident at the moment.
Yeah, I like to call that on the rip. Like, she's ripping, but you can tell she's also feeling it. She's not she's running at a high level right now for her surfing. Bang. See that? So, yeah, just everything's working. Her decision-making is well. Her equipment is working well, and it shows with a 16-point total.
Wow, it looked like Red had a look at that last left that ran off empty.
Yeah, Red's ridden 5 waves, but only to the tune of a 3.65 for a high score. So searching, just not quite finding what she's looking for yet, but she's got 7.5 minutes left, and she only needs a 5.21 as of right now to get into advancing position.
Well, 7.5 minutes left here, and then when this heat concludes, jumping into the men's round of 16, heat number 1, you've got to think they're sitting wherever they are, getting ready for their heat, chomping at the bit, looking at the waves compared to what they all had to surf this morning.
Yeah, I saw a few of them already heading down. I mean, a lot of them have been posting up over there on the dunes. I saw people getting a little bit of a early preparation and seeing the beach marshals. So, yeah. This heat is exciting right now, and things are going to continue to get exciting today and tomorrow. So if you don't have plans tomorrow, come on down here. If you do have plans, tune into worldsurfleague.com or YouTube, and you can watch us wherever you are at on your smart device.
Yeah, and then I know that the WSL QS Instagram is always posting the up-to-date heat-by-heat info, so you can do the quick tap-ins. Talking about Reed being on a rip, as you were saying, her last wave, a throwaway for her, but still a 7.05. So doesn't factor in, but still an amazing score. Eden, this is what she needed to get rid of that 2.85. Not going to make a mistake. Solid surfing.
I'd
Small
say she
in
got rid of it.
stature and super powerful. Yeah, she's really solidified her second place position now. So Alana behind her, not knowing what she's going to need because the score will definitely put a lot more pressure on the 5.21 requirement. 6 minutes left in this heat.
I mean, really, the story is Reed Van Wagner. She's lapped the field. She has 2 throwaways that would otherwise be winning the heat, so really just has found the groove, and pretty sure she's booked her way to the quarterfinals. I don't like to call it too early, but I'm feeling pretty safe on this bet.
I think so. Smart money. And there's the replay of Eden Walla. So beautiful. And again, I like that, all business. She's going to bang out 2 turns. She knows she's got the score to better the low score, and she cuts right out. That's her best wave of the heat. A 6.5 for White, and extending that second place position. Our heat leader at the moment just surfing for fun because she has earned it. An 8.75 and a 7.25, a throwaway 6.75, a throwaway 7. And
at some point, you almost want to say, leave them alone, because she is just, dominating. True domination. Yeah.
Turn down the heat.
Yeah.
Well, Eden Walla surfing a smart heat. Her last wave, a 6.5. That is what she was waiting for. And again, she's out back with priority. White with priority in second. The Ilana in the red now needs an 8.85. and Vela needing an 8.75. So she upped the ante big time with that last wave.
Yeah, we talked about Eden not being that safe, but she had the, that 6-pointer, which neither Alana nor Vela have anything over a 4, so just a matter of backing up really solidified her second-place position right now. But on the replay is the heat winner.
Now is she just showing off? Could this be a better wave than her 7.7 or 7.25?
Well, here's Alana. She needs a good-sized score, and she's up and riding on the right-hander coming towards us.
So all the surfers covering a lot of distance. This one lining up nice for her on the inside. Big old bang.
Oh, that was nice.
Yeah, strong surfing, not giving up.
The webcast is on a replay right now, so we'll get you Alana's wave here as soon as, here we go.
I like it. I was calling it live for the beach.
Yes.
So she found her groove on the outside and, carries a ton of speed to this inside finish. Ooh.
Yeah.
I like how she tucked her knee, tucked her chin. That's going to be a great score for her, although she needs an 8.85 to go into second.
So valiant effort, but a very tall order. That 8.85 is a big ask. So right now, still in first place with a heat total of 16.1 is Reed Van Wagner. Eden Walla's got a heat total of 12.5. Third place is Alana Lopez. We are waiting for her last wave. She needed an 8.85.
Yeah, she needed the best wave of the heat. It comes in at a 5.25, so she is fighting. And she knows that. That's great, though. A 5.25 for red on your last wave. Reed Van Wagner improves her score line, betters this earlier 7.25 with that last left. It's a 7.35. So if she could bottle this heat up and tuck it in her back pocket and take it into every event, she would love to, because she's on a magic run this 25 minutes. When you're throwing away 7.25, 6.75, and a 7.5, 7.05, they don't happen very often. Two-wave total, 16.10.
That may be the highest combined total we've seen today. I believe so.
It might be, and it might be of the event.
Sure.
Actually.
I didn't want to oversell it, but it feels like both could be true. Either way, any competitor would love to have that score line, a 16.1 combined total.
No one listens to what we say anyway. We can do whatever we want, because today is today and tomorrow's tomorrow, and they'll forget what we talked about from this heat to the next. Alana, your last wave, a 5.25. The right was a 5.25. You're in third now. You do need a 7.25, so you lowered the requirement needed with 1 minute and 10 seconds left. Third priority. And Velamative down the way, scratching in on this left. Gets a tidy finish. She is up against the wall, needing the 8.75. Priority is with white. Second priority with blue, so advantage to our first and second place surfers with priority at the moment. 45 seconds.
Yeah, valiant effort right there by Green, but that 8.75, you really need a set wave to stand up or something, but just a lot to ask. But she's battling. She's got 27 seconds left. She's going to get back out there, give it another whirl. But right now, the story is Reed Van Wagner kind of ran away with this. So here we go, 15 seconds left. So we're about going to get you into a countdown here shortly. All right, women. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And one of the few heats that we know exactly where it lies when the horn ends. Reed Van Wagner, Eden Walla, we'll see you tomorrow in the quarterfinals. And next heat, hold on, I'll count you in, and we'll likely go to a commercial break.
Okay, yes.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
In the 805,
We're fueled by the pursuit of the path less traveled.
we're artists,
Shapers and creators.
and we love every minute of it.
It's more than a beer.
It's a way of life.
Straight back out priority and into this wave.
Oh my! Deep one for Weston Webb. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
Bud Aquino, I'm here with Jeff Baldwin. We are in Morro Bay for the SLO CAL Open 2025. Stop 6 for the men's. This is a WSL QS 2000, and we are into the round of 16, Heat 1. The two winners in these, the top two advancers in these heats will be in the quarterfinals tomorrow. In red, we have Lucas Cassidy. In blue, we have Owen Moss. In white, we have Kai Gale Grani. And in green, we have Kai Kushner. So we got a couple Kais, we got an Owen, we got a Lucas, and we've got clean conditions that have improved throughout the day. So we are ready to decide some quarterfinalists and see some good surfing.
Man, yeah, we've got four surfers ready to fire up shoulder to shoulder. What a start there. Owen Moss, boo, clicks into two beautiful openers in a tight space. Little aggro at the beginning. There's no priority in the start of any heat, so that's all fair.
Yeah, you don't want to give up any ground in the beginning, but you don't want to get in trouble either. So good job on those two guys for sorting it out, and Owen got the best of it, so he's going to have the first score of the heat.
So big playing field. We saw the last heat, the ladies were closer up over into the south. And that replay, a strong start. Where will the judges go with this two-turn combo for Owen Moss? Boy, we saw Reed Van Wagner in that last heat throw away a 6.75, a 7.25, and a 7.05, finishing with an 8.75 and a 7.35. Two-wave total, 16.10, massive. And straight away there, Owen locks in a 6.5, a very strong start for the young surfer in blue.
So, yeah, we've seen some scores come on longer waves with a bunch of maneuvers, but he just reminded us that a two-turn combo done well will score a 6.5 any day of the week out here.
So you expect that's going to kind of be the score needed, and anything above the sixes, and it's going to be tightly contested out there. Before the men went out, I was saying that they must be on the beach watching these conditions, chomping at the bit, ready to get out there and perform.
Well, the way things have been progressing and the fact that we're into the round of 16, 6.5, I think, is going to be – I don't think that can be your top score and carry you through anymore. That's a backup.
That's a baseline.
Yeah, exactly.
Is what it feels like.
Okay.
I mean, obviously things might shake out, but, yeah, that's more it's ratcheted up. That's a baseline score.
I mean, that's just an estimation because it could get grindy, but ultimately the way things are progressing and the way as we've worked our way through the draw, that's all signs are pointing towards 8s or lates. But here you go. He's already got a 6.5, and now he's up and riding again, and the rest of the surfers are watching him. So he had a throwaway, but he's going to get a backup here. So blue, Owen Moss, and then Kai Kushner is up and riding too. But he is on the forehand. There's Kai Kushner, doesn't quite complete it. So, I mean, yeah, the story right now is Owen Moss with a 6.5 and another score to come. But Kai wasn't going to sit there idle. So, yeah, Kai wasn't going to sit there idle and let Owen just do his own thing. So, Owen got a second wave, but Kai got involved.
So we've got KK and KG.
Yes.
We saw the cool, the Granny brothers advancing together. And this is a replay of Owen Moss's third wave. What a start for him. So wherever he was sitting, whatever he had on his headphones, his focus before sitting with his crew and his coach, he's locked into that right. And that's going to be a great backup against his 6.5. Look at these things feathering on the outside. Nobody gets into that. It's a 6.0, so Owen straight into a pair of sixes.
So establishing a little bit of scoreboard pressure early on the rest of the competitors. So now he's going to look to improve. But as of right now, he's in first place, and everybody, they got to catch him as of the moment.
Yeah, serving aces at the moment. Well, we can't wait for this interview with Reed, who just blitzed her heat. 19 minutes left here in this heat. Owen Moss out there, he's had 3 waves. Kai Kushner had a quick up and down, not going to factor in. Owen, your second wave or your third wave is a 6. Your opening wave was a 6.5. You would not picture that it is December in Central Coast. Crew walking around, shirts off, T-shirts rolled up, shorts, no shoes. Now we get Lucas Cassidy, his opener, making his way into the green section. There we go. Lucas bangs it into the first section. Nice little compulsory top turn. He wants this thing to stand up on the inside. He's found his mark. Has to take a breather before he puts the pedal to the metal again. This thing just keeps giving him more on the sandbar. So it gets a little repetitive at the end, but a solid opener for our surfer from Mexico, Lucas Cassidy, who's on a run. All right, while he paddles out, let's see what Reed Van Wagner has to say about throwing away 10s all day long.
Yes, I am down here with Reed. She has booked her ticket into the quarterfinals. And from what we saw, you just provided the most dominant heat performance of the event so far. Looked like you were having fun out there, almost a free surf with a jersey on.
Yeah, I mean, after the first 2 waves, I kind of had to take a little breather. I was out of breath because I just kept on catching them. Just stoked to get out there with good waves. The waves are pumping. Get to surf with amazing girls. But, yeah, I was having a blast.
Well, that's very gracious of you to give it up for your opponents. But, I mean, you threw away second place. Your throwaway scores would have got second place. So, I mean, really impressive. Did you have any specific prep or a coach or any mindset that you think got you to that place?
Yeah, I kind of had a slow first heat. The waves weren't offering too much scoring potential, so I kind of wanted to just show up in the next heat and show what my surfing could show. I also want to shout out to my dad. It's his birthday today, so he was the coach for me today. So happy birthday! This is my birthday present to him.
Well, you couldn't give him a better gift than that. So happy birthday, Dad! Thanks for the support, and we're looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. I assume every other woman in the event is looking over her shoulder at you. So any special prep tonight, or just going to go lay low and get some fuel?
Yeah, definitely go back home, eat some good food. We'll probably celebrate my dad tonight, but get an early night's sleep and hopefully get a good heat in tomorrow and make it all the way.
Good deal. We will see you back here in the morning. Happy birthday, Dad, and good job. Bravo.
Thank you.
Yes, bravo. What a performance there by Reed Van Wagner. Like I was saying, if you could bottle that up, that is a dream of every competitive surfer to have heats like that. Back to this heat. Lucas, your last wave, a 5.5. So now 3 surfers have waves. Owen Moss, a 6.5 and a 6 in the lead, in first place. Lucas Cassidy in second with 1 wave, a 5.5. Kai Kushner has a 1. And with priority, Kai Granny waiting to get started. So the playing field is broad. The conditions are super primo, probably the best of the day. We really saw it change during that last women's round of 16 heat, preparing us for the 4 final heats of the day, and we are into it. Heat 1, round of 16, and here we go. Owen Moss again. Well, up and down, that's going to be a throwaway for Owen Moss. waiting for our surfer who lives down there in Costa Rica working with Jimmy Hogan. We saw him and his brother advancing through earlier today. He's on a little bit of a burner. They got a good crew hanging out. I'm sure they're posted up somewhere. And here we go. As I speak, on his forehand, rips into that nice open shoulder carve. It's a soupy face, but it does not slow him down at all. Rips into another cutback, looking to find something on the inside. Well, the wave's going to fade out there, but the work was done. A series of open arm cutbacks. That first one, really the strongest of them all. So as in the scheme of things, straight away, a 5. White, your first wave, a 5. With that, he's in third place, needing a .51 to go into second. Lucas really wants to get that second wave on the board and start extending. Yes, Lucas, your first wave was a 5.5. You have second priority. Kai Gale, your first wave, a 5. Priority is green. And here we go. Kai Kushner now. Ooh, monster top turn. That was, he spanked the lip, man. He went through that with a lot of speed, and what a finish there. This is the way to go from the bottom of the pile to the top. What a wave for Kai Kushner in the green. And now we've got blue. They are finding the pace on this left sandbar as the tide starts to drain. Owen Moss up and out on that one. I couldn't help myself screaming into the mic. That was a monster two-turn combination from our surfer in green. Exciting to see the replay and see where this score lands. Bigger wave. He blasted the lip. We have not seen many turns like that. And then what a finish. Expect some good stuff here. Precision. Well, ladies and gentlemen, an 8.75. He matches Reed Van Wagner's wave in the last heat. Kai Kushner goes into second with that and the high score of the heat. What a wave. Okay, now Lucas Cassidy with priority needs a 4.26 and Kai Grani needing a 4.76. Our heat leader staying really busy, just kind of hunting around, taking off on anything. Owen still in first, but now that Kai has that 8.75, we wonder what's going to happen. He's finding his pace in this heat. Look at this sandbar left. He is fired up, but he comes off on that one. Oh, I'm a surf fan. Well, you'd have to say that Kai is going to get rid of the 1 in his score line, even though he fell on that last wave. There was some dynamic stuff happening before that. Priority is with red. Second priority with white. So these young men, white, your first wave was a 5. You have second priority. Red, your first wave was a 5.5. You have first priority. There's 11 minutes left. So we're waiting on green and the last wave. He was surfing with freedom. Came unstuck on the last maneuver, but definitely got some good points before that. Wow, bud, there's been some wild action while you stepped out, did that interview with Reed. Kai Kushner matching her high score. Oh, Darren, sorry, I didn't even look over. Darren Brilhart, sorry about that.
Oh, it's okay. I mean, sorry that left you by yourself during this whole heat.
Dude, I was locked in, having too much fun. Kai Kushner just blowing tail everywhere. They still haven't locked in the score for green. Owen has another left that it's not going to factor in, so that score will drop in. And then red, we're waiting on his last wave, but it's looking already like possibly a low mid-range score.
Yeah, it appears that Owen's been quite busy in this heat.
Look at that drone view.
Oh,
Look at
beautiful.
how crystal clear it is. You would not think it's winter in Morro Bay. Okay, this is the wave Kai needed, so he needs to get himself in this heat. He has a 5. He needs a 4.76. Beautiful surfing from there. Nice down carve and a finish. So the boys showing a ton of variety all over the place. Priority update for real. Red, you're in first priority. Green, just surfed a wave.
Yeah, that was Kai in white that just surfed a wave. So, yeah, the priority order is red, green, blue. But here we go. So, Lucas on the backhand. Oh, my goodness. Look at that.
Every one of them, they are just going blow for blow against each other. Boof. Getting expressive up in here. Yeah. Kai on his last wave got a 3. So we're going to wait for a few scores to come in. There's 9 minutes left, guys. Green has priority. Blue was second priority. Owen in the lead. Green in second still because his last wave came in at a 3. White needing a 6.76 and waiting on that score to come in for Kai Galegrani. Lucas is looking like he's on his way to an excellent a great score. 6.26 is what he needs, and he blitzed this one too. I think I need to breathe.
I know, right? That was exciting. That wave right there. In my opinion, I haven't really seen this heat, but in my opinion, it looked like the best wave from what I see on screen right now. As we see Kai, we have 2 Kais in this heat. That's our surfer in the white jersey.
So that's a newer wave. He has a left before that hasn't been scored. We have the score for red, that backhand speed track that Lucas Cassidy laid down. Just pedal to the metal. He annihilated every section that stood in front of him. I felt sorry for the left. Kai Kushner, same thing, although he came unstuck at the end.
Well, there it is. Score in for red, 8.0. Once again, Lucas Cassidy, 8.0, goes straight to first. And he got the score and then some. So Owen Moss drops into the second position. And right now, Owen, your low score appears to be a 6. No, it's a 5.
No, he's got a 6.
Yeah, 6. Sorry about that. A little fine print. So red in first, blue in second, green needing a 3.75. And this is Owen right here. He could up the ante there on the requirement for green and white. But as we are watching this wave go down live in front of us, green, prior to the wave that's being ridden right now, you were looking for a 3.75, and white was looking for a 6.75, but that could change as Owen Moss just locked into his 7th wave.
So that wave for Owen, I don't know if it's going to factor for him. Kai Kushner in third now because Lucas Cassidy got that 8-point ride. Kai wants to get rid of his 3. Most importantly, Kai, you need a 3.75. Kai Galegrani, your last good wave was the 5.75. So green, you need a 3.75. White, you need a 6.75. They are battling it out right now.
Yeah, it's a battle. This is just the first heat of the round of 16. We have 4 heats total in this round.
So really excited to see where green goes on the next wave. He was so on point on the last wave, and then maybe the wind pushed his tail a little too much. I mean, he had a bunch of great turns leading into that, but it comes in at a 3.
And just a reference, Owen, your last didn't factor in. It was a 5.95. You called it. You said they would probably come in just under the 6. It did, 5.95. So once again, situation red in the lead, looking to replace his low score, 5.5. Blue in that second position. Your low score is a 6. To take over the lead, you're looking for a 7.01. Green needing the 3.75. And white needing a 6.75. I'd have to say Kai Kushner is in a pretty good position with 5 minutes to go considering he's got the high score of the heat.
Oh, and he's surfing so lights out. I mean, he is switched on. They're all switched on. This is that area. This is, when you get to this point in the event, this round going into tomorrow. Owen, you're in second place. Your last wave was a 5.95. Didn't change anything. You have a 6.5 and a 6. Red, you're in first. Your last wave was an 8. Your first wave was a 5.5. Waiting on green, sitting there with priority. He has an 8.75, the high mark of this heat, and then a 3. So Kai looking for almost a 4 to go up into second.
Yeah,
I mean they're surfing for 7s, and what they're doing on the waves is getting those kind of scores unless they fall. So Owen on the inside, going for a little right. He started with a right, opened up with that 6.5. He had a lower priority. Maybe he's just wanting to stay away from everyone busy. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to factor in. And, we don't know what's going to happen at the end of this heat, but I would assume that Owen's probably going to need to better his 6 once Kai locks into a wave. And
that's it. He's hunting around trying to better his score line because he knows the threat of what's below him in third and fourth. Here we go. Kai Kushner up on his forehand. It's a mushy one to start, but wraps it back in, being patient, waiting for it to follow the sandbar down in. Little quick snap. Looking for a 3.75. This might just be the grindy kind of wave that just gets it done. We will see. He is not going to leave anything on the bone. Nope, he cuts out. So having that priority is a stressful situation sometimes. And it's what creates it. What created that wave for Lucas or for Kai earlier? Those waves just stood up so vertical, different than the ones that are really flat for them.
Yeah, I mean, just under 3 minutes ago, you'd have to think that Kai kind of had to go on that wave. And there it is. So score already in. It's a 3.85. He does get it. So Kai into second. So Owen Moss, you're in third. You need a 6.11. So once again, Owen, 6.11. And then our surfer in white holding down priority now needs a 6.86.
Wow.
So his requirement also went up.
It's lifted. So the requirement for blue, right around in what he's already scoring so far. So that's why he was fishing around under priority. Kai Kushner just gets it done by 1/10 of a point. Needed a 3.75. Lands a 3.85. He is into second with 2 minutes left. Priority is white, red, blue. Here we go. Owen Moss has been so busy in this heat, grinding it out, looking for something strong to finish. Oh, he goes for the reverse. He holds on. And again, 6-5, 6-12 on the whitewash. He needs a 6.11 with 1.5 minutes to go.
Well, I mean, he did everything he could on that wave. There wasn't a steep section.
So
there was no critical, turn on that, but he was pushing so hard on every single top turn.
He was grinding. He was. That is for sure. And there's a difference when they're grinding and when they're just in the speed, because then it's all supplied for them. So white.
Not enough, real quick. So 4.65 for blue. Not enough. Still needing that 6.11.
Okay, waves feathering out the back, mushy bombs coming through. That wave, like you said, didn't do it for Owen Moss. White with priority. It's funny, we sit and we just see sort of peaks all over, but they're further down on that sandbar with 40 seconds to go.
Wow. This is coming down to the wire, 30 seconds.
You hear the cat calls up and down. Fans for Lucas and Kai wanting it to stay as it is. Fans for Kai Galegrani wanting him to get a wave with priority in 20 seconds. Lucas has high pry. He's coming at us on that right. We're down to 10 seconds, Brillo.
Yeah, I'll get the countdown here. Here we go, counting down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, the wave for red, not going to factor for him. He takes the win. That's it, yeah. Lucas Cassidy on with Kai Kushner into the quarterfinals tomorrow. A great showing for Owen Moss and Kai Gale Grani. They bow out. So surfers that aren't advancing, you can come up and go back, and the checks are being written. Going to a commercial. Yeah, blah. We're off.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
Welcome back, everybody, to the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. We are into heat number 2, round of 16. Bud Aquino and Jeff Baldwin here. We are looking live as we see this drone angle blue in and out. That was John Mell, who is a former winner down in Pismo Beach and has surfed all these events. In the white in the red Cannon car, in the white, Cade Matson, who just got a 3.25, and in the green, Teo Granny. We just saw his brother bow out, but had a cool interview with both brothers earlier. So can the surfer in green hold the torch for brothers Granny moving into the quarterfinals?
He's not only surfing for himself now, but he's surfing for the family Granny. So, yeah, he has yet to get started. Like you said, Cade Madsen with an early lead, but only a 3.25. And as we well know, that will likely be forgotten by the time this 25-minute heat is over. We've got 23 minutes and about 23 minutes left. And, yeah, so early on, kind of waiting for this heat to explode into action. I feel like the guys are been ripping, and they're looking to do so. Here's Cannon Carr. He's been riding that left bank all morning, and it got him a heat win in the last round, and it looks like he's eyeballing a section down the line.
You know he was hoping for something above the lip. It looked like he'd positioned himself on the board, but made his way into all these little chip shot sections. Long wave. I like the interview with him earlier, and you saying, he's like, yeah, I've been working with Matt because I grew a lot, or, you know, he grew and he gained weight. So shapers all over the world have to face that with their young, you know, stable, as they're like, dude, I just made you a quiver. What, you need a new one?
Well, yeah, these competitors, a lot of them are at the age where there are growth spurts happening. So, yeah, he's been doing it for a long time. So
height and bulk.
Yeah, height and
change
bulk.
How much volume they need, and length and width and everything.
Well, here's that replay. Like you said, he got it going on the outside, and he gets that cutback, and you can see him setting up because he's got an air game, a serious air game. So he's looking down the line. I think he's prepping for it. But then, switch gears. And he just starts going to town with backside snaps. And a nice adjustment because he got a lot of work done. And he finishes it off, and you can see he gives a little hand jive. He knows he liked it, and he's off and running. And, so he's going to have a score. We'll give that to you soon. The only other score is a 3.25, so I'm gonna gamble to say that Cannon's going to take the lead, and he does. The score drops in. Cannon, your first wave was a 5.5.
Yeah,
5.5.
5.5, so he's going to take some deep breaths on his paddle back out. That was a long left. John Mell had a quick up and down earlier. Priority is green, blue, white. Green, blue, white priority. 21 minutes left.
So big scores are out there. We saw an 8.75 for Kai Kushner in the last heat, and then I think Lucas Cassidy got an 8.5,
So
I
John
believe.
Mel coming from deep. He goes above the lip, grabs risky.
That was dangerous.
Wow, it's like it projected him in a way that almost looked like he didn't expect it where he was grabbing, and no harm, no foul. John Mel back up and on what's going on. He just decides to rebate straight up again on the inside. That is when you're switched on, when you just take one breath and paddle in again. So both waves don't add up to much, but it was exciting for us. Glad he's okay.
Yeah, I'm glad he's okay because he fell from about 6 feet up onto, looked like he almost fell right on his surfboard. So that is dangerous, but he seems to be all right. He's paddling back out there. And yeah, he's, like you said, he's won at Pismo. He's Red, you have a 5.5.
Yeah.
5.5 cannon.
Did you want to say after review, switch the priority, white, green? Yeah. Okay. So what's going? Yeah. You guys been talking about
Tell them after review that there is a blocking on green, so priority is now white, green.
So green,
Green
white.
blocked, white.
Yeah, okay.
Now red's just getting out there.
All right, priority is white, then green.
Blue on the inside. Blue up.
Priority white, then green. John Mel on the inside getting himself into this heat after that disaster crash and then a non-make. Here we go. No harm, no foul. Teo up and riding on his opening left. I can't see where he is. Is he behind that whitewash? Or
Yeah, he
did
was
fall?
he was to the right of the screen. The camera tried to catch him, but we just kind of it was split between the end of John's waves and the end of Teo's. So hopefully we have a replay here. The judges saw it. I hear them talking about it. So hopefully we get a replay for those of you at home.
Bring the contestants this way because they're getting a little too far.
And
all right, surfers, contestants, I know you're switched on that sandbar, but some of those lefts are going so far away, I don't know what to say. The judge is asking if you can hedge on the south side of the blue marker. Yeah.
all right, you guys, competitors, the judges are telling me that you're getting a little far away. So if you can not push the boundary any further, we'd appreciate it. Want to make sure everybody gets seen clearly and scored properly. So that's why we have the border set where it is. So we don't want to push on down any further. But we do have a situation that's ironed out right now. At 17 minutes and 40 seconds, Cannon Carr is in the lead with a 5.5. Well, up and riding on a split peak. The camera is on Cade Madsen in white on this right-hander. He chose the rights earlier and it got him through his heat. And, yeah, that is not the right he was looking for. So on the backhand still riding is Teo Grani. He's a little farther down. He's in the green jersey way up the beach. There the camera found him and finishing up on the inside. So we'll get you a replay of that. So, yeah, Cannon, you have a 5.5. John, you have a 3.5 and a 1.25. And Cade, you have a 3.25. And that other score coming in. Teo is the guy right now. We're waiting for his score to drop in. But meanwhile, we're going to go down with the last heat winner. Jeff's with Lucas Cassidy.
Yeah, I'm here with Lucas, and another blazing performance. Intense, very fun for us. You said it was a little nerve-wracking for you guys out there.
Yeah, you know, Owen got started off with like 2 quick 6-point rides, and then I kind of got my 5, and then it was pretty slow, and then Kai just went crazy and got like a high 8, almost a 9. So yeah, I knew I had to get, you know, a good wave, so I just sat and waited, and I'm so lucky that wave came through.
That wave was magic. I had chicken skin because after Kai's left, then you got that left, and I'm like, where are these waves coming from? You must have just been in your head going, I can't believe that this wave is standing up the way it is in front of me.
Yeah, I wasn't too sure if I should have gone on that wave, but it's like as it got closer and closer, it just kind of started to line up, and yeah, I'm so glad I made the right choice.
Well, you made the right choice about 6 times in a row as you blazed the tail and the fins of that beautiful Channel Islands into that. And you want to give a shout out to all your sponsors and your homies back in Cerritos and your family and friends?
Yeah, thank you to all my sponsors. Always, they support me all the time, and they help me get to all these contests. And yeah, I'm super stoked and grateful for all the help and support I get. And un saludo a Cerritos y Todos Santos que siempre me apoyan. Pasamos a cuartos de final, eso me toca competir mañana. Entonces, sí, estoy muy feliz y pues sí, vamos a intentar lo mejor que se pueda para llegar a la victoria.
Well, we hope you're going to have a good time in the quarterfinals. Congrats. It's a big event, a big result moving through into the next 2 after this. So is this going to really boost the ratings?
Well, I mean, a quarterfinal result isn't bad, but yeah, I'm sure like it'll be a keeper. And, I'm just trying to get some I don't know, like some consistency going. It's been a rough season on the Challenger, so I got like my last 3 contests I've made the quarterfinals, so I feel like I'm getting some more momentum, and yeah, I'm just happy. I'm happy I made another heat, and yeah, we'll see what tomorrow brings us.
Well, tomorrow's going to bring you sunshine, good waves in Morro Bay, and a quarterfinals that you match up against. I'm not sure, and congrats. We'll see you tomorrow, man.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
So Lucas Cassidy has been on a heater, very consistent. He mentioned both in English and in Spanish that he's happy and feeling good and hoping to get a major result here. And while we were away with that interview, John Mel just took to the sky. And John, your last wave was a 7.75. Green, we are reviewing your wave still, and red, we are still reviewing your wave. But John Mel got a 7.75 on that last wave, and he's in first place now. Cade, you're in second. You have a 3.25 and a 2.75. Cannon and Teo both have scores to come in, and there are 13 minutes and 25 seconds left. So yes, Jeff, while you were down there in that interview, John Mel found himself a left-hander, took a couple pumps, and does what he does, and 7.75.
Yeah. Mr. Consistent, flying high in the sky.
He's accustomed to the cooler waters, the booties. This is all like a second, or actually first nature to him. We're just down the coast from where he hangs out, and he comes down here a lot. He's had success down here, and he just had success on that 7.75.
Jonathan Livingston Siegel Mel.
That's the full name?
No, I'm joking. that was an old book, Jonathan Livingston Siegel, but
well, I'm glad to hear you're well read.
Yeah.
So 12 minutes and 25 seconds left. Yeah. John Mel with that 7.75. He's looking to replace a 3.5. Teo, you have a 5.35, and you're looking to replace a 2.5. Cannon's got a 5.5 and a 1.4. A 2.35 will get Cannon into advancing position, and Cade with a 3.25 and a 2.75. A 4.61 will get Cade into position or advancing position, and he's got priority.
Teo Grani in second position since I was down there doing the interview. Look at that. Ooh, click.
Up and over.
Oh, wow. I thought he was going to reverse, but he chopped his tail and then came back forehand. I don't know where that goes in the make zone.
Well, that whitewater didn't push him back in, so I have an idea.
A non-make. Yeah. Here we go. Cade Matson on his backhand. The powerhouse from San Clemente. So that way, if you saw the body language, he's over it. He's down in the basement needing a 4.61.
Well, Andy had priority, so that's going to add to that frustration.
Yeah.
That's that body language right there. But he's 11 minutes left, so you got plenty of time, Cade, to get out there and replace your 2 waves. But on the screen is a replay of Teo Grani So that's that end move we said that kind of couldn't tell if he was going to go all the way around or not, but either way, he didn't.
Well, he didn't go all the way around, but then the way the wave pushed him onto the shoulder, he cut out, so it's a make. So that's going to increase his second place position, and then it's going to be up to Cannon Carr. Wow, John Mel getting himself into some big turns. Power surfing. Nice layback. Bunch of variety from the first arc, roundhouse layback. And now a little compressed fin jam.
Well, he had that
again, he's got more.
Yeah, he had that funky little start where he almost landed on the board, but then the last wave he got, he flared up for the 7.75, and now I feel like he's backed it up because he was sitting on a 3.5 as a backup before that, so
a couple scores in. Well, Johns is going to come in, but he's out in the lead. Importantly, Teo, your last wave came in at a 3.8, extended your second place position. Cannon, you have priority. You need a 3.65 now to take second place. Just under 10 minutes left. Cade Matson not staying sleepy out there. Busy on this wave. Whew. He's had a few turns and that power jam. So he found one from up deep, Bud.
Well, almost just reacting as opposed to before he had priority, so he's sitting out there thinking and didn't like it. On the way back out, he found that left, and that's going to be his best score.
Keep the rhythm going. John Mel, a 7.0 on your last left. So a nice extension on his lead. 14.75 two-wave total. Cade got a 4.6 on that last wave, is in third. And now our surfer, Teo, in second place, trying to better his low score of a 3.8. So clicks off that one foamy one, and now Cannon Carr.
Yeah, Cannon's been a little quiet. He started with that 5.5, but we hadn't heard from him in a while, so here he is, trying to back it up or improve. He likes the right-hander, but that one didn't. He did that weird inside and didn't offer the ender that he was looking for.
So funny, right? The surfer that sits with priority for quite a while ends up somehow, or I don't know, sometimes they get out of rhythm. So Cannon needs a 3.65, but we also have that score from Teo on the last wave, so we'll see where this all shuffles out.
Well, Cannon had only a 1.4, so he did improve. He got a 3.35, which now that all the scores, Teo, your last wave was a 4.6, so John remains in the lead. Teo in second. Cannon, you're looking for a 4.45. And Cade is looking for a 5.36. Cade, your last wave was a 4.6.
So we've got 8 minutes of excitement now. Priority is out with John in the lead. First priority blue, second priority white. So you wonder after those last few waves, everyone paddled out really quick. Cannon Carr wastes no time. He's going to go above the lip and to the beach. He spins around. How many times have we seen quick turnarounds with one-turn aerial maneuvers like that, and then they cut out and they're straight back out back? Less than 40 seconds has gone by, and they'll get a score.
Exactly. Just like you mentioned, he got a score, and he's going to be right back out there by the time I'm done speaking the sentence. I mean, quick things are happening for Cannon Carr, and he's got the aerial firepower. So
efficient heat management there.
Whereas this guy is kind of the master of heat management right now. He's winning, and he just had priority. Granted, that wasn't green. You are in second place. You have a 5.35 and a 4.6. You are also in second priority. Teo, you have a 5.35 and a 4.6.
All right. Well, after seeing hundreds of different types of airs and, punts towards the beach, that one came in. It might be there. He needs a 4.45. It's looking just under. It's a 4.05. So, Cannon, you're still in third. That wave was a 4.05. You need a 4.45 to go into second. Cade, you have priority. You need a 5.36. We have just over 6 minutes left.
John, you are in first. You have a 7.75 and a 7.
Do the preamble. We do it all. Time check, score
And now Blue wants a situation.
Watching red.
So yes, out front, John Mel with a 7.75 and a 7. Teo in second with a 5.35 and a 4.6. Cannon, you are in third. You have a 5.5 and a 4.05. To advance, you need a 4.45. Cade, you are in fourth. You are looking for a 5.36.
I like that replay of Mel with the fist pump, probably to his pals on the beach. Cannon Carr, this was well, he's in fourth priority, so he'll stay there. 5 minutes left. 5 minutes left. We do have the disc on the container where we are that shows the yellow circle so the surfers can visually have a cue to the time left.
Yeah, we have a visual reference, and we will try to deliver the time to you as much as possible. So a lot of information at your disposal. Here goes the heat leader, trying to improve on a flat 7. He's already got 2 turns into the lip, and he's looking to finish it off with a layback jammer. Got the board turned all the way back towards the pocket. Further down the line, Teo on the backhand, throwing a slash in the pocket. Oh, and slips off.
Wow.
So
the wave, what happened? It looked like it was bending in, and then it bent back out. Not sure.
He was looking to improve on a 4.6, but he's still in second place. And Cannon, you are still looking for a 4.45. Cade, you are looking for a 5.36.
Well, it seems like heat after heat, whoever's running away with it, as John Mel is, and we saw Lucas. Well, Lucas was a little different. He was a little stressed, but Reed Van Wagner, right, when she was running away with it, she could do no wrong. John Mel putting on a clinic, having a great time, finding waves in priority, out of priority. So the battle is for second at the moment. Cannon Carr with second priority needs a 4.45. That hasn't changed. And Cade with first priority needs a 5.36. Both surfers so capable of that score.
On the replay, we have John Mel, but up live is a Cannon Carr on that left drain down there that he's made it through a lot of heats on. So we just cut to live action and his kick out. We will have a replay of that. He's looking for a 4.45. We'll have a better idea of how close he came to that when we see the replay.
Yeah, because from where our vantage point is, it's a ways away. Nice, solid surfing. Kind of tacks 3 good turns together and gets a nice, well, that wave didn't really allow a finish.
He asked the question.
That's for sure.
Cade Madsen looking to make a late heat push. Start strong, continue strong.
Oh, this one lining up for him nice. Different than what Cannon's wave was offering. There you go. A salute from Cade Madsen all the way back to San Clemente.
Well, Cade and Cannon were at the bottom looking up, and they both have scores to come in with 2 minutes and 15 seconds left. So
they're like you said, they were both asking a question. And in the meantime, John Mel, with 2 minutes left, quietly sneaks in his high score of the heat, a 7.9. So toying with the waves out there, out in the lead, a 7.75, and now a last wave score, a 7.9. Drum rolls, because we're waiting on Cannon Carr and Cade Madsen's waves.
So here's that replay again. Was this a 4.45 for those of you at home?
Well, we're going to have to go back to the replay. John's out in the lead. He's toying with it. He's having a good time, and the other boys are a little stressed out, waiting for these scores. We got a minute and a half left. Priority is green, red, white. So Teo doesn't want to wait. He's going to surf his way through section to section. This wave offering some steep bits, some flat bits. In the meantime, The score did drop for Cannon Carr. A 5.3 put him in second. And Cannon, you have priority with under a minute. Still waiting on the score for Cade's last wave and now Green's last wave. So this could all shuffle. And John had another wave.
Well, after Cannon's wave, Cade needed a 6.2. We're waiting for that score to drop in. We saw a replay of it. So it's going to get tight.
You got to think, based on what we saw on the replay, we'll see where the judges go. Cade's wave came from very deep, offered a lot of vertical opportunity, of which he maximized. We're down to 25 seconds, and they're just going to surf to the finish. I love it. Just pound each other in the face until it's over.
So, yeah, on the replay, we're watching that last wave of Cade that the judges are deliberating. So that's, right now, that is kind of the story.
And the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So next heat, we're going to be on hold. We're going to iron out a couple scores. Next heat, we're on hold. And then we're going to, well, things have changed. Cade Madsen, your last wave was an 8.75. Cade Madsen jumps into second place. We'll see John Mel and Cade Madsen in the next round.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Catching a wave. It never gets old. The tide is meant for surfing, and your vacation is meant for memories. You'll enjoy both at Best Western Hotels in California and Hawaii. After all, life is just better when there's another wave and another vacay on the horizon.
You watching us on the World Wide Web, we are in Morro Bay for the SLO CAL Open. This is the men's round of 16, Heat 3. In red, Dimitri Poulos. In blue, Blair Barton. In white, Cole McCaffrey. And in green, Nick Marshall. Top two finishers are in the quarterfinals tomorrow. And, yeah, the waves are improving. The sun is out, and Morro Bay has been delivering. So some good surfing coming up. We've got Dimitri Poulos, as mentioned, Blair Barton, Cole McCaffrey, Nick Marshall. Nick Marshall has a quick up and down of a 1.5. Other than that, no scores yet.
Wow, what an exciting finish to that last heat. A lot of waves were being ridden live. There was then the replays going on because the judges need to look at it and get it right. In the end, Cade Madsen's deep left gets him an 8.0 that carries him from fourth into second, bumping Cannon, who had just gone up into second. And then all Green, Teo, Grani got a wave. Cannon got a wave at the end, but those scores just couldn't take over the two-wave total that John Mel and then Cade had.
Yeah, that was a valiant effort by young Cannon Carr, but the experience and the wave selection of Cade Madsen got him by at the last minute. Buzzer beater.
Buzzer beater. Well, yeah, even though he'd gotten the wave a bit before the time, there was a couple minutes, but it took a while for the judges to encode it, and so effectively a buzzer beater. A lot of action at the end, but sitting up here as surf fans, that was fun.
We dig it.
Thank you. Nice job, Cade. Nice job, John Mel. Into the quarterfinals tomorrow. Here we go. Nick Marshall, who already has a 1.5. Off to a quick start. Surfing tight and loose and groovy. Banga.
Well, he's improved on that 1.5 by a long shot, I'd say. So, yeah, Nick Marshall, he's already found the groove with two waves and 22 minutes left to go in the heat. So we're waiting for Dimitri, Blair, and Cole to get it started.
Oh, look at that Team Mel with a posse.
Team Mel. Coming strong.
Yeah. The whole crew walking.
Numbers of crew and heat score totals, so yeah.
Yeah, again, like Reed Van Wagner, he was throwing away sevens left and right.
I'm going to go ask him about that crew.
Yeah, you're going to have to ask him about the free flow. Shout out to Pete Mel. How's it going, brother? Congrats. John Mel carries the torch into the quarterfinals. Here's a nice replay of our surfer, Nick Marshall, from down in the Encinitas area. Surfing so tight to the pocket, turn after turn. What a start there for him. We've got a two-wave. We've got a split peak here. Our surfer, Blair Barton. Gosh, these goofy foots craving taking off on these lefts. They know they can just wax them. All right, here we go now. Cole McCaffrey gets himself into the act. We know his sister's on the beach. Cole, nice sweeping roundhouse. Maybe got a little bit too deep on that one. So with that, all three surfers have ridden except for Dimitri. Dimitri in the red with priority. Waiting for all those last scores to come in. So surfers, I'm just waiting to get the scores to deliver before I throw it down to the interview. Cole McCaffrey, you got a 2.25. Nick, you opened with a 1.5. I was hoping to get the scores to these guys before we toss it down to John Mel's epic performance. But you know what? Maybe we're just going to have to make them wait. So, boys, we're going to throw it down to John Mel.
All right, I'm down here with John, who won the last heat. John, kind of a interesting start. You had that air reverse that you got separated, and for a moment we thought you hit your board. And then the next one, kind of you went for it, and the lip didn't agree, and then you reset, and then things just started rolling along. Is that what it felt like to you out there?
Yeah, it was kind of a bummer. I hate starting heats falling. I always feel a lot better. Obviously, I can get a wave that I make off the start. But yeah, I just kind of kept going. Knew that if I could find a closeout, I could do an air and then get a score, and then that'd put me right in the heat. So yeah, I was psyched. I got that good ramp, and then it just felt like the ocean is kind of working with me too. I felt like I got a lot of good waves, and I even fell after that a few times. But yeah, had a lot of opportunity. So yeah, felt good.
Yeah, you got that funk out of the way. You got that frontside air reverse that was big, and then you found the groove, and then you just kept going. So how you feeling? You getting ready? Looking forward to tomorrow?
Yeah, psyched to be in finals day. I want to shout out CI Surfboards for my magic board right here, the OG Flyer. It's a rocker that I've been riding for a long time. This one's in the ECT, so yeah, sick board. Thanks to all my sponsors, all my homies watching over there. It's nice to have some support. It was my buddy Dylan's birthday yesterday, so happy birthday to him, and that brought everyone up here, so it's pretty sick. We're stoked.
And you're also representing your board riders with the hat on?
No, this is a Dark Sport hat, my sponsor Dark Sport, but shout out to Santa Cruz board riders too.
Okay, well, shout out to Dark Sport. Shout out to the board riders, and John Mel, we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Take care.
Shout outs to all the board riders clubs. We love it. All right, scores. Nick Marshall opens with a 1.5. Quickly gets a 6.5, and then another wave behind that, a 5. Nick, you're in the lead with a 6.5 and a 5. Cole, your first wave was a 2.25. Score's not locked in yet for Blair Barton's opening wave. And then Dimitri hasn't got a wave yet. 17 minutes and 20 seconds left. 7.5 minutes into this heat, and there we go. Judges had deliberated for a while. Blair Barton in the blue, and 8.5 to kick off this heat. So that is the marker. Blair Barton in second with just the one wave. Nick Marshall out in the lead due to his 2. So with that, Cole's going to need a 6.26 to go to second, and Dimitri, who hasn't ridden a wave, needs an 8.5. But We are not expecting that to be the case at the end. Here we go. Dimitri Poulios, the #1 seed in this event. He comes unstuck. So no harm, no foul. He will get back out and restart. 16 and a half minutes to go. Priority is with our surfer in green, then our surfer in white. Wow, so no end of sevens and on up. Blue, Blair, your first wave, an 8.5. So with that, you're in second place, and you have third priority at the moment. 16 minutes and 10 seconds left.
So another excellent score. Like we said, as we whittle our way through the draw, we're going to see more and more high scores, but that's how they got here. You know, that's why they're ripping. They're here. He's continuing to rip, and Blair Barton's gone excellent.
He's got to feel good about that.
Yeah.
Well, we just saw Reed Van Wagner do it. We saw John Mel do it. We saw Lucas Cassidy do it. So, man, they're just – there's those waves are out there. Well, thanks for joining us, everyone, at home, sitting back, watching YouTube or WorldSurfLeague.com on the computer, or maybe you've got it attached to the television. We're having a fun day up here in Morro Bay for the SLO CAL event. This QS 2000, 6 stop out of 8 for the men's. We are close to establishing our quarterfinals on the men's side. We know who that is for the women. We'll get into that at the end of the day. It's going to be a 7:30 start again tomorrow morning. Quarterfinals on.
Yeah, tomorrow is the day of the final. From that famous in black and white when Kelly Slater was sleeping on the floor at Wolcott's house.
Yes.
Morning of the final, eat a little cereal, go out there and take the title. A different day that was back then. You figure Kelly Slater sleeping on the floor of some industry guy's house, where now he's got his own condo in just about every necessary location.
I know, and I wonder, I'm forgetting what cereal it was, but if Wooly would have had him sign, well, they're all tight. Everybody's tight. Those were good times.
Yeah.
Here we go. Blair Barton, who opens with an 8.5. No matter what he does, it's going to be his second wave, and it's a wicked backup. Slashing layback.
That was a lot of grunt he put into that. You could tell he really leaned into that, and with that 8.5, he's going to back it up and go to the lead. He's only looking for a 3 to jump to the lead.
So is that a lifeguard on that board right there in the black wetsuit?
Yeah.
Playing border patrol? Got it.
I believe so.
Thank you so much to the Morro Bay lifeguards for helping us out. There's a nice picture. So those black CIs, is that a – well, I don't know if that's Channel Islands that Blair's riding, to be honest, but we saw Lucas Cassidy with his, and then we saw John Mel with his. The OG Flyer with John Mel. I didn't ask which model it was with Lucas. I know you had in the past.
Yeah, I'm not sure. A lot of them have been on that Happy, and with today being a little flatter, the Happy every day, I know a couple guys were riding that earlier. So I did notice that.
Great name for a board, by
Happy
the way.
every day. Yeah, you go surfing and be happy. And this guy on the screen, speaking of boards, he has been riding the epoxy the last couple of days, but Dimitri hopped on a little different board. He's looking to get going. Both him and Cole, just with the 2.25 and the 2.2.
Well, there we go. Look at that. Blair out to a blazing lead. Now he backs up the 8.5 Blue. Your second wave, a 7. So just like that, it is a race for second place at the moment, you know. Sky's the limit, but right now Blair way out in the lead with almost a 16.2 wave total, and he's not done. Just like we saw John Mel, in priority, out of priority.
Well, we've noticed that
having fun,
and Reed Van Wagner as well. These some of these people that have been getting to the hot starts have just kept the ball rolling, found a rhythm, and the waves just seem to come to them. So that's what Blair Barton's got going on right now, and I know the other three want to try to catch a little bit of that magic too.
Well, remember yesterday we went on a roll where it was the red jerseys that were running away with everything. Right now, these last few heats, the blue jerseys.
Yes.
All right, so we got 12 minutes left. Priority is with Cole McCaffrey in the white. Cole, you need a 9.25 to go into second at the moment, and Dimitri, you need a 9.3. Both those surfers just have 2.2 rides, small first scores. There's 11 and a half minutes to go. It's going to be exciting in this next exchange, Bo, because both of them, Cole has first priority, Dimitri was second priority.
You know, one mediocre score and they're right back in the mix, let alone if they get a good wave right off the bat, then they get to back it up. So, yeah, ultimately, in a long-winded way, I just said that they are both right there. And
They're right there.
Yeah, they're not out of it, but it would be nice to see them get started for both us to watch and for their own nerves. But, yeah, they're right there. Both are capable of getting right back in this heat, and I hope to see that happen. I mean, Blair and Nick might not, but as spectators, you know,
we want more surfing.
We want competition. We want good competition, yeah.
We want to be on the edge of our seat, the edge of the towel on the sand or wherever you're sitting, the edge of the rock, the edge of your couch. So thank you again to the city of Morro Bay, to all the SLO CAL prefecture or what is it? The
community.
The SLO CAL, you know, Open is embraced by all of SLO CAL, and it's kind of a nice thing that's been happening here for years. The community is involved. It's great to have. It was Rudy's by the Rock, or Rudy's Rock Cafe this morning. He's been making some great breakfast for us.
Well, they did a nice piece.
Coffee.
Yeah, they did a nice piece on the local news station about this event, and a couple local businesses mentioned how they, you know, add some. It's a little influx of business for them. It helps them out. You know, the competitors are here buying supplies. They're eating downtown. You know, It brings in not only surf competition, but it brings in some financial assistance into the community by pumping some more dollars in. So they come here to surf, but they also come here to eat at the restaurant. So here's Green, Nick Marshall up and riding. All morning long, he's been riding that left-hander up at the north end. Got him through the last heat.
You could expect that a little bit over-rotated there. Nick Marshall had the opportunity, was looking to better the 5 and really extend that second-place position. More ghost for broke. That's what we expect, and that's what we love to see. Comes unstuck.
Yeah, like you said, looking to replace that 5, and I think he knew towards the end of that wave if he wanted to do so, he had to add a little extra into it. Didn't quite pull it off. And, yeah, that last wave, Nick, was just a 3.5, so you are still looking to replace that 5 of your low score. Cole, you're in priority. You still need a 9.25, and Dimitri, you need a 9.3. You're in second priority. 8 minutes and 30 seconds left, so the two bottom surfers have the priority spots, but I don't see a whole lot on the ocean right now, and the time continues to tick away. So
as the tide, you know, moves out, each heat has its own personality, and the good thing, our professional staff of judges who have been nailing it all, you know, the first 2 days, and now we're almost concluded here today, keeping things on point. So that scale is always in flux, always adjusting to the conditions that are current.
Yeah, those guys have been on point, and they're some of the best in the business, and I've said this prior, but, yeah, if you're out here, you know, at the beach today, tell a couple of officials, tell the cameraman, thank you. You know, tell the beach marshal, thank you, because, yeah, these guys put in a lot of work to bring this to you, and the judges have the hardest job of them all. So much appreciated, judges and priority judges. A lot to keep in mind. A lot of number juggling that they're doing all day long, and they don't get much time off. You got to be really engaged the whole time to do that job.
And fortunately, we just get to sit back, relax, talk a little bit, reflect on a few scores.
It's relaxing until those flurries happen, especially at the end of the heats where you're trying to keep people updated, trying to keep the home people updated.
Well, Nick Marshall covering a lot of ground out there, not satisfied with that last wave, not satisfied with that wave either. So our heat leader down the beach into that left runner gutter. maybe just seemed like that wave. He was a little out of pace with the wave from start to finish. That's leaving the door open. We've got 6.5 minutes left. Cole and Dimitri haven't even really got going in this heat. They both are sitting on 2s.
No, that's uncharacteristic for either of them, let alone both in the same heat. But like you said, every heat has its own identity, and yeah, that's just where it's at right now with 6 minutes and 15 seconds left. They do still have time to catch 2 waves, but that's time's running out.
Yeah, war of attrition. You know, it's one thing to come back in. It's a 2-wave situation at the moment, unless both of them, and wouldn't that be a dream, take off and do the unimaginable and get the scores they need.
But right now the clock is feeling like a slow burn, like death by 1,000 cuts, just seconds ticking away. Yeah, and I want to see both these guys get going because I love their surfing, and I know you don't want someone to lose without opportunity. You want them to at least get the chance to throw their hat in the ring.
And you got to think about the mind space they're in. Does White get over it? Cole McCaffrey's got his chance. He's behind the section.
No, he knew it.
Yeah, he was behind it from the start.
Oh, man.
So time whittling the stick. Yeah, the time whittling is way down.
Unfortunately, you can kind of see it in his body language, but you got 5 minutes, Cole. You've still got time, man.
Well, that was it. He was in the right spot, and had there been no offshore breeze, he probably would have gotten in easier. That offshore breeze held him up just a little bit. Stuck behind it there. Dimitri with priority and under 5 minutes. Just under 5 minutes to go for red. Looking for a 9.30.
So this is
another past champion down there in Pismo 2 years ago.
Yeah, for Cole and Dimitri, the time feels like it's going so fast, and for Nick, it feels like it's going so slow, you know.
He just keeps looking. Yeah, who knows? I don't know the headspace. That's a fun thing to ask, depending who wins. Like, what's your style in the heat? Do you pay attention to your other surfers? Are you looking at them, or are you just in your own zone?
But you know, we're getting down to 4 minutes, and with both of those surfers needing over 9-point rides, Nick's smile grows bigger slowly by the second.
Yeah, we haven't seen a heat like this.
No.
This event, really, where the bottom 2 are just locked out. But, hey, sky's the limit. Go for broke. Here we go. Cole McCaffrey.
He'll go for broke.
He's looking for something big. He flares the tail. He's riding out. So Cole McCaffrey gets it done on that one. He's got just under 4 minutes to paddle back out and find something else. Not a lot of time, but he's in it.
Well, Cole only had a 2.25 as a high score, so definitely he's going to make it easier on himself. Just how easy or how much less of a requirement he needs, we'll let you know soon.
Well, I mean, putting it all on the line, fighting that offshore, hits the nose down.
Yeah, it was tail high. It was cool.
So a little slow out of the rotation, I guess, you know, when you get hypercritical with how airs are and how they land, etc. It's a 5.5, Cole. Your last wave was a 5.5. You need a 6.01. Cole, you need a 6.01. There's just under 3 minutes left.
And there goes Nick Marshall to track him down. Instantly.
He's scratching towards him because what Cole needs is basically exactly what Nick has scored on his waves. So you wonder if he'll make it there in time, and Cole can kind of paddle away into the channel and get one of these reforms. Oh, my gosh. Last-ditch effort. He blows the fins. He lands it. Will he get another little turn or two? He wasn't going to let Nick chase him down.
Nick is just paddling, watching the spray from behind the wave, wondering what goes on with the score. Yeah, as soon as the sound waves of you reached him, you saw Nick darting over in that direction.
Yeah, and you knew that Cole was going to look for something on the inside sandbar. Dimitri out the back all alone has been sitting with priority for yonks, mate.
No, yeah, I hate to see this.
And he just can't buy a wave. He is like, what happened? I got magic boards and the waves are pumping. Here we go. Nick Marshall wants to cover.
Trying to replace a 5.
The two kids from Seaside. They do this every day together. Oh, there we go. That was aggro. A minute and a half left. Nick Marshall not satisfied with the 5 in his score line. And he rides out.
Nice job, Nick Marshall.
He just put the hammer on the nail there.
I think he might have shut the door with that one. I mean, Cole's score hasn't come in yet, but I think Nick may have improved on that 5. But it's up to the judges, and we'll know more.
Yeah, he was putting some hurt into those turns.
So before Nick got his wave, Cole needed a 6.01 on this.
Yeah, exactly.
But after Nick got his wave, I think he'll probably need more.
We're under 1 minute. Most critically, that is for Cole, because if Cole is out the back, you have 50 seconds to find something, because we don't know what the score is going to be for Nick. We don't know what your last score is, so it's just a surf off. And Dimitri still looking for a 9.3. 35 seconds.
Unfortunately, this kind of devolved into a 3-man heat.
Well, Cole's score comes in at a 5 on that last wave. Didn't get it done, so regardless of Nick's last wave, which is going to better, it's a 6.75. Nick Marshall holding down second. And Blue's going to surf in. We're down to 15 seconds.
This is just a little lap into the beach for the heat winner.
Countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, as the horn goes, we see Dimitri get that last wave. It's not going to get it done for him. He was in a combination situation. Moving on through Blair Barton and Nick Marshall. 8.57 for Blair Barton. Wow. Well, exciting finish there. I like how in the end we got a little action between Cole and Nick.
Yeah, good effort to Cole to fight back, and then really good effort for Nick to slam the door shut.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
The world has changed, and the workplace has evolved. The option to live free of the commute and busy work life is here. Midstate Containers specializes in custom remote offices ready for your new journey. Customizable in every way. Our team is ready to reimagine remote working with your specific needs. We are excited to help create the new workplace so you can embrace more of life.
Out there in internet land, watching us on the World Wide Web, we are here in Morro Bay, California for the SLO CAL Open WSL Qualifying Series 2000 event. We're into round of 16, heat 4. In red, we have Jabe Swerkaki. In blue, David Ducarmo. In white, Hayden Rogers. And in green, Luke Ginaldo. Up and riding right there is Luke, finishing up. This is the round of 16. The top 2 finishers in this heat will be joining us in the quarterfinals tomorrow. My name is Bud, and I'm here with Jeff Baldwin.
What a day it has been so far, Bud. Oh, my gosh. High-flying acts and surfers pushing the limits. And guess what? Mother Nature, again, providing the goods. You know, this morning was a little wild and woolly for that round of 32, but once it kind of got halfway through that round, things settled in, and here we are right now. Hayden Rogers. What a heat he had just before coming into this, and he starts right where he left off. Little fist to the chest. Coming in confident after the win at the event last month.
Yes, he looks confident, and when you've got maneuvers like that, it's kind of a recipe for success. And so far, he just started off with that nice wave. We'll have a score for you shortly. And yeah, Hayden Rogers, he's a goofy footer, high-flying goofy footer. But first of all, we got Luke Ginaldo right here with a slam bam at the end of that wave.
Wow, a lot of personality too, how he, he cooked that thing and then regained full composure.
Bonus right-hand double up. So yeah, a little bit of a left go right, got a lot of work done.
What's so fun about it too today or right now is that the judges are just getting so many opportunities of different looks of ways to get it done in a heat. Here you got Hayden Rogers with the fade back into down the line, huge air reverse punt. Luke Ginaldo with the left to right combo. Luke, your score comes in at a 6. Judges deliberating on this really lofty tail way above the head, launching towards the beach, full connect, instant land in the flats, easy spin, and guess what? It's a 7.75 for Hayden Rogers opener.
And then on the screen, we've got David Do Carmo. He has battled at every level of this sport, from the top tier to the challengers, and now he's here on the qualifying series trying to get back up there. He pulls that off. That's his first wave, and he likes it. So, yeah, Do Carmo has locked horns with both the young and the old in the sport. He's been around, and he's a serious journeyman competitor.
Yeah, seriously, I'm forgetting what years he was on the championship tour, locking horns with the likes of well, probably, quite a few of them.
Hayden.
Gabriel Medina and everyone.
Hayden, your first wave came in at a 7.75. So Hayden Rogers in the lead with a 7.75. Luke Ginaldo second with a 6 and a 0.5. Waiting for a score for blue. Red is up and riding. That's wow.
That's James Rakowski
Yeah.
ripping into this. He's having a lot of fun. We saw him on, his last heat. He had that left to right combo. Something about that board. He loves that round pin CI, the epoxy wood stringer. It definitely suits his surfing right now.
So we cut to Jabe halfway through that wave. We got to see the replay because he did get a nice off the top right off the bat. So the judges enjoy seeing that, and I'm going to enjoy seeing the replay when it pops up. So we got a score to drop. David, your first wave was a 4.75. David, 4.75. So Hayden still in the lead, followed by Luke. Here we go. Here's that first turn from Jabe. Smack. Big spray. Cuts it down on the replay and then gets back in the lip right here for a third turn and sets it up again. 4. Yeah, you mentioned he's got that interesting wood stringer but epoxy glass, so best of both worlds.
I really vibing on his style for sure. Priority is with green. Do you want to go do that? Well, having fun with this replay. Judges deliberating now. They had to do that with Hayden's, but as I was saying before, so many different looks and ways to get it done. Lots of high scoring potential, and it's either coming from one big turn, a combination with an aerial, or just classic old school top to bottom rail gouging. Look at this secondary wave for Hayden Rogers. This score not in yet. I'd love to see the variety like this. That is a complete package. Jabe, your opening wave, a 7. Red, your first wave, a 7. Hayden, your first wave was a 7.75. Waiting on your second score. David, your first wave was a 4.75. Priority is green, then blue. Just over 18 minutes left. And we are ready to throw it down there. Bud is with Blair Barton. And another spectacular performance.
Yes, I am here with Blair Barton. Into the quarterfinals. How you feeling?
Feeling good, feeling strong.
Feeling strong and strong performance out there. Looked like you were having fun. Were you genuinely enjoying yourself out there?
Yeah, a little bit of nerves, but mostly just having fun. I feel like I've started my other heats kind of with bad wave selection, so I tried to focus more on picking off the good waves, and those 2 waves came perfectly to me, so psyched.
Well, we really appreciated the gusto. You put a lot of effort in those top turns. You weren't out there. Safety surfing wasn't a part of your plan out there, was it?
Not at all. Not when you have the guys in your heat like I did. I mean, at this level, there's no safety surfing to it.
Well, you did a good job of dialing it up. Do you? What are you riding here?
I'm riding Wave Riding Vehicles, carbon wrap, shaped by Bob Dinger.
Okay. So Wave Riding Vehicles are taking care of you. Any other sponsors or friends you want to shout out?
Yeah, all my sponsors that are supporting me, my family, my girlfriend back home. Love you guys.
All right. Well, we're going to see you back here in the morning. Rest up, get some good nutrition in you, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you. Sounds good.
Nicely done. Into the quarters. One more surfer into the quarters. Great result. In the meantime, we've got some scores that dropped in. Hayden, your second wave was a 5.5. Red, your second wave was a 5.05. Up and riding right now is our surfer in green. He's looking to back up his 6. And once this wave is scored and tallied, this heat will be locked in an on position because first and second are white and red. Green with this comeback, not a comeback, but his second wave, covering distance, but it's not about the distance. It's about the moves that have happened in between. 16 minutes left, surfers. Hayden, you are in first with a 7.75 and a 5.5. Jabe, you're in second with a 7 and a 5.05. Luke was in third with a 6, waiting on that score. He needs a 6.06 to go to second. Early indications, not quite enough. It's a 5.1, Luke, but he's duck diving. We'll have to catch him up after he's back outside. Blue, you have first priority. You need a 7.3, 15 and a half minutes left. White, you have second priority. So white and red in first and second. Green got a wave, but it came in under what he needs. Red, your first wave was a 7. Your second wave, a 5.05. You're in second place, and you have third priority. There's 15 minutes left.
Complete, up to the minute, information delivered.
Boom. Hayden, you are in the lead. You're in first place. Your first wave, the big aerial reverse, a 7.75. Your second wave, a 5.5. You have second priority. Luke, your last wave was a 5.1. You're still in third, needing a 6.06. And David, you have priority. Your first wave was a 4.75. You need a 7.3.
Wow, Jeff, hard to believe we are just about 14 minutes away from the completion of day 3.
I know. Can you believe it? We passed the halfway mark. We ground out those first 2 days, longer than 8-hour days. When it's the 24 heats in a day, it's a long one, plus a little bit of, that low tide late afternoon. But in the end, the surfing was dynamic, and we stayed on point. The judges stayed on point. The whole staff did, and here we are, ending day 3 nearly.
Dynamic is an excellent choice of words because, yeah, today has gone by so fast because the surfing has been so great and the action has been, nonstop. Buzzer beaters, shake-ups, high scores. So
I'll take wind swell mixed with ground swell for surf events all day long at beach breaks because a long interval swell with waiting and waiting and waiting, that's no fun.
And then a bunch of closeout sets come in. Yeah, this is broken up. This is a lot of opportunity. Lefts, rights, left go right, right go left, some of the double ups.
Yeah, it's great. And the judges get to keep really sharp because it's fun for them because every wave's offering something different. There's not a lot of repetitiveness, which we saw they had to deal with that yesterday morning with the high tide. A lot of similarly ridden waves. Today, that's not the case.
Yeah, yesterday they were splitting hairs, and today they're splitting up 9s and 8.5s,
Yeah, it's easy for them to have a real broad table.
So speaking of 9, that has been the high mark, and that's Jabe, who's in this heat right now. He got that earlier. Right now he happens to be in second place. Hasn't quite got to the 9. He's got a 7 and a 5, but he is still chasing Hayden, who's got that 7.75 and a 5.5. So scores in the same range, but Hayden got the extra 0.75 and the extra half a point on his backup. So,
well, you got to think the free surf's going to be pretty wicked this afternoon since it's a little warmer and sunny, and the contest ending when it is. There's going to be a lot of time for the surfers to get out there. Although I know Lucas Cassidy was going to go play basketball. He was going to go play hoops with the Groms.
I don't know. I don't like that idea.
No.
Maybe play horse. So you don't want to be jumping around by people.
No, he was playing. He had a bunch of his friends, little Groms.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, he was going to go hoop with the Groms.
I just know how scary basketball can be for ankles. And he's ripping, so I don't want to see anything happen to him.
Well, if they can pull off aerial antic surfing like they do,
anything's possible. Well, you mentioned the free surf, and what's wild about the free surf today are some of the guys that might not be moving on. They're going to go out and just cut loose because there's always that phenomenon.
Let out the frustration.
Where, you might not, your heat might not go your way, but then you go down the beach and every wave you get's a 10 afterwards.
Of course it is.
So,
well, there's a lot of time on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. All 4 surfers there. You can see them on the webcast, the drone angle. They are hanging out, tightly knit together. 11 minutes left. They are a tight bunch. Green has 4th priority, so they let him kind of sneak off. First priority with blue. So Green, 4th priority. No harm, no foul. He had all the freedom to paddle for a wave and miss it and still stay in the same spot.
Well, that wave didn't even break, and somehow he almost caught it, man. These guys, like we were talking about, they're fast. Yeah,
they got the paddle power. They got the hops. So DeCarmo with just the 1 wave. Not that this heat has had a lot. I mean, fortunately for the guys in the front, they found the 4 waves that allowed big scores.
So, yeah, he, as of right now, kind of playing the patient game, but he does have priority, so we'll see how long he waits to engage. There's that beautiful drone shot, clear, almost aqua green looking water. Central Coast. If you didn't see the wetsuits, you'd think it was about 70-degree water right there.
I think it's 70 degrees.
It's 70 degrees to us.
Yeah. Well, it's 70. It's 70 plus outside in the sun. So definitely at the moment, I'm sure, you get around what time? 2:30, 3 o'clock. The breeze kicks up, and all of a sudden it goes back down to chilly.
Well, yeah, you can't see on the screen, but the rock has started to shadow the water. Yeah.
Oh, the shadow.
Yeah, the shadow. The sun has gone behind the rock, so right in front of us is actually in the shade, whereas where they are just 100 yards north, they're in the sun still, so lucky them.
Look at them. They're like sharks out there just circling one another.
Yeah, that is an interesting view just to see. Look at Hayden's giving a little look to Luke, saying, hey, look, Jabe, same situation. You have a 7 and a 5.5. If you want to jump to first.
No, 5.05.
5.05. To jump to first, you'd want a 6.25. Luke, you have a 6 and a 5.1. You need a 6.06 to advance. There are 8 minutes and 45 seconds. You are in 4th priority. Priority is blue, white, red.
Oh, okay. Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
He can do whatever he does on his end, but we'll talk through it. If it's useful for him, he'll keep it.
Perfect.
Cool.
Yeah. Great.
So there's that drone view again for those of you at home. These guys are kind of circling around. There haven't been any waves in a few minutes. Hayden Rogers out in the lead with a heat total of 13.25. Jay Furkaki in second place with a heat total of 12.05. Luke Guinaldo looking to replace a 5.1. Luke needs a 6.06 to advance, and David Do Carmo needs a 7.3. So yeah, quiet right now through the 2/3 of the way. 2/3 of the way done. We got 7 minutes and 45 seconds left, and time is ticking away. 2 surfers will advance to the quarterfinals tomorrow. Finals day right here, starting at 7:30. The women's quarterfinals are already decided. We're waiting for 2 more surfers from this heat, and the picture will become clearer. So,
yes, we will have the broad brush has been painted, and we will have a clear picture.
There will be 8 men left after this, and 8 women are already waiting in the quarterfinals. 7 minutes, guys. Priority blue, white, red. Luke, you're looking for a 6.06. David, you're looking for a 7.3. Kind of quiet moments, a little bit of nervous quiet right now. Finally, Luke in green is sick of sitting around and waiting. He's up and riding. He's slashing, floating the white water, and yeah, that he didn't see any way to improve on the low of the 5.1 he's got, so he gets out of there. I think he's still going to be looking for a 6.06. But as of right now, Hayden is in the driver's seat, followed by Jade, and those are the 2 on the screen I just referenced right now for those of you at home. And just a real quiet few minutes right here. Just that one little paddle from Luke. Luke, that was a 2.65, so it didn't change anything. You still need a 6.06. David still needs a 7.3. Here's David Do Carmo looking to get that 7.3, or at least. So he's stalling out. He sees something on the inside. Works it through the inside. That inside double up, gets a 2-turn combo in there. He likes the feel of it. He only had a 4.75, and he's looking for a 7.3. So whether it got to the 7.3 or not, I'm not sure, but it could have improved on his 4.75. Either way, we will know a little more when the judges drop in their score, but I think he's still going to have a little work cut out to do. Here's your replay, Jeff. He was looking for a 7.3. I think that's a big ask on this, but perhaps he improved on what he's sitting on right now.
Well, it's a small takeaways, but yeah. And, you know, you can see that since those early waves that the 2 surfers that are leading got, it's been slim pickings to none. Is that Luke's last wave?
That
so
just
we'll
happened.
see where, so this critical 6.06 is what he's looking for. Is Jabe safe?
Well, David, your score came in. You got a 5.2, David. You are looking for a 6.86 now. Luke, your last wave was a 5.8. You are looking for a 6.06.
So he came close, got the 5.8, still needing the 6.06. Just under the mark. So Red breathes a sigh of relief. He's got that high 7, but the low 5 for himself. And Luke was swinging.
Yeah, both Luke and David neither will go away quietly, but so they still got work to do.
Yeah, they average the panel of judges out and take the average of the top 3, or the top 2 in this case. 4 judges, top 2. They threw out a 6.2 and a 5.7, and it comes in at a 5.8. Here we go again, David. He needs a 6.86. Wow, putting it on the edge there. Clean, stylish. Reverse, grab the rail to control it. 3 minutes left and Jabe up now. All of a sudden, he kind of like woke up going, oh, wow, that was close.
Well, he's got that 5.05 as his backup, and he figures he's got to get rid of that just to feel safe.
For a while, no waves came, so really nothing was happening. And all of a sudden, it sparked to life, kind of like they were lulled to sleep a bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Luke took a swing and almost hit the home run.
So we got a score from David and Jabe yet to come in. Here's the replay. David gets that first off the lip, gets the fins out, and then, throws that reverse. And as he spins out of it to a nice little hand jive. He liked it.
Claiming it's very clean. Yeah. Will this better the 5 for our surfer in red? So these guys are getting close. Out the back, Hayden with priority. Happy to sit with 2 minutes left. Luke Ginaldo with second priority, paddling back out. It is going to better. Jabe, you extended your second place position. That last wave, a 5.85. Now, Luke needing a 6.86 and David needing a 7.15.
Yeah, David, you did improve with a 5.7, but now you need a 7.15 as Jabe.
He's up and surfing.
Oh, well, there he is.
He's staying busy, way down the beach.
He is way down there. You are right. So 1 minute and 20 seconds left. So Hayden, you are still in first. You have a 7.75 and a 5.5. You have priority, and there's 1 minute and 15 seconds left.
Luke, you are in second priority. You need a 6.86. A 6.86 is what you need to move into second place with 1 minute left in second priority. Anything is possible with this level of surfing.
Yeah, Hayden's got priority. I have a feeling he's going to get real close. Well, not really. He's clear, so it's up to...
And this replay of David down the beach, we don't know what happened. So a series of roundhouses. I don't know where Red is, but I heard he's up. He's coming at us on this little right. I see it. 30 seconds left. Green and white outside. Green getting a wave he needed. We're going to have to go to replay. Wow. What is going to happen? So Hayden knew that Luke had lower priority. He got the wave. There's 10 seconds left. I'm going to count it out. It's looking good. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Could this be a buzzer beater? Because Jabe got a right that I don't think is going to, increase his score line. Luke down to the buzzer needed that, and it was a set wave that from looking afar live, you just saw deep bottom turns and spray going everywhere. We kind of caught the end of it on the webcast. Replay to come. And this was DeCarmo's wave. Before that, he needed a 7.15. That score not in. All 4 surfers rode waves. Lots of scores to come in. Final heat of the day. The drama, the drum roll, what will happen?
This is the one right here that means everything. I looked up and just saw this happening. Spray, and then watch the second one.
Power gouge,
bang,
rail carve into vertical fin release, into another with a little layback flare. Okay, so the judges got their work cut out. Everyone's on the edge of their seat at home, and then this wave kept giving him more love on the inside to just power hack. Oh, my goodness. Well, he needed a 6.86. Our surfer in green gave it a massive swing for home run.
With as much riding on it as there is, the judges are going to take a minute and really give it a good look. Luke Ginaldo at the last minute, just throwing buckets of the air and variety. So let's see where the judges take it. He needs a 6.86 to leapfrog. At least right now. Jabe's also got a score to lock in, so
a little housekeeping. David got a 5.5 on his last wave, doesn't factor in. Hayden had a throwaway, a 0.5. He was just standing up and coming in. The last wave of red was a 4.25. Doesn't change anything. The judges are going to reflect on, I think, the past.
This is red 7,
the
yeah.
7, and then obviously regular versus goofy. But I mean, Well, I think it's pretty clear that was what that score is. And then if you reflect on the last wave of green and what he got done, we'll have to see. I got my thoughts.
Yeah, I've got my thoughts. I just there's
exciting.
There's like emotions at play, right? I'm a little nervous right now. It's
boy.
Wow. Well, not only to see the score, but just excited to see him at the last minute at least ask the question.
Well, and it was a fair shake. You know, Hayden had priority, and there's that wonder, did he give him the wave? Hayden was paddling, and he couldn't get into it, honestly. So Luke outpositioned in second priority, got the wave with literally 8 seconds to go, and he put everything into it. So a great finish. We don't have the score.
This was one of his earlier waves they're probably comparing it to. So, yeah, this is heavy-duty stuff.
That was his opener. That was the 6, but it was just the one explosive turn and then the connection that, took a lot of time, carve down, finish. The left that he had was just nonstop rip, tear, shred,
and
start
variety.
to finish. Yeah.
Yeah, I have thoughts too, and I felt something when he rode that wave. I'm eager to see the number. Here it is again.
And a set wave that was draining off the sandbar.
It just kept giving. Boom. Kicks the tail over. Again. So then even here where it went sleepy, it didn't stay sleepy for long. He just got right back into the groove.
But he didn't waste time, and he didn't miss a beat, and then it gave him more.
Well, and then he cleans it up nicely, too. So there's really no nitpicking.
It's a 7.5, bud. Luke goes into first with that. Luke Ginaldo takes the heat. 7.5 to end it on the buzzer. Hayden comes in second. Jabe in third. What a finish.
Well, there he is on the screen, Luke.
I think he can hear us.
You jumped to first place, Luke.
I don't know. Hopefully he can
hear
hear
us.
us.
Now he knows that.
Delayed reaction.
All righty. Buzzer beater. Well done. We will see you tomorrow. Luke Ginaldo, welcome to the quarterfinals.
Wow, a 7.5, well earned, surfed his brains out and deserved it, and goes into the lead. So into the quarterfinals with Hayden Rogers.
Wow, I feel a little sigh of relief for him right there. There's a total, exhale right now. High five, exhale, couple hugs.
Well, that was funny looking live as we're calling it, and the wind carrying our voices down to him. He's about 300 yards down the beach. Did he hear? And then his arms go up.
That was some good footage right there.
Very cool.
Way to end the day, Jeff.
Way to end the day, bud. So we're going to go to a quick commercial break. It's a 2-minute commercial break. We're going to come back. We have a fine highlight package of some of the best waves of today, and I think one from yesterday or from the earlier rounds, a lot of the 7s and 8s, of which we had a lot today. We'll break that down, and then we will say good day, because tomorrow it's finals day, quarters and on.
All right.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
The world has changed, and the workplace has evolved. The option to live free of the commute and busy work life is here. Midstate Containers specializes in custom remote offices ready for your new journey. Customizable in every way, our team is ready to reimagine remote working with your specific needs. We are excited to help create the new workplace so you can embrace more of life.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Just ride one time for your mind.
Joining us all day long here, day 3 at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay, QS 2000. But boy, what a bunch of action here. Stop 6 and stop 7 on the women's side. We went through the round of 32 on the men's, then the round of 16, or the round of 16 for the women, and now just concluded the round of 16 for the men. We've got the quarterfinals established, and we just had a phenomenal finish to the day. Luke Ginaldo down to the wire with seconds on the line, digs deep and finds the score he needs. Bud, what a day it's been.
What an amazing day, and like you said, what a way to end it. I don't know if we could have scripted it any better besides that buzzer beater from Luke. I mean, he took off, we knew what he needed, and without giving too much away, as soon as he got going, we had a feeling that he'd accomplish the job, and he sure did.
Well, he exceeded what he needed, and there was still more out there. We've got the 805 post show, which is going to be a bunch of the top scores from today because there were so many waves and heat totals going through the roof. Surfers were throwing out 8s and high 7s all day long. It was amazing. And here we go. It looks like we start off with, is this Cade Madsen?
That looks like Cade Madsen to me.
A beautiful start for Cade. Cade, he's on his way into the quarters. We've got that set for heat number 1 against Lucas Cassidy. So the powerhouse from San Clemente grinds his way through. He had an exciting finish to one of his heats, coming from behind and then getting an 8.75, which I'm sure will feature later in this highlight package, the 805 highlight package. And this is Jabe Schwerkowski, who just lost out. He had a phenomenal run up into this point, right?
Well, this is that 9-pointer. Didn't look like much there, but bang, he gets to the inside. Second one, and then watch this finish. Look for the fins. Wow. So this morning things were a little slower, and he set the pace. That was actually a 9-point ride right there.
Yeah, and then moving into, I think this might be Manuel Selman.
No.
This is Hayden Rogers. So this is one of Hayden's. Well, he had a bunch of high 7s and 8s, but this was his first heat, and he was in a rhythm from the start.
Yeah, he's just got that frontside air reverse unlocked where he can let it go anywhere, but then he's got, carve maneuvers and variety like that. So going to be a tough ask getting past him. Here he is again. So, yeah, he's really been one of the pace setters today, as you can tell by this highlight package.
And look at the difference from the morning, right, with the high tide. And he was just flaring up, getting stylish, but you see how much slopier the faces of the waves and the dynamicism of the surfing then. And then we move in. Here's Ella McCaffrey. This was a nice 7.5. This was the wave she got on the south end of the sandbar, the surf site.
So, yeah, Ella McCaffrey is featured in quarterfinal number 1 tomorrow against Zoe Panettiere.
Yeah, and that's funny that her brother was telling her that was a mistake.
Yeah.
Then we moved into, this is Sanoa, who, again, had one of those heats, right, where she was just blazing these waves and throwing away high 7s, and this ended up being a 7 in her score line.
Yeah, she's got that strong power base. She's in quarterfinal number 2 against Ruby Stringfellow. So there's Ruby right there. As I called it, Ruby's on that pink board. She's a little younger, but she got it done. She found the left at the north end of the beach, and yeah, she's going to meet Zoe tomorrow in Sanoa in quarter number 2.
And talking about that right now, here we go. This is Reed Van Wagner. This is when the tide, I think, started to drain out. This is a 7.05. This is when she started off her heat and then continued to blaze. We've got a few waves coming from Reed Van Wagner.
Yeah, her heat total, she threw away a winning heat total. And
I had it written down on my hand. She threw away a
14-point heat total. Either way, she ripped, and she's in quarterfinal number 4 tomorrow against Scout Mitchell. So you're seeing her replay here, but she's going to be performing live tomorrow.
And I think we're moving on into Kai Kushner. This is Kai. This is a lot like that last wave we saw of Luke Ginaldo. Somehow it hit the magic sandbar. Head-high wave that went vertical. Kai Kushner, that was an 8.75. And interesting, he had that 8.75 and then was just struggling to get past a 3 as his backup. Right on.
This is Lucas Cassidy from Mexico, just going straight up in the lip, and he's been on a real consistent run every heat, posting good scores, and with a 3-turn combo like that, you know why. He likes it.
And then we went into the John Mell show. John Mell, who started off kind of aerial into the flats, and it was scary. All of a sudden, he was just nailing everything he took off on, and he couldn't not find a wave.
And then he got that one, hit the reset button, and ran away from the heat. Then he started getting another wave like this, see?
So, yeah, that first wave was a 7.75. This is a 7, and then moving into his coup de grace, a 7.9.
So, yeah, he almost fell on the surfboard during an aerial attempt, reset, and then just ran away with the heat. He just got in the groove, and with moves like that, that's how you find the groove.
And earlier we talked about Cade Madsen digging deep and finding the wave he needed. Was this Cade?
That's not Cade.
No, this isn't Cade. We went out of order. I apologize.
That's okay. That's Owen Moss, I believe. Or is that a grunt? Either way, I don't want to misidentify whoever it was. They ripped it. Here is
This is Blair Barton.
That's Blair Barton. That's right. Wave riding vehicles. I haven't seen too many of those boards, but he was ripping. Yeah, I found that really interesting. But that means he's East Coast, and East Coast guys know how to make boards that float over sections like that. And I really complimented him on the amount of power he puts into his turns like this. Leaned all the way into it.
And we talked about it all day. The variety that the surfers were giving, the looks for the judges were so varied. It was amazing. So they were really staying fresh. And this is Hayden Rogers, how he started off the first wave of this last heat that he just came in second, straight back into it. No problem. Coming off that victory last month. And
Jabe right here, yeah. Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, this is Jabe. He was he had set the pace earlier in the day with that 9-point ride, and he was battling it out right here with Hayden and Luke and DeCarmo. And this was one of his scoring waves in this last heat of the day, and he was looking good. He was in second place
until the end, and this is it, the final wave of the day. This is the buzzer beater. Luke Ginaldo gets it with 8 seconds to go and just tore into this uniquely fine wave.
Yeah, the gift that just kept on giving, because the only slow spot was right here. He sets a little adjustment right there, and then here we go again. Start it up again. Bang. Get back in the lip. There's 2, and he found a way to get a nice ender, which hasn't always been the case down there. Bang. I say bang a lot, but bang, bang, because he beat up on that thing.
And then they were down on the beach, him and the crew, and it took him a while to hear our voices, get to him. It was a delayed response. The camera was on him and his posse, and they're standing there, and we said it, and like 20 seconds later, he puts his hands up. So we knew he heard the news. A buzzer beater for Luke into the quarterfinals. On the men's side, the quarterfinals established. It will be Lucas Cassidy against Cade Madsen, Kai Kushner against John Mell, Blair Barton versus Hayden Rogers, and Nick Marshall versus Luke Ginaldo.
And then for the ladies, we have Ella McCaffrey against Zoe Panettiere. We've got Sanoa Dempfel-Olin against Ruby Stringfellow. Quarter 3 is Talia Swindoll versus Eden Walla. And the last quarterfinal is Scout Mitchell against Reed Van Wagner. So if you can't make it down here tomorrow, make a point to tune back in at 7:30, and it's going to be finals day.
Yes, bud, it has been a fantastic day to everyone that's been washing, to all the staff. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thanks to all the surfers. And 7 o'clock call for 7:30 start. Quarters are on, and it's final Sunday.
Looking forward to it. We'll see you tomorrow.